Imagine waking up one day to find your company has gone belly up. That specific cocktail of rage, doom, and feeling like absolute trash. That was Chan's current vibe. He spammed his ex-boss's phone, but got ghosted every time. He was spiraling, pissed off and left on read. Cut to 6 weeks later, reality checks hit harder. Chan got rejected from a gig, just for being too old. He let out a heavy sigh, realizing even entry-level side hustles were ghosting him because of his age. Over a month gone, and 0 gigs secured. He crunched the numbers pay this month's bills, and his bank account hits 0. Next month's rent was already haunting him. Trudging down the street, Chan walked past a neon-lit store and paused. Weird. He swore that spot was empty yesterday. Since when did a convenience store spawn there? Then he spotted the flyer, now hiring part-timers. The best part, all genders and ages welcome. It screamed destiny. He didn't hesitate, he walked right in. He hit the counter pointing out the ad and asking if the gig was still open. The girl behind the register looked shook like he'd just glitch spawned in front of her, but she quickly recovered, claiming she was the manager. Chan's brain buffered. She looked like a high schooler, way too young to be running the show. Weirdly, the manager seemed more nervous about the interview than Chan. She nervously offered him a drink. He requested an espresso. She asked for his stats. He introduces himself, 29 years old, local resident. When asked about convenience store XP, he confirmed he's a veteran. The manager's face lit up. She called him perfect ideal age, solid experience, basically the unicorn she needed. She dropped a bomb. She was actually older than Chan and asked to drop the formalities. He agreed, even though she still looked like a teen. Before locking it in, she broke down the deal as standard. 1-year contract. The shift brutal, 10 at night to 10 in the morning. She'd handle the day shift. Chan kissed his sleep schedule goodbye. Then she dropped the pay 20,000. 1. Chan didn't need to hear another word, he accepted instantly. The manager blinked, stunned. He didn't have questions, but he volunteered to start right now. She looked hyped, whipped out the contract and tossed him the uniform to start training immediately. 3 hours later, she was heading out but warned him that supply trucks might pull up in the early AM. Chan asked if she'd be around, but she clarified she only spawns for emergencies. Her role was logistics. His job was just receiving the loot. She dropped one final rule. It was critical: to handle suspicious customers carefully. Chan shrugged it off. He was used to dealing with weirdos. No biggie. She wished him luck and bailed. Chan waved back, feeling the relief of finally having rent money. He started crunching the numbers, working 12-hour shifts, 7 days a week. That's a weekly payout of 1 million. Monthly, we're talking 6.7 to 8.4 million. It hit him that 20,000 wasn't monthly, it was hourly. If he stuck this out for a year, he'd be making the same bank as a veteran at a major corporation. 1 month alone would nuke all his bills. This was a golden ticket and he wasn't letting go. That's when the door chime rang. Chan started his greeting, but froze mid-sentence. The customer had the literal head of a chihuahua. Chan stood there, paralyzed brain, refusing to process the visual. The dogman got salty, demanding the location of toothbrushes and roasting Chan for the lag. Still, rebooting Chan managed to point toward the end of aisle 4. The customer grumbled about the slow service and kept yapping complaints as he stomped off. While the guy browsed, Chan tried to logic his way out of it. Makeup, special effects for a movie shoot nearby. None of it added up. The customer hit the register and slapped down cash, but walked out before taking his coins. When Chan called out, the dogman snapped back to just keep the change. And just like that, the guy bounced solo. Back behind the register, Chan stood there, brain completely short-circuiting over what just went down. He wondered if this freak show fell under the shady customer warning the manager briefed him on earlier. Deep down, his rational side was screaming that it had to be high-end prosthetics or some wild cosplay prank, because any other option was straight-up impossible. But the detail? It was way too authentic to just be his imagination playing tricks. Chan replayed the scene. That first customer didn't just rock a dog mask, he literally let out a soft woof while gripping. He was still trying to math out that logic when the next patron strolled in lugging a sack that looked ready to burst with heavy metal. No cap, the bag was loaded. The guy fished out a single coin, flashed it at Chan, and asked to swap his stash for paper cash. But this wasn't just some dude, it was a straight-up goblin. Chan's brain completely flatlined. He froze, paralyzed like a statue. Slowly, mechanically, he turned his head, snatched the landline, and dialed the boss. "Problem?" she asked, her voice calm on the other end. Still processing the insanity, Chan stammered out the news. "There is an actual goblin in aisle 3. A bit later, the creature skipped out, thrilled with his fresh bills, leaving Chan vibrating with adrenaline behind the counter. He pinched himself. 0% chance this was a dream. That was a bona fide fantasy monster. The whole time he was tallying the cash, the creature had drilled holes into him with this super creepy, unblinking stare. Chan had counted 145 coins of 101 and 31 coins of 501. The torture lasted nearly 20 minutes. "Did he leave?" the manager chirped. Chan, staring into the void, muttered that he was pretty sure he was losing his absolute mind. He ranted that the customers were glitching out. First, a dude with a chihuahua head who seemed totally done with life. Then a literal goblin forcing him to swap 30,000 won in loose change. The manager, she just yawned, totally unfazed. Sounds about right, she replied, acting like he just described the weather. She explained that the store's teleportation anchor was smack in the city center, so seeing a heavy flow of kobolds and goblins was just another Tuesday. Chan cut her off his brain, trying to buffer the sentence he just heard. Teleportation, he echoed, voice cracking. Why would a convenience store need warp technology? Market expansion, obviously, she quipped. Chan blinked. Wait, are you a store manager or a grand wizard? Why not both? She teased. She confessed she was a full-blown mage, and she'd rigged the entire building with a custom teleportation spell she coded herself. Because of that hack, the shop existed in multiple locations simultaneously. Chan went dead silent. He zombie walked toward the front entrance, while the manager promised a full orientation tomorrow. He pushed the glass door open, and his jaw hit the floor. The street wasn't Korea. It was a fantasy mosh pit, angels, goblins, kobolds, beastmen, massive orcs, minotaurs. Even zombies and robots were just casually commuting down the sidewalk. His vocabulary completely failed him. The manager chuckled. You look like you've been isekai'd from another dimension. She added, it would be hilarious if that were actually the case. Chan slowly, deliberately pulled the door shut and whispered, I think I actually am. He muttered that where he came from, humans were the only game in town, and magic was just fiction. The manager paused, genuinely confused. Suddenly, a violent bang rattled the glass storefront. What was that? The manager asked. Glaring through the window was a terrifying girl, staring daggers right at Chan. He shrank back in terror as she kept hammering on the glass. But a split second later, total chill. That same nightmare fuel was casually browsing snacks inside. The manager theorized Chan might have accidentally slipped through a rift into this realm, though the logistics baffled her. As she hypothesized, Chan ducked behind an aisle, way too freaked out to play it cool. He hissed into the phone asking for a survival guide, because right now that creepy girl was literally crawling across the tiles, cackling and mumbling gibberish like a horror movie villain. Describe the target, the manager ordered. Chan noted the horns and mini bat wings. Ah, she said, that's just a succubus. She assured him the girl was harmless and told him to chill. Grab the curse detector, she instructed. It's under the register. You can't miss it, it's super colorful. Chan started rummaging, thinking it was weird that she stressed the color part. Then he saw it, a neon pink and yellow magic wand that looked painfully flashy. I got it, he sighed, holding up the object. Please tell me this noisy, glittery toy isn't the actual tactical gear. The manager confirmed it was. Chan stared at the plastic nightmare, wondering why it had to look so ridiculous. The manager dropped some questionable logic, she figured, since curse victims are total gloomy gooses. She designed this gadget to be a neon explosion just to vibe check their mood. Chan's internal monologue screamed that this toy would actually make anyone want to die of embarrassment. But the boss just bulldozed on with the tutorial. Jam it against bare skin and click the button. Simple enough, right? But of course, that is exactly when chaos decided to strike. That succubus started vaulting over the counter like a creature straight out of a horror flick. Chan froze his brain, short-circuiting in pure panic. Pure survival reflex took over. He smashed the button. Whack! A solid rod telescoped out of the wand and slammed the demon girl right between the eyes. She dropped like a sack of bricks. Chan just stood there, totally bewildered by the cartoonish violence that just went down. A few heartbeat-skipping seconds ticked by. There she was, face planted on the tiles, while Chan gripped this comically long baton, trying to process the absolute insanity of how his life had spiraled into madness in a single shift. Suddenly, the impact trigger did its thing automatically. Zip! The rod snapped back into the handle, and a tiny heart on the tip started pulsing with light. Chan shook off the shock and crept toward the downed demon to check for vitals. She was out cold. Lights out, nobody home. Ice-cold dread hit him. Did he just murder a customer? He frantically dialed the manager, and her voice crackled on the line. Did the detector make contact? She asked. Chan's trembling reply. Yeah, contact was made. Aggressively. She brushed it off. Chill, that is a feature, not a bug. Then she pivoted to the important stuff. What is the readout showing? It is glowing, Purple, Chan stammered. Like deep violet. The boss went into command mode. Grab the curse, cure top shelf. Look above the gum rack. Bottle labeled, homesickness. Pop 2 pills into her mouth stat. It works instantly. Sure enough, moments later, the succubus stirred. Chan was not taking any chances with this monster though, so he kept a safe buffer zone, watching her like a hawk. You good? He called out. Take these meds. You will thank me later. It will fix you right up. As she moved to obey, Chan finally got a good look at her face and something clicked. She looked different. Not necessarily beauty queen different, but the scary monster edge was gone. She looked almost human. Then her cheeks bulged. Hurl. She started retching all over the pristine store tiles. It was not just a little spit up, it was a torrent. She wiped her mouth, sighing with relief. Much better. Chan, however, was officially over it. Staring at the mess, he snapped, "You done, then get out." She shot him a wounded look. Wow, so cold. Then completely drained, she just curled up for a nap, right next to her own puddle of puke. Just completely passed out right there. Chan staring at her jaw on the floor, totally glitching. Suddenly, the door chimes. A new customer walks in, catches the weird vibe and goes, what's happening?" Chan snaps back to reality, puts on his best customer service face and asks, "How can I help?" The guy gets straight to the point. "You got blood bags, 17 degrees. Chan starts multitasking, stocking shelves while whispering to his manager on the headset. "Yeah, I'll drop the meds for the succubus later." But the manager drops some bad news. "Listen, we cap out at 15 degrees. We don't carry the premium 17 stuff." Then she gets curious. "Is that guy a vamp?" Chan glances over, pale, brooding. "Yeah, definitely fits the profile. Here's the tea on vampires: they live forever, and have that permanent babyface syndrome, never aging a day. Because of that, they gotta swap identities constantly. Sometimes they flash old IDs marked with a big fat X stamp, just to prove they're legal adults." She reminds Chan, "Don't forget the magic alarm. Use it if you need to verify his card." The vampire rolls up to the register basket overflowing with snacks. Chan breaks the news gently, telling him they're fresh out of 17-degree bags. The guy shrugs it off like it's no biggie. "Whatever, I'll take what you got." Rings him up, and then the guy pushes his luck. "Let me get a pack of smokes too." Chan asks for the brand, and the dude totally freezes, pointing all over the place before picking one at random. Huge red flag. Chan's internal alarm bells start ringing. Intense stare down ensues. The guy is sweating bullets. Chan crosses his arms and says, "I'm gonna need to see some ID. I'm renewing it." The vamp stammers. "I only got the expired one, but it proves I'm old enough, swear." He slams the card on the counter, acting all annoyed. "Come on, hurry it up. My boys are waiting outside." Classic deflection. Chan picks it up. Looks like a standard Korean ID, nothing special at first glance. And yeah, it's got the expired stamp. But wait, there's a weird shimmering aura around the mugshot. Chan squints closer. Realizing it's a sticker, he scratches the corner and rips it off. Bam. Magical rainbows explode everywhere like a glitter bomb. Chan is stunned. The magic glow turns aggressive, locking onto the vampire. The dude starts parkouring around the aisles to escape the light. "What did you do?" the vamp screams. Chan yells back, "Hey, don't look at me, it's your faulty ID." After a few seconds of total chaos, the light show dies down. The real photo is exposed underneath. And spoiler alert, it is definitely not the guy standing there. The vampire. He was actually posing as an adult just to cop some restricted merchandise, and he flashed the ID to prove it. He called it out immediately, straight up identity theft. He shot a look at the manager for confirmation, and she didn't hesitate, promising to dial the cops right then and there. That triggered the vampire. He snatched the ID back and bolted out the door like his life depended on it. The manager's voice crackled through, asking if the guy had bailed. Chan confirmed the suspect had ghosted. Later, while putting the store back together, Chan noted that his gut instinct was dead on. The guy was a total fraud impersonating someone else. The manager was baffled, asking how he clocked it when the magical alarm didn't even make a peep. Chan broke it down. The customer handed over an ID with a sketch magical sticker slapped on the front, trying to glitch the system. The manager asked if he really caught that with just his naked eye. Chan confirmed he did, mentioning he'd seen low-effort scams like that before. She was shook. In this dimension, security is usually airtight, and forgery is near impossible. We're talking elite illusion magic, stuff you can't spot without high-tech gear. Yet Chan clocked it with a single glance. She pressed him on how he pulled that off, with zero tools. Chan replayed the scene in his head. The vampire was sweating bullets, twitching totally on edge. Plus, that sticker was a disaster, crooked peeling like a rushed DIY job. But then the manager suddenly flipped the script, suggesting maybe it was best to just tear up his contract right now. Chan's stomach dropped through the floor. He panicked, asking why, assuming he'd screwed up. The manager clarified instantly it wasn't him. In fact, he was crushing it. The issue was that he's an outsider from another dimension who stumbled here by accident, and she was terrified he'd get hurt in the crossfire. Chan shut that down, insisting he was good. He admitted it was intense, but he wasn't exactly shaking in his boots. He wanted to stay. He needed to stay. He asked if that was a deal breaker. The line went dead silent for a few agonizing seconds, and Chan started spiraling, wondering if he'd said too much. Real talk, he was desperate. If he fumbled this gig, bills would go unpaid, and he'd literally be sleeping on the concrete under a bridge. After a tense pause, the manager finally gave the green light, but warned him not to come crying to her later. Chan joked that she was practically yelling, and asked if just maybe she could stay on the line for moral support. The manager admitted she was already planning on it. She pivoted, asking if he'd dosed the succubus yet. Chan said he was on it. He tipped the powder into her mouth even though she was still passed out cold, looking like a sleeping angel. Then, he updated the manager, confirming the meds were in, but noting zero reaction so far. The manager explained she'd bounce back soon, though she might feel super queasy, and probably hurl again. She asked if the succubus looked dizzy or out of it. Chan checked honestly, she looked fine. So, the manager told him to run the curse detector again to check for residual vibes. He waved the wand, nothing. No glow, no sound. Chan asked if the silence was bad news. The manager said not exactly, just that her condition was kind of weird. Suddenly, a massive boom rocked the outside of the store. Chan thought a meteor had just made impact. He sprinted to the entrance and ran face first into a literal fortress of stacked cardboard boxes. While his brain tried to buffer, a voice announced the delivery was here. It was a woman chilling on a Pegasus. She asked if he was the new part-timer her sister had hyped up. She flashed a smile, saying it was nice to meet him. Chan held up a hand and whispered to the manager on the phone that there was a lady on a flying horse with a mountain of packages. Asking if this was the logistics she mentioned, the manager confirmed it. That was Yunha, and she was handling today's haul. Yunha introduced herself with full formality and said now that they were cool, he could step aside. Chan swung the doors wide to clear a path for the cargo. She told him to sign the receipt. He stared at the paper, then frantically asked the manager how to even hold the pen, since he couldn't read a single letter of this world's alphabet yet. The manager said she'd handle the paperwork with Yunha later, and told him to just scribble a signature. When he asked what was in the boxes, the manager listed drinks, snacks, and literal dragon scales. She noted they were a pain to source, but Yunha came in clutch. Then it hit her. She asked if dragons were a thing in Chan's world. She answered her own question, realizing it made sense since his dimension had 0 magical species, and roasted his home as being a super backward, boring rock. Chan told her to chill with the slander. Meanwhile, the succubus started stirring. Chan noted she was finally waking up and went to ring her up. But the second she stood on her own 2 feet, she looked him dead in the eye and asked, "What is love?" Chan's brain short-circuited. He just called her a taxi. He helped the groggy succubus into the cab, handing her the card and receipt, though she could barely keep a grip on them. The cabbie shoots a look. Is she hammered? Chan shuts that down fast. No booze, just heavy meds and a head that's spinning. He tells the driver to get her home in one piece. But before the wheels roll, the succubus drops a heavy question. What is love really? She claims it's this unexplainable vibe. Chan, he gets real. Love is craving something you can't touch. Something you want, but can never actually have. The air gets thick. Eyes lock. Way too close. Then he snaps out of it. Forget I said that. The taxi peels out, and Chan finally exhales. Sweet, sweet relief. He's running on fumes, praying that's the last time he deals with her. For the first time all night, he thinks he might catch a break. CK. Yuna practically kicks the store door off its hinges. Chan's like, "Whoa, what's the damage?" Yuna spins around, eyes blazing. "Tell the boss I'm returning these dragon scales. They are straight up trash." Time ticks by. Yunha and the manager go back and forth forever. Chan starts getting that bad gut feeling. This isn't just a refund, it's a disaster. Flashbacks hit him hard, his old waiter gig, where customers would war over nothing. And him, just a lowly part-timer. What power did he have? 0. Best move, shut up, stay low, and watch. Let the big dogs handle the mess. Suddenly, Yunha shoves her phone in his face. It's a video call. The manager. And she wants to talk to him. Chan, go check the scales with Yunha. He's baffled. Why is he getting roped into this? Still, he trails behind her to the back. He opens the storage door and boom, a massive staircase descends into the void. Straight up dungeon vibes. He starts questioning reality. Is this still a convenience store? It looks like a torture chamber for 1,000 souls. Yunha glances back. First time down here? Yeah. She shrugs, saying he'll get used to the creepiness. She freaked out the first time too. My sister has unique tastes. The manager's voice crackles from the phone. Mind your own business, the manager snaps. Yunha rolls her eyes. It's still weird. They hit the bottom floor. Just a room stacked with boxes. Yunha dives in to grab the scales, complaining about the filth. Chan holds the phone up. All right, boss. I'm in the warehouse. What's the play? Just do exactly what I say, the manager commands. I've got a plan. Yunha flicks the lights. Gross. Green slime coats the ceiling and floor, oozing straight from the dragon scales. Chan gags. The manager's tone drops. We have a situation. Chan points at the goop. What is that? Dragon scale pus, she says. It's corrupted mana. Happens when the purification job is botched. Chan squints at the object. Wait, that turtle shell-looking thing is a dragon scale. Yup, Yunha nods. Demand was low, so I snagged them cheap. Cheap because they're defective, the manager cuts in. If we scrape off the pus, they're salvageable. Problem is, the purification company is closed for the night. It's 3:12 in the morning, the manager says. That's why I need you. Chan, can you touch the pus? Chan questions every life choice leading to this moment. Yunha scoops up a handful of slime. Touch it, she orders. The manager swears it's safe, but Chan's terrified of catching some magical plague. 100,001 bonus, the manager bribes. Sold. Money beats fear every time. Trembling, he reaches out. But the moment his hand gets close, the pus recoils. He tries again. The slime backs off like a frightened animal. Does this thing have a brain? No, the manager sighs. It's just raw magical mass. It's definitely dodging you, Yunha notes. Just grab it. Chan takes a breath and slaps his hand on the slime. Boom. A blinding magical glow explodes in the room, freezing them in place. The pus vanishes, purified instantly. Whoa, Yunha gasps. Just like my sister said. Chill, the manager barks. Don't pop the champagne yet. Chan tap it with the curse wand. He does. Zero reaction. Perfect, the manager says. That means the purification is flawless. She pauses, voice low. Just as I suspected. Her hunch hit the bullseye. According to her analysis, Chan is rocking an anti-magic constitution. Yunha breaks it down, explaining that arcane energy just bounces right off his frame. The manager cuts in, saying she needs to have a serious sit-down with Chan, and asks if he recalls that weird audio glitch his body made during their earlier test. She lays it out. That freak occurrence only triggers in 2 scenarios. 1. The subject possesses absolutely zero magical power, which in this dimension is basically a death sentence. But since Chan is an isekai transfer, having 0 mana seems unlikely. That leaves option 2, his body is a natural tank, completely immune to spells. That is exactly why she had him handle the dragon scales. She promises to drop the full lore dump back at the shop. Meanwhile, Chan is spiraling his brain trying to process this sudden identity crisis. It feels like he got yeeted into a YA fantasy novel, only to discover that he might be the main character with a hidden stat block. Suddenly, Yunha closes the distance and slams her hands against the wall. With such insane force, the plaster actually cracks behind him. She leans in for a huge favor, asking if he can purify the scales. Chan blinks, totally confused. Is she for real? He has to solo that entire mess. Yunha nods, convinced he is built for this. The manager hops on a video call, flashing a desperate "please help me" expression. Both of them are giving him that look, the one you absolutely cannot say no to. Chan realizes he has truly stepped into a massive mess. Still, he sighs and agrees to do it, but only if they walk him through every single step. The manager beams, thanking him, and claims the technique is basic. Yunha chimes in, telling him to just shove his arm into that hole filled with cursed pus. Chan's survival instincts scream nope. He tries to back out, saying that looks way too hazardous. Yunha swears on her life nothing will happen, but he stands his ground. He does not have the guts for that. Then the manager plays her ace card, a fat cash bonus, if he takes the plunge. Suddenly, an absurd wave of motivation hits him. Up close, the slime is nightmare fuel, but his mind is on the bag. Powered entirely by greed, he thrusts his arm straight into the muck. It goes way deeper than expected. Yunha shouts, checking his status. Chan yells back, yes, 0 pain detected, but notes it feels like a vacuum is sucking him inward. Yunha does not hesitate. She decides to extract him immediately. As she yanks him back, a blinding purification light erupts. The cursed sludge vanishes instantly, scrubbed from existence. Minutes later, the scale is pristine and the room is spotless. Chan scrambles to compose himself, muttering that this is way too chaotic for a first shift. That is when Yunha realizes he is practically pinning her down. From the momentum, and barks at him to get off. He scrambles away, apologizing profusely, and checks if she is hurt. She confirms she is good, and asks for his damage report. He says he felt absolutely nothing during the cleanse, and thanks to her reflex save, he did not crack his skull on the tiles. Changing lanes, she asks about the scales. Chan grabs the curse wand, taps the scales, dead silence. No reaction. Yunha fist pumps, shouting that this is huge, and the purification was a total success. She thanks Chan profusely for saving the shop from financial ruin. The praise actually makes him blush. As Yunha preps to leave mounting her Pegasus, she tells him he killed it today. And not to stress, this was a one-time glitch. Chan asks if she does not clock in at the shop daily. She explains she is remote, mostly since magical creature logistics are a nightmare. She also tells him to drop the formal speech, considering she is younger than him. Meanwhile, the manager is vibing at home, watching the whole win. Yunha slides her glasses on, waves goodbye, and launches into the sky. Chan looks up and realizes the sun is already coming up. Suddenly, a customer rushes in, panicking about catching a bus. She throws money down, skips the change, and sprints off. Immediately after, a queue of absolute weirdos forms. Hours later, Chan is cooked. All he wants to do is faceplant onto his mattress. The manager texts asking if he is sleepy. He types back that he is fine. She says she is en route with his paycheck and asks if he is actually okay, figuring he would be wrecked after that shift. Just then, the door chime rings, signaling a new arrival. Chan looks around, empty. He figures they bailed and returns to his screen. The manager texts that she might brew him a sleep potion to knock him out during the day. Chan thinks, no way am I drinking magic juice. Suddenly, a voice cuts through. He looks down and realizes the customer never left. She was just tiny, a literal child. The kid timidly pipes up asking if he's stocking construction paper, scissors, the whole school supply checklist. Chan nods, pointing to the top shelf. Way out of her league height-wise. He steps up to grab the gear for her. She stops him cold. I got this. Watching her hustle, Chan realizes she's sharp, but man, she is pale. Like ghost white albino. Chan starts squinting. Is it just him, or does she have serious reptilian vibes? She's straining for the shelf, failing hard. Then the waterworks start. Chan swoops in immediately. He snags the paper and scissors, dropping them in her hands. She hits him with a polite thank you, but Chan's brain is still spinning. Is she from some lizard clan? He pictures her unleashing a blast of dragon breath, roasting the whole convenience store to a crisp. Fantasy over. She peeps the price tag and freezes. She can't afford the scissors. She's clutching 5,001, but the math isn't mathing. She's short by exactly 101. Chan offers to spot her the change. She shuts it down instantly. Mom rules never take cash from strangers. He pivots, asking what the project is for. She reveals the deadline. Mother's Day is right around the corner. She's got to prep a surprise gift. Apparently they dropped that info in her kindergarten class. Since she always scores loot on Children's Day, she figures it's only fair to return the favor for Mom. That hits Chan right in the feels. He suggests a workaround, why not fold origami instead of cutting? But she shakes her head, that's the whole issue. He's confused until she holds up her hands, revealing tiny sharp claws. She explains that even a tiny bit of pressure shreds the paper instantly. Chan realizes the struggle. Those claws could probably rip through way more than just paper. Origami, with those lethal weapons, literally impossible. Even if he paid for the scissors, her pride wouldn't let her take them. Plus, it's a top-secret mission for her mom, making this whole situation messy. Light bulb moment. Chan offers to loan her the scissors. He grabs a sheet printed with flower designs. The hack cut the flowers, glue them on the colored sheet. She lights up, thanking him with zero chill. While she gets to work, Chan watches silently, realizing he's strangely invested in this kid's success. He considers dipping out to let her focus, but leaving a kid alone in the shop, bad look. She's got to be a local. Then panic hits. The manager is due to roll up any second. He starts visualizing the lecture he's going to get. Suddenly, the kid bolts toward the snack aisle. She snatches a chocolate bar and asks for a price check. Chan tells her it's 2001 she wanted. She pays up like a pro. He tells her to dig in, but she pauses, snaps the bar in half, and holds a piece out to him. Snack while we work, she insists. Chan tries to wave it off. That's her treat, not his. He tells her to keep the bigger chunk. She hits back with logic, he's huge, so he needs the extra calories. Plus, she drops some mom wisdom, too much sugar, and your teeth will literally rot out of your head. Chan tongue checks his molars, but she's persistent, so he caves. Just as they bite down, the manager breezes in. She chirps a good morning, guessing he's exhausted. Chan nearly asphyxiates on the chocolate. Coughing awkwardly, he tries to play it cool. She spots the kid. Chan explains the scissor loan since the girl was short on cash. It was for a DIY gift. He apologizes for going rogue, noting the kid is taking her sweet time. The manager gets it, but notes the kid looks super withdrawn. Chan figures that's just kid behavior. Then the manager drops a bomb. The girl isn't human. She's a pureblood dragon. Fun fact, they marinate in the egg for 3 whole years before hatching. In that time, they grow more than just limbs. They sprout a horn that acts like a biological magic radar. It's not just for looks. It's a high-level sensor. Dragon hatchlings visualize people's mana as specific colors. Everyone has a unique signature shade. The glitch, kids can't control the input yet. The detection bugs out, or colors blur. That's why relying on the horn to judge character is a rookie mistake. You gotta grind real-life experience to figure out who's actually good or bad. That's why dragon parents are totally overprotective, especially with purebloods, who are basically SSR tier rarity. Right on cue, the little dragon bounces back, flower complete. The manager hypes her up, but the kid dives behind Chan's legs. The manager looks a little hurt but keeps it professional. She tells Chan to clock out and crash, knowing he pulled an all-nighter. She suggests the girl swing by another day. The dragon kid beams at Chan, promising he can keep the little craft project she made. Plus, she tells the girl she's got a VIP pass to return anytime. Chan checks if that's for real, and the boss confirms the doors are always open for her. The kid chirps a thank you to uncle and auntie. Big mistake. The manager snaps back instantly. It is big sister, definitely not auntie. Chan notes to himself never mention age unless he has a death wish. The dragon girl bounces, and the manager flips the lock on the door. She offers to cover the rest of the shift so Chan can crash. Then she points him toward a cabinet up front to grab something. He is confused until he pulls it out, a vintage desk globe. Just a standard spinning map of the world, except it is not. The boss drops the bomb. That spinning ball is the teleportation engine that jumps the entire shop across dimensions. Chan is floored. The manager smirks, noting she built the tech herself. A custom exclusive you will not find anywhere else. But there is a catch. She warns him to stay sharp. She has hard-coded specific safe zones into the system. Mess up the input and he might warp the shop into a random void or a volcano. No pressure. Chan nods, sweating a little. The interface is deceptively simple. Just tap the destination address on the screen. Still, his fingers tremble as he types, terrified of where a typo might send them. Then the manager throws another curveball. If she punches in the coordinates, there is a solid chance the shop will not lock onto his reality. Chan asks how she pulled this off before. She explains the two pillars of teleportation mechanics: precise data and sheer willpower. If you do not genuinely crave the destination deep in your gut, the spell fizzles. Since she is clueless about his world, she cannot steer the ship. Chan has to be the pilot. Chan pauses. Wait, didn't she say his body is a magic dead zone? Will this thing even work for him? The boss cuts him off. Trust me, she says, radiating absolute certainty. It is going to work. He swallows his doubt and commits. He starts keying in the address, nerves still firing on all cylinders. She coaches him through it. Typing is not enough. He needs to project a powerful mental image of home. Good or bad, it does not matter. It just has to be intense. So Chan closes his eyes and pictures his reality. Even though the corporate world chewed him up and spat him out, it is still the place where he once felt joy. Memories of childhood flood in. Video games, snacks, the simple days. His world is a mess of ironies, but it belongs to him. He opens his eyes. The manager gestures to the exit. Go check the view. He pushes the glass door open and freezes. It is Korea, his street, his neighborhood. In a heartbeat, he jumped from Fantasyland back to the concrete jungle. The manager nods, the puzzle pieces clicking into place for her. It confirms her suspicion. He did not just resist magic. He controlled his immunity. When he purified those dragon scales, he willed it to happen. If he was just a magic void, nothing would have happened. But something did. That changes everything. His willpower overrides his anti-magic trait. Chan realizes the implication. Did she make him touch that pus? Based on a total guess, obviously she replies cool as ice. But the gamble paid off. Now they know Chan is not broken. He has got a unique manual override for magic. That desperation for a job might be exactly what summoned the shop to him in the first place. But she is not done with him yet. She needs more data. She tosses him his paycheck and a vial of custom sleep potion to knock him out fast. Chan trudges back to his studio apartment. It is cramped and cheap, but looking around, it is his sanctuary. He reaches to set an alarm for the night shift, then eyes the purple vial. Surprisingly thoughtful gift from the boss. But considering she brewed it in a convenience store backroom, is it safe? Probably potent. He worries about oversleeping, so he risks just a single drop on his tongue. Blink, and he is awake. The alarm is blaring. He feels incredible. That potion is top-tier stuff. Fresh and rested, he heads back to work, humming to himself. A doubt creeps in. Will the magic shop actually be there? He turns the corner and boom, there it is. Same spot. Definitely not a hallucination. It is still baffling why normies walk right past it. He steps inside, ready to work, and immediately spots trouble. A bald guy with a head shinier than a bowling ball is hassling the manager. He is trying to haggle over an empty bottle. The guy claims the bottle deposit should get him a discount. The manager looks about 2 seconds away from exploding. The bald elf suggests chugging it right at the counter to get his refund instantly. Chan sighs. He almost wishes he was dreaming again. The manager shuts him down. Cold drinking on the premises is illegal. Pay up and get out. The elf is absolutely losing it, demanding to know why he can't crack open a cold one right there. Chan steps up, dropping some legal knowledge. Technically, convenience stores are classified as restaurants here, so drinking inside is a no-go. And chugging booze on the curb, also against the law. The only legal play is to buy it and take it to the crib. The manager looks shook, asking when Chan got there. He shrugs, he just arrived. The elf gets up in his face, aggressive, demanding to know who gave him permission to interrupt. Chan claps back, simply, he works here. That sets the guy off. He accuses Chan of disrespecting a paying customer just because of his pointy ears. He claims he is being oppressed by two humans. Then, full drama queen mode, he dives onto the floor, screaming that he is a victim of racism. Chan tries to de-escalate the madness, telling him to chill out because acting like a maniac is actually dangerous. The manager is officially over it. She hits the panic button to summon the cops. A bit later, the boys in blue show up and drag the bald elf away. Ironically, one of the officers is an elf herself. She starts taking statements, asking if the guy tried to stiff them on the bill and pulled the discrimination card. The manager confirms it, offering up the security tapes. When the officer heads to the security room, the manager decides to let her handle it solo. Meanwhile, Chan notes that elves in this dimension are nothing like the ones back home. The manager, intrigued, asks what elves are like in his world. He explains that, where he's from, elves are these majestic, magical beings, basically beautiful figures full of grace. He always pictured them as noble and elegant, but after seeing that bald guy, that fantasy has been totally shattered. The manager sighs, admitting they actually used to be like that. Way back before the war, She drops a history bomb decades ago. This world saw a massive tech boom. New gadgets and artifacts made life super practical for everyone. Humans led the charge, and most species were down with the changes, because science made living way more comfortable. But to keep that lifestyle going, cities and factories expanded, wrecking a huge chunk of nature. The elves, who were totally in sync with the environment, couldn't stomach it. To them, it was like watching their home burn. As a race spiritually connected to the earth, they couldn't just stand by and watch the destruction, so they started a rebellion, bombing factories and sabotaging cities. Every species had to pick a side, support humans and tech, or stand with the elves and save nature. In the end, most folks sided with the humans. Still, the elves were tanks, so the war dragged on for ages. After years of brutal conflict, humans and elves finally signed a peace treaty, but the cost was steep. Both populations were nearly wiped out. After the dust settled, the surviving elves faced heavy discrimination. Although things have chilled out recently, the hate still exists. The manager points out that even that elf cop probably had to grind twice as hard to get her badge. She tells Chan to treat elf customers with respect. He asks, "Even a bald jerk like that guy?" The manager laughs, "No, rude, people don't get a pass. If they start shouting or acting disrespectful, he can toss them out, zero hesitation." Chan notes that she should probably head home and crash, since she's been grinding all day. The manager agrees to leave once the cop finishes up. Soon enough, the officer returns, saying she reviewed the footage. The manager grabs her stuff to head out, asking the cop if they can chat on the walk. They bounce together, leaving Chan in charge of the shop. Before dipping, the manager tells him to call her if things go sideways. The officer thanks them for the help, and Chan gives a polite nod. Alone at last, he slumps over the counter, realizing he is completely drained. It is barely day 2, and he feels like he needs to speedrun his adaptation to this new gig. Suddenly, the door chime rings. It is the guy with the literal chihuahua head, asking why Chan is slacking off instead of serving him. Internally, Chan groans another customer he would love to yeet out the door has just appeared. Still, he straightens up and asks if the guy needs something specific. The chihuahua barks that he wants toothpaste. Chan points to the shelf, same spot as yesterday, right next to the toothbrushes. The customer throws a fit about his tone, calling him lazy and demanding a better explanation. Chan sighs, gets up, and says he will give the VIP tour. The customer smuggles, saying that is more like it. They walk to the aisle, and Chan shows him the goods. The chihuahua asks which brand is the best. Chan admits he has no clue. The customer looks offended, asking how he can work there without a toothpaste preference. Chan realizes this dude just loves being bossy. While scanning the shelf, Chan spots a buy one get one free deal. The customer snaps that he doesn't need two, but Chan breaks it down for him. It is a total steal. The chihuahua head pauses, running the mental math for a few seconds, then finally decides to snag both. Chan rings up the goods and slides over a bag. The dog-headed customer grabs a candy bar from the impulse rack, grunting that he will take that too. Chan points out the candy is currently on a buy one get one promo, so he can grab a second for free. The chihuahua gruffly replies that he does not need two. He tells Chan to keep the spare one. He pays, slides the extra chocolate across the counter, and Chan blinks, asking if he is serious about the gift. But the guy shrugs it off, telling him to just take it because he is already heading out the door. As the man exits, Chan stares at the candy. That was kindness delivered with the most aggressive energy possible. He figures the dog guy works nearby, meaning he is about to become a regular character in Chan's life. Suddenly, the door chime rings again. It is her, the succubus from the other night. Chan freezes up instantly. She walks up and deadpan asks if they sell resignation forms. Chan immediately fires a text to the manager, code red, "The succubus is back." The manager texts back asking for a visual status report. Chan types that she seems sober, maybe a little buzzed, but the vibe is way calmer than the vomit fest from before. The manager advises him to scan her with the curse detector just to be safe. He says he will handle that and call back later. Internally, Chan is screaming he is terrified she might snap again. But then he remembers the bonus. He remembers the cash. He takes a deep breath and puts on his brave face. He politely explains that per store policy, he needs to scan her condition for her to stay. She nods, totally chill about it. He thanks her, but right then she starts bringing up the disaster from the previous day. She looks visibly mortified and apologizes. Chan raises an eyebrow, asking if she means the part where she projectile vomited. She winces, begging him not to remind her. She explains she wasn't herself, because she had way too much to drink. But she admits that is no excuse. She was stressed out of her mind because of her job. Chan asks what kind of gig wrecks a person that badly. She reveals she works at a big pharmaceutical company on a love potion project. Chan asks if that isn't usually wizard territory. She shakes her head, explaining that for love potions, succubi are the industry leaders. Naturally, they are built for charm and attraction. Tons of them work in pharma or as therapists, helping people navigate their messy romance issues. It makes sense. Love is basically their biological brand. The issue is, she is absolutely tanking at her job. She apologizes again for the mess. Chan starts to realize the succubi in this world are definitely not the stereotypes he imagined. So he asks the obvious, if the job fits her species perfectly, why quit? She admits she has never dated a single soul in her life. She has zero relationship experience. She literally does not know what love is. She cannot understand the emotion well enough to bottle it. Chan is floored, a succubus with zero romantic XP. She explains she was a total nerd, always focused on her studies, and ended up living a super solitary life. Since she cannot grasp the concept of love, she feels like a fraud trying to make the potion. She looks at him and asks, "What is love?" Chan quickly admits that putting a definition on it is not exactly simple. She sighs, deciding the job is a mismatch, and she really plans to quit. Chan sees a crisis brewing. He tries to hype her up, saying everyone struggles when they start a new gig. He suggests she frame it as gaining XP rather than failing. She replies that honestly, she came back because of what he said in the taxi. He had dropped a line about love being something you crave but can never actually reach. Chan claims he was just yapping without thinking, but she stands up intense. She says that sentence hit her hard. Everyone usually describes love as sunshine and rainbows or pure pain. His answer was different, messy, complex. She had never heard a take like that, so she looks him in the eye and asks what love means to him personally. Chan gets a little dazed by her glowing aura. Then he caves and admits he is clueless. To be honest, he has never dated anyone either. She asks why. He points to his own face and says the answer is obvious. He radiates boring energy. Silence stretches between them for a few seconds. Chan looks away, just wanting her to leave so he can stop dying of embarrassment. But a moment later, the succubus whips out a notepad and pen ready to take notes on everything he says. She flips the notebook open and announces she is going to conduct a little interview with Chan. She promises everything is strictly confidential and begs him to just answer the questions. Chan feels like the worst candidate for this. He is 29 and his dating life is a barren wasteland. Still, he tries to flip the script, asking why she doesn't just go get a boyfriend instead of interviewing random clerks. He admits it is awkward to say, but suggests she could just go meet someone since she has never lived that life. The succubus replies she had chances but always bailed out of fear. She buried herself in books to get into this top-tier company. In all her reading, she learned love is supposed to be magical, but nobody can explain the mechanics of it. Everyone processes these feelings differently, and frankly that terrifies her. She's starting to realize love isn't the fairy tale she pictured in her head. It's a reality check she fears will end in disappointment. Even she sees the irony, a succubus, a creature of desire paralyzed by the fear of actual romance. Chan shuts that doubt down immediately. It's human nature to be scared of what we can't see or grasp. Emotions are messy enough on their own. And love, that's the final boss of complexity. He suggests that since her entire existence revolves around romance, maybe she needs to stop taking it so seriously. She asks what he means by lightly. He explains that she's putting love on this massive pedestal, treating it like an impossible goal, but maybe it's not that deep. Even though Chan has zero dating experience, he brings up a married buddy of his. When that friend first started seeing someone, it was electric, new, thrilling, full of nervous energy. But the moment the wedding ring went on, the vibe shifted to arguments, constant conflict and drama. The friend even admitted he sometimes misses his single life, simply because the dynamic completely flipped. The succubus wonders if maybe the friend and his wife just weren't compatible. Chan nods, figuring his friend just misses that honeymoon phase when everything felt fresh. He adds that watching people has taught him one thing: love is a shapeshifter. It adapts to the situation. If love were some solid, unmovable rock, it wouldn't fluctuate so wildly. In his eyes, love is just a cocktail of mixed emotions blended together. That's why he thinks she needs to chill out and approach it calmly. But then he drops a warning: love can be hazardous. She asks for the details. He breaks it down into at least two toxic scenarios. First is the unrequited kind, where one person falls deep and the other feels absolutely nothing. The second is obsession, people developing intense fixations on someone who doesn't even know they exist. He clarifies that the real danger isn't for the target of these feelings, but for the person loving alone, because they're the ones setting themselves up to get wrecked. To him, love has many forms, but the only valid one is mutual. If it's not a two-way street, it shouldn't even be called love. He tells her to watch out for that trap. The whole time she's taking notes like a diligent student. She sighs, admitting she probably couldn't handle a relationship anyway because she's kind of a frustrating person to deal with. Chan shakes his head. She's got magnetism. Sure, she's intense and direct, but he bets if she asked a guy out, nobody would be turning her down. He suddenly freezes, realizing he just hit on a client and backpedals, formally calling her a customer again. She laughs it off, saying she's not offended. Actually, the irony is hilarious. Receiving love tips from a guy who has been single since birth. That comment stings Chan's ego just a little, but he plays it cool, asking if she needs to get to her job. She checks the clock, her bus is seconds away. Before bouncing, she genuinely thanks him for the therapy session. Chan just hopes he actually made a difference. Then he hands over that chocolate bar he got from the previous customer. He calls it a mood lifter, hoping a sugar rush will make her day less chaotic. She takes it grateful. As she heads out, he casually mentions she's welcome back anytime, if she ever wants to chat again. Later, when the manager rolls in the next morning, she asks if he seriously told the succubus she could return. She warns him to be careful, some species can spiral into obsession real fast. Chan asks if it's really that deep. The manager confirms it's serious. He could end up in a nightmare scenario if he doesn't keep his guard up. She tells him to stay sharp next time. The manager also notes that the little dragon is a no-show today. Chan figures she's still grinding away on that gift for her mom. Suddenly, crash. A cyclist right outside the store wipes out hard on the pavement. The sound of metal slamming concrete is loud, and they rush out to investigate. The manager is instantly panicked, checking if the rider is alive. As they get close, they realize the victim is actually a robot. She asks if the mechanic is damaged, but he insists he's operational and thanks her for the concern. Still, the manager presses him, saying that impact sounded brutal, asking again if he's truly okay. The robot apologizes for the noise pollution and appreciates the assist. The manager asks what caused the wreck, and the robot explains his pedals just locked up out of nowhere. That's when Chan's mechanic brain kicks in. He spots the issue instantly, the chain derailed. The manager and the robot are standing there confused, totally lost. Chan explains the gears likely chewed up the chain, jamming the pedal and causing the flip. He crouches down, snaps the chain back onto the track, aligns the gears like a pro, and announces it's fixed. The manager and the robot stare at him, stunned by the speed. She calls it impressive, while the robot is overflowing with gratitude. The manager smirks, noting he's actually got some serious talent. Blushing, Chan shrugs it off, muttering that fixing things is just what he does. Turns out the bot was a cycling pro in its past life. Overflowing with gratitude, the machine slips Chan a business card. If you ever need a hand, hit me up. It's on the house. The guy is a specialist in exterminating beasts, top-tier service guaranteed. Chan tries to pass, saying he's good, but the robot pushes the offer one last time before waving and zooming off into the distance. The manager calls out ride safe, then drops a truth bomb on Chan. Go home and sleep. Tomorrow is going to be a war zone, because it is Friday. If he doesn't recharge, the shift will literally kill him. Chan realizes she's not joking. Friday is doomsday. For anyone trapped in retail hell, it is the one day everyone decides to blow off steam from the work week. And by blow off steam, I mean get absolutely wasted. The store transforms into a chaotic zoo, and the customers turn into total wild cards. We're talking a guy casually chugging soju on the floor while munching chips, another dude channeling his inner Elvis Presley at max volume, and even someone with massive wings busting moves in the aisle. Chan stands dead-eyed behind the register, watching the madness and questioning every life choice that led to this job. He steps up, confiscating the booze and snacks. Listen, I get the vibe, but you gotta pay before you play. Surprisingly, the crowd actually listens. They mumble apologies, and the energy in the room settles down, until chaos strikes again. A harpy suddenly launchpads herself directly onto Chan, catching him completely off guard. The onlookers gasp as he barely manages to catch her. She's raving about finally transforming into a swan, totally disconnected from reality. Chan holds her gently like handling a bomb and explains, "Yeah, you can't do that here." Suddenly, crash. A deafening noise rocks the store. A massive minotaur just bulldozed his way inside, shattering the glass door into a million pieces. A chunk of the frame is literally skewered on his horn, and the beast looks dazed, trying to figure out what dimension he's in. Chan surveys the wreckage. The minotaur grunts, what did I hit?" Chan thinks, "Just the entire front of the shop, buddy." Later, the manager calls to check if Chan still has a pulse. He practically begs for backup, but she shuts it down. She can barely stand up herself. Her day was a total nightmare with some freakish customers. She vents about a goblin trying to split a bill across like 10 different credit cards, causing a mile-long line and sparking a brawl among the customers waiting behind him. She makes it clear she is completely burnt out. Chan realizes she's in the same sinking boat and accepts his fate. He is soloing the rest of this shift. Hearing the fatigue in his voice, she asks, "Hey, you holding up okay?" Chan stares at his masterpiece, a cardboard patch taped over the gaping hole in the entrance, and goes silent. "Did something happen?" she asks. He confesses, a minotaur walked through the door but quickly adds, "I'm totally fine though. No scratches, just broken glass." He mentions he snagged the minotaur's contact info, and the beast promised to foot the bill for repairs. For now, it's DIY time. Silence falls over the line again. Chan braces for the scream, imagining steam coming out of her ears. The quiet is making him sweat. Is she in shock? Finally, she speaks up. She's got a special item that can help him survive shifts like this. She's been brainstorming it for a while and promises to get everything prepped for him as soon as possible. Chan tries to play the hero and decline, but she cuts him off. "Listen, every species in this world has magic specs. Some are weak, some are nukes. Everyone reacts to magic differently. On top of that, biology plays a huge role. Take elves, they have infinite youth and live practically forever. Succubi, they are master manipulators. Every species has their own cheat code. She lays it out straight. Chan is a squishy human living on a very dangerous server. This world is nothing like where he came from. Thankfully, he has an anti-magic build. If he can master that, he might survive. But here's the catch, that resistance won't stop raw extreme power. That is why she is crafting this tool. It is for his own safety. Chan feels a little sheepish, but he caves. All right, I'm counting on you. She promises to hustle on it, but tells him to keep grinding for now. Chan already knew she was cool, but this hits different. She actually gives a damn about her part-timer. He finds himself thinking, I should treat her to dinner as a thank you. Just then, the door chime rings. A customer needs smokes from behind the counter. He asks for a quick favor too. As Chan rings him up, he spots a gnarly visible scar on the guy's face, and the words just slip out. Whoa, that scar. He freezes, apologizing profusely. The man just shrugs. It's all good. Scars like that were rare these days, each one telling a brutal story. You couldn't blame a guy for staring. The customer was a kobold, but not your average grunt. He had veteran written all over him with an ear shredded like something tried to rip it clean off. Yet his vibe was total zen. He flashed a gentle smile and asked if he could crash there for a minute. Chan nodded, realizing this was the first genuinely chill customer he'd seen all night. The kobold stepped aside, eyes glued to his phone. Chan sized him up. Sharp suit, late night. Guy definitely had places to be. Maybe some high-powered corporate gig. Taking a shot in the dark, Chan asked, checking the stocks. The guy just shook his head. Actually, I'm on the clock. He explained he was a driver, but not for Uber. Think high-end private chauffeur. Outside, the streets were gridlocked. A total nightmare. Chan frowned at the traffic, then glanced back at his guest. The guy was scrolling through his app like he was meditating. Unbothered. The store felt weirdly peaceful too. Zero foot traffic. For the first time, Chan wasn't hating his shift. He was actually kind of enjoying the quiet. Suddenly, the kobold slid his phone over, pointing at a map. Hey, you recognize this spot? Chan shrugged. Sorry, I'm pretty new to this neighborhood. The guy nodded, polite as ever. Thanks anyway. He admitted he was flying blind in this area too, then switched topics. So how's the job treating you so far? It was fine, Chan sighed. Until yesterday, when a minotaur decided to smash my glass door to pieces. Ah, that explains the DIY entrance, the kobold chuckled. I was wondering what happened there. Crash. A deafening boom shattered the conversation. That wasn't thunder, that was metal crunching metal. Outside, it was carnage. A fender bender involving a kobold driver and two massive orcs. The orcs were already at each other's throats, screaming about who bought their license from a cereal box. Meanwhile, the poor kobold driver looked like he was about to pass out from fear. A crowd gathered, instantly drama magnets. Chan and his guest watched the chaos through the window. This wasn't just a shouting match anymore. The orcs hit the pavement, trading haymakers before one locked the other in a brutal submission hold. Passers-by just rolled their eyes. Classic orcs, they muttered like they were seeing a pigeon, not a street brawl. Chan blinked. Is this normal here? This world was built different. The mysterious chauffeur spoke up. Bad for business, isn't it? Scaring off the regulars. Chan nodded grimly. Not much I can do, though. The brawl was getting ugly. Suddenly, the chauffeur adjusted his jacket and stepped out the door. He strolled right up to the hulking beasts. Love the energy, boys, but let's wrap this up. You're blocking traffic. The orcs glared at the intruder. Beat it, old wolf. Mind your own business before you get hurt. Big mistake. The old wolf didn't flinch. He channeled pure power into his fist and unleashed a single, precise jab. Boom. Lights out. The massive orc dropped like a sack of potatoes. Phones whipped out instantly. Everyone was live streaming this beatdown. The chat must have been going crazy because the crowd was stunned silent. The second orc stared at his buddy bewildered. You got knocked out by one punch. Seriously. Roaring, he charged. But the chauffeur was a ghost. He sidestepped the tackle, effortlessly spinning into position. And wham! A roundhouse kick to the neck sent the second orc crashing down. Dusting off his suit, the chauffeur smirked. Much better. He waved over the trembling kobold driver involved in the crash. Hey kid, come here. Coast is clear. Call the cops and your insurance. The driver looked at him like he was a superhero. Thank you. Back at the store, Chan couldn't help himself. Okay, who are you, and what are you? Because you're definitely not just a chauffeur. I'm a werewolf, the man grinned. Hard to tell without a full moon, I know. As for his past, I've worn a lot of hats. Let's just say I'm enjoying a quiet semi-retirement now. Chan was starstruck. The scars, the stance, the instant KO. This guy was a certified legend, living in stealth mode. The werewolf thanked Chan for the hospitality and turned to leave. Wait, Chan called out. You got a card. We get a lot of drunks here who need rides, Chan explained. Plus, I might need a pro driver myself someday. The werewolf chuckled, clearly flattered, and handed over a sleek business card. Quiet returned to the store. Chan studied the card. No glowing runes, no dark magic, just high-quality cardstock. Just like that vampire customer from before, this guy felt legit. No scams, just vibes. A solid ally. Suddenly, the door chime rang again. In walked a dude in Crocs, dragging a small dog along. Chan sighed, stepping forward. "Sorry, sir, no pets allowed inside." The man just looked at him. The pufferfish man swore his little baby was an angel, 0 messes guaranteed. He claimed it was just a quick in-and-out mission. He promised the mutt was the silent type, no barking, total chill. Said he'd just grab his stash and bounce instantly. Chan wasn't feeling it, but he caved. "Fine, make it quick, just while you browse the shelves." Suddenly Chan's phone buzzed. It was the manager checking in on his gear loadout. "You need anything specific for the job?" Chan paused, brain buffering for a second. Then he hit back. "I need a massive floor squeegee." The manager was definitely thrown off, but she rolled with the weird request. "Anything else?" Chan texted back. "Surprise me. You pick," adding that he'd appreciate whatever she prepped. Just then, Fishface waddled up to the register, arms loaded with beer, and demanded a pack of smokes too. Chan swiped the card. Beep. Declined. "Maxed out, buddy." The pufferfish started sweating bullets. "This sucks," he whined. "No backup card on him. Can I wire the cash?" Then came the second strike. He forgot his phone too. 0 options left, the pufferfish realized. He had to leave his baby as collateral and run home for the card. "Watch him for me, yeah," he pleaded. Chan was totally baffled by this mess. The pufferfish insisted, "He's harmless, doesn't bite. I'll speedrun this, I swear." Dazed Chan mumbled, "Just hurry." But the dude casually strolled out, 0 urgency. Chan stared, jaw on the floor, thinking, did this guy really just dump his dog on a stranger? He looked at the pup and started scratching his ears. Rough life, huh, buddy? With an owner like that, if you could talk, you'd probably have a ton of complaints. Suddenly, the dog opened his mouth. "I actually do have a few things to say," the dog deadpanned. "Just wasn't sure if I should say 'em out loud." Chan freaked out and stumbled back, nearly hitting the floor. The pooch tilted his head. "Is it cool if I talk to you?" Chan's brain fried. You can talk," the dog blinked. "Yeah? Is that an issue?" Chan stammered. "Why didn't you say anything to your owner? You could have stopped this whole mess." The dog sighed. "I normally keep my mouth shut around him. He hates my voice, says it's too high-pitched. He actually threatened to surgically remove my vocal cords if I ever spoke again." Chan felt a wave of rage. This owner was trash. "What's your name? How old are you?" Leaning into the head scratches, he replied, "I'm Puppy, 2 years old." Chan frowned. "You act way older than 2. "My breed grows up fast," Puppy explained. "In dog years, I'm basically a full-grown adult." Chan admitted he was clueless about dog biology, but his curiosity was piquing. He asked, "Have you ever met another dog who can chat?" Puppy shook his head. "Nope, never. Other dogs just bark and wag their tails. I've never found anyone else who can hold a conversation like this. Sometimes I wonder if they can talk, but they're terrified of losing their voices like me, so they stay silent." Puppy looked up with sad eyes. "Am I weird?" Chan hesitated. "I mean, I don't know much about dogs, but usually humans are obsessed with dogs. Some people even take them on flights for vacation." Puppy's eyes lit up. "I'd love to do that." Chan got serious. "Does your owner treat you like an object often?" Puppy looked away. "I don't really want to talk about it. Just thinking about it drains me. He fights with his wife constantly because of me. And when he gets wasted, he gets weird, aggressive. But hey, he feeds me and gives me a bed. So I just deal with it. I've thought about running away though." Chan offered an idea. "Why not try talking to him?" Puppy panicked immediately. "What about my vocal cords?" "He only threatened you because he didn't know you could actually communicate," Chan reasoned. "Though honestly, your owner seems like a total hothead. But running away, that makes life way harder. Being a stray is extremely dangerous. Your best bet might be trying to reason with him." Puppy nodded slowly. "That makes sense. I can try." Chan checked the clock. He said he'd be back in 10 minutes, but it's been way longer. Puppy shrugged. "I've waited hours for him before." Chan realized this poor dog had been through hell. Before they could finish, Puppy looked up. "One last question. What is neutering?" Chan froze his brain, screeching to a halt. "I heard him discussing it with his wife," Puppy explained innocently. "I need to know what it means and why I have to do it." Chan took a massive breath. He stood up, grabbed a pen and paper, and slammed them on the counter. "Okay, lesson time." Chan breaks out the sketch pad, telling Puppy to chill while he visualizes the upcoming lecture. See, in this era of obsessed pet parents, the big snip has become a major lifestyle choice. It stops tumors, blocks cancer, and for the ladies, it slashes the risk of breast and ovarian issues. That's why responsible owners usually sign up desperate to keep their fur babies healthy forever. But it's not a hard rule. Not every pet needs to go under the knife to live a good life. Some owners vibe with the idea of a massive puppy pile building one big, chaotic, happy family. That choice is valid too, usually fueled by pure, unadulterated love for their animals. Most owners get stuck in analysis paralysis to snip or to find a doggy date. Chan starts spiraling, imagining a world where dogs actually understand the stakes and could vote. In that scenario, the dog's verdict is crystal clear: absolute refusal. He'd rather face the Reaper than lose his family jewels. He starts panicking. Was it the stolen snacks? Did he pee on the bed? But no, he realizes this isn't karma coming for him. Puppy is shaking now. He swears he won't let anyone take his manhood, turning the question on Chan. Would you do it? Chan freezes, admitting, nope. He totally gets the dog's terror. Nobody wants to go through that nightmare. It's a fundamental horror, especially tragic if you've never even met a partner. His dream ended before it even started. Chan realizes his diagrams were too high def. Puppy is spiraling into absolute despair. He tries to de-escalate. Puppy takes a deep breath, apologizing for losing his cool. But the fear lingers. Chan suggests a pivot now that Puppy knows the harsh truth. Maybe he can act out his refusal. Maybe the owner will actually pick up on the vibe. Puppy drops a truth bomb. He's never felt the love in this household. Not once since birth. It's time to prioritize himself. He's cutting the cord. He thanks Chan for the wake-up call. Chan tries to pump the brakes, suggesting a chat, but Puppy shuts it down immediately. Chan warns him. The streets are brutal compared to the comfort of a home. Puppy doesn't flinch. He'd rather freeze outside than suffer inside that house, especially if it means losing his peanuts. Freedom is worth the risk. Chan nods. It makes sense. Puppy offers one last gratitude and asks for the symbol of his captivity to be removed. The collar clicks off. Freedom, he breathes. Chan asks if there's anything else he needs. One last thing, Puppy says. Help me face him. He wants proper closure before he dips. It wasn't a perfect bond, but it was a bond. It deserves a respectful farewell. Byaku returns stunned to see his dog naked, collar gone, looking different. What's going on? Chan steps back. He has something to tell you. Byaku is totally lost. Puppy steps up. Don't answer, he signals. My mind is made up. But he asks one burning question. Did you go for your wallet or to book the vet? Byaku's face says it all. Puppy nods loud and clear. He got his answer. He thanks the guy for that split second of honesty. Now he's going solo. At the door, he asks Chan, can I visit? Chan smiles. Anytime, little buddy. Puppy blesses the shop and walks out. Byaku starts shaking uncontrollably. The reality hits. He breaks down, sobbing, screaming Puppy's name in the street. Later, Chan tosses the trash bags, noting the silence. The drama has finally cleared. He thinks about the owner chasing the dog. Maybe the guilt was real. Maybe the love was actually there. A sneeze breaks his thoughts. He looks down. It's the little dragon, waving hello. Chan shifts modes. He grabs a cup, fills it, and hunts down the stash he needs. He offers the meds to the dragon. Take this drink up, he bribes her. Do it right and you get chocolate. But the dragon pouts. She is absolutely not having it. Suddenly, her nose turns into a leaky faucet, making it painfully obvious she's fighting off a nasty bug. She mumbles about being too broke for meds, but Chan watches her scramble for reasons and realizes this kid is the queen of flimsy excuses. He hits her with a harsh reality check. Swallow the bitter pills now, or face the dreaded needle later. Faced with the horror of a shot, the little dragon caves instantly and downs the medicine without a fight. As she's gulping it down, Chan presses her on why she ghosted him last Friday instead of working on her mom's present. She drops the scheduled piano lessons every Friday morning, non-negotiable. Chan's actually impressed. The kid's got serious hustle for her age. But here's the kicker. She's refusing to work on the gift today too, claiming she feels way too lousy to focus. Her biggest fear, sneezing on the paper and accidentally torching her masterpiece with a burst of dragon fire. Turns out, she only popped in to say, hey. The little dragon eyes the shelves, noting that convenience stores are like paradise, but her wallet is looking tragic. She's on a strict budget. When Chan asks for her target number, she reveals the grand plan, saving up 2001. Her allowance is a measly 500 a day. Chan crunches the numbers and realizes the clock is ticking. Mother's Day is right around the corner. But this kid started grinding way in advance. It hits Chan hard. She's genuinely stressed about getting this gift right. That settles it. No way is he letting this kid blow her savings in his store. He hatches a plan to let her craft the gift for free without bruising her pride. Step 1. He snatches up 2 lollipops. Time for a little gamification. Chan tells her she crushed it by taking her meds, so she's unlocked a sweet reward. He casually asks what she's holding, and she reveals her entire net worth, exactly 501. Chan pulls a fast one, claiming those 2 lollipops just happened to cost 501, spinning a tale about the store's secret value menu. Now she knows she can afford to shop there whenever. The little dragon buys the lie and grabs the loot. But then she freezes, staring at the candy. Chan starts sweating, asking if he picked the wrong flavor or if she's craving something else. Suddenly she asks which one he likes. Chan tries to brush it off, telling her to keep her stash, it's all for her. But she hits him with some heavy mom wisdom: eating too much sugar is a one-way ticket to diabetes. Chan chuckles internally. Back in the day, it was cavities. Now kids worry about blood sugar. Still, she insists that sharing makes everything taste better. Chan realizes he's checkmated. You can't say no to a face like that. He caves and swaps flavors with her, though he can't shake the feeling that he's literally taking candy from a baby. He wonders if this is a Gen Alpha thing or if she's special. Back in his day, a kid this innocent was a rare breed. Then it clicks, the manager mentioned that young dragons are incredibly pure, which actually puts a target on their backs. Their innocence makes them vulnerable. But looking at her, Chan knows she's not just nice, she's sharp. She's got street smarts. She's not about to let some villain play her for a fool. Out of nowhere, the dragon girl hits him with a question. Does he live local? Chan nods. Yeah, his crib is just a 3-minute walk away. She is hyped about the proximity, so he asks if she is a local too. Nope, she shakes her head. She has to ride the subway to get here. When he asks why she hangs around this spot, she points out her school is just around the corner. Plus, her squad lives in the area and her mom's office is close. Chan glances at her gear and asks if she cycled over today. She confirms with a nod. They step out of the shop and she gestures toward a massive skyscraper, dropping the info that her mom works right there. Chan whistles that is a huge corporate tower and asks if she digs her mom's job. The little dragon beams. She absolutely loves it, especially now. Since Chan lives nearby, she figures she can catch him more often. You can practically see the hearts in her eyes. Chan chuckles softly, but decides to keep it real. He is not planning on staying at this convenience store forever. That reality check hits her hard. Her shoulders slump, looking like her little daydream just got smashed to pieces. Chan reflects on the grind. Sure, the job offers rare XP. He has handled every magical species in the book, and even dished out dating tips to a literal succubus. But let's be real, he cannot stay stuck in a convenience store for the rest of his life. Still, he starts wondering if he was too blunt and accidentally broke her spirit. He reaches out, gently patting the little dragon's head. Don't stress, he reassures her, promising he will be around for quite a while longer and is not bouncing anytime soon. He adds that if she ever needs backup, she can always come talk to him. Then, he switches to protective mode. Do not get too close to strangers. It is dangerous. He explains that random adults might be up to no good. He is genuinely looking out for her safety, but the little dragon just gets playful. She reminds him that he helped pick out that Mother's Day gift and even patched her up with medicine in her book that certifies him as a good adult, maybe even a great one. Later on, the manager finally pulls up to the store. The second she steps inside, she clocks the shattered door and remarks that Chan must have battled through a chaotic shift. She decides to reveal a little surprise she prepped, specifically for him. It is a brand new artifact, a fully loaded smartphone she personally built at home. She explains that she already handled the paperwork to register the device, but it is obvious she pulled an all-nighter to finish it. Despite the exhaustion, the manager starts breaking down the phone's features. It has got a magical defense app and a very specific tool designed to fix that broken door. It functions like a camera, but snapping a pic actually rewinds time to the recorded state. Chan nods, thinking he gets the concept, so the manager tells him to give it a test run. He launches the app carefully, aiming the lens at the shattered glass, and asks if he just hits the shutter. The manager warns him, stay completely frozen. While the magic engages or the whole thing glitches, Chan locks his stance, keeps the phone steady and taps the button. As the rewind function activates, reality starts replaying right in front of him, like a DVR recording. It is not just a video. The actual physical scene starts reversing, scrolling back until they hit the timestamp where the door was perfectly whole. Chan is floored. It feels like reality was captured in high definition. The manager says he just needs to hit one more button to finalize the restore. He hits play, and raw magic erupts before them. A glowing arcane circle materializes in midair and starts stitching the glass door back together. Shards align perfectly, dragged into place by an invisible force. In seconds, the door is pristine, like the break-in never even happened. Chan is left speechless. The manager scans the result and confirms everything looks solid. Still processing, Chan asks if this magic has side effects. He points out that, during the rewind, he saw customers in the background, and he is worried the spell might mess with people, maybe even rewriting their memories. The manager shuts that down fast, explaining that this magic does not touch living things. According to her, a spell that could hack that many minds at once is way too complex and has not been invented yet. Chan lets out a huge sigh of relief. The manager notes that high-level mages are researching it, but nobody has cracked the code yet, so he can use the app without stress. Chan thanks her, looking a bit shy, and asks if he can seriously keep the phone. She says yes, obviously. She spent the entire night building the thing. She explains that normally wielding a device this powerful requires registering with the magical department and wading through a swamp of bureaucracy. Is this thing standard issue? Chan asks, eyeing the sleek device. The manager shakes her head. Nope, this bad boy is packing a custom magic core. Think of it like an app store for spells. You can download magical formulas instantly, but these files are massive data hogs. and need a rock-solid Wi-Fi signal. Chan's impressed. Where did you even find a piece of tech like this? She shrugs it off. Got it from an old contact ages ago. Honestly, I tossed it in a drawer and totally forgot about it. Decided to mod it out before handing it over. She pauses. Any other questions? Chan hesitates, then drops a curveball. Do dogs in this world talk? He spills the tea on Byaku. The manager listens intently. Sounds like you're describing a familiar. If a familiar is a beast with superpowers, Chan nods, then yeah, absolutely. The manager leans in to drop some lore. Same rules apply here as your world. Any critter rocking supernatural abilities gets slapped with the familiar label. Doesn't matter what their power is. Some are basically geniuses, fully comprehending every word we say, and can even hold a conversation. But finding one that naturally speaks our language, that's SSR tier rarity. It's not just about brains though. Some wield their magic on pure instinct, she explains, gesturing vaguely, like it's just another limb. She pauses, processing Chan's story about the dog. He'll be back, she assures him, but her expression darkens. There's a catch. High rarity means high risk. They're walking gold mines. If he has unique skills, poachers would snatch him up. We're talking a 1 billion credit price tag on the black market. Chan winces, picturing Byaku regretting his life choices. Meanwhile, the manager is already spiraling about potential kidnapping scenarios. Down the line. If I get any intel, Chan promises cutting through the tension, you'll be the first to know. Keep me posted. She signs off. Night, Chan. Cut to later. Chan is back on the grind, zoning out at the glass doors while a torrential downpour hammers the pavement. Ugh, rainy days are the absolute worst. Wet shoes, mud trails, infinite cleaning loop. He just knows he's going to be mopping the same spot for the next 4 hours. Buzz. His new phone lights up. It's a text from the boss lady. For your information, installed a universal translator app for you. She adds a pic, cold beer, and a massive seafood platter. Living my best life right now. Chan smirks, feeling a tiny stab of jealousy. But honestly, she's the G-O-A-T. She literally pulled an all-nighter, just to hook up a lowly part-timer with flagship tech. He starts mental shopping. What can he even afford to get her as a thank you? When that first paycheck hits, suddenly, hey, umbrella stand. Where is it? A customer snaps him out of it, demanding to know why he's daydreaming. It's a kobold, but the guy looks exactly like an angry chihuahua, barking that he won't step one paw inside until Chan brings the bucket to him. Once inside, he points a claw at a random bottle. Is this any good? No idea, Chan admits. The chihuahua's eye twitches. The vibe instantly shifts to hostile. Serenity now. Serenity now. Chan takes a breath and pivots to sales mode. It's actually part of a BOGO deal. Buy one, get one free. I don't need two, the kobold snaps. It's free though, Chan pushes. Literally zero downside. Then the customer gets an idea. Fine. You drink the spare, the chihuahua sneers. Can't, Chan shuts it down. Store policy. No drinking on the clock. Realizing it's booze, not soda, Chan doubles down. Definitely not happening. The chihuahua tilts his head. You never drink here. I work here. Why would I? Chan counters. The kobold sighs, his anger deflating into misery. I do. My boss rides me 24/7, even weekends. Only way to survive this grind is to stay buzzed. He wanders off. Later. Whoosh. Yoon-ha swoops down from the sky, drifting her Pegasus like a sports car. She parks the beast outside. Stay. She bursts in all sunshine and energy. Visiting my bro. How's the shift? She stops catching his 1,000-yard stare. Chan's locked onto a lonely beer, can the chihuahua left on the counter. Yoon-ha raises an eyebrow. Hitting the sauce on duty. No, Chan sighs. Customer left it. Just lost in thought. I'm actually worried about the guy. Drinking at work, that's a one-way ticket to getting fired. Yoon-ha looks at him amused. You're too good for this place, she grins. Worrying about random strangers, I used to work this counter, you know. Didn't last long. Total disaster. But I learned one crucial lesson. People are insane. Screaming, cursing, absolute chaos. She shudders, remembering a specific incident, where an orc tried to return an empty cookie wrapper, claiming they gave him a tummy ache after he ate the whole bag. I saw red. I was about 2 seconds away from throwing hands. She laughs. If Sis hadn't stepped in, that orc would have been pavement. This job was nothing but migraines, so I bailed. I feel that in my soul, Chan nods. But wait, no delivery scheduled today. Why are you here? Yoon-ha drops a bomb. She needs a massive favor. But when she unveils the why, Chan's jaw hits the floor. She is clutching a literal beating heart in her hands. She presents the demonic core like a prize and asks him to give it a squeeze. Chan recoils instantly. Hard pass. No way. Yoon-ha insists it's already been scrubbed clean and purified, but Chan shakes his head. I don't care if it's safe, sis. I am not touching that slimy nightmare. Yoon-ha pivots to lecture mode, explaining that these demons are nasty critters that crawl out of dimensional portals. That gross lump, it's their engine, a concentrated battery of pure magic so high octane it can actually be used as fuel. She drops another breadcrumb. This is connected to a delivery their sister ordered. Chan raises an eyebrow. The manager put in this request. Not exactly. Yoonha brings up the dragon scale incident from before. This time, the manager wants a full-blown taxidermy demon, and perfection is non-negotiable. Yoonha doesn't trust the shady crew who handled the initial scrub down. Their work was sloppy at best. That is where Chan comes in. She is betting the core will react to his touch, just like the dragon scale did. It is all about his unique zero magic constitution. Chan sighs, locking eyes with the pulsating organ. He caves. 1 second. That is it. But the nanosecond his fingertip grazes the surface. Total catastrophe. Boom. The shop vanishes under a heavy suffocating smog. It smells like rotting eggs mixed with burnt tires spreading fast. They scramble for the exit, lungs burning, coughing up a storm. Once they hit fresh air, Chan glares. Safe, huh? You said it was safe. Amidst the chaos, Yoonha slams into something and snaps. Does this vendor think our business is a joke? Eyes blazing, she vows to end them. I will be right back. She stomps off to declare war. She needs to scream at customer service right now. As she disappears around the corner to make the call, Chan shudders. She is absolutely livid. Can you blame her? It is a disaster. The shop reek's visibility is zero, and they can't exactly welcome clients into a toxic gas chamber. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the haze. Why is there an exposed demonic core indoors? Chan freezes. He knows that sound. It is the robot who wiped out on his bike the other day. The bot nods, grateful. Affirmative. Thank you for remembering me. He scans the toxic cloud with glowing eyes. Sensors detect the distinct stench of a demonic core undergoing purification. Is this your line of work? He asks. Chan shrugs sort of, but gestures to the mess. Look, we are closed. I can't help you like this. You had better try somewhere else. Meanwhile, in the background, Yoonha is unleashing hell on the phone line. She is screaming for a refund, threatening to scorch the earth and sue them into oblivion if they don't fix this mess. She slams the phone down. I will handle it myself. Crack. Her fist meets the wall, leaving a spiderweb fracture in the concrete. She exhales, forcing the rage down. You good? Chan asks, cautiously. Yoonha winces. Sorry, I lost my cool. They promised a premium job but gave them garbage. Chan shakes his head. That company screams black market scam. Okay, but how do we kill this stench? Chan asks, pinching his nose. And the smoke. Yoonha checks her watch. It is the weekend. Professional cleaners are all booked solid. The robot, who has been silently processing the drama, steps up. Allow me to intervene. I can resolve this situation immediately. He explains his logic. I calculated a high probability of owing you a favor after the bicycle incident. I wish to balance the ledger. Crisis management is my specialty. Please stand back. Chan and Yoonha hang back as the metal savior marches into the smog. Is he a regular? Yoonha whispers. Nope, Chan says. Just a guy we scraped off the pavement when he crashed out front. Inside the fog, the robot gets to work. His ocular sensors flash rapidly, decoding the core's instability. He scoops up the pulsating heart like it is a feather. Chan watches impressed. He definitely knows his way around monsters. Yoonha nods. That explains the swagger. Robots built for this stuff do not make mistakes. Zap. The robot blasts pure voltage directly into the core. The whole shop flickers like a strobe light as lightning arcs from the heart. Chan and Yoonha shield their eyes from the blinding flash. Seconds later, the light dies down and the robot strides out. Process complete. 100% purification achieved. Yoonha's jaw drops. Incredible. Chan blinks. You good man. That was a crazy amount of juice. The robot adjusts his tie. Systems nominal. Standard operating procedure. Chan points at the object. Is it supposed to turn that weird color? The robot nods. Affirmative. That hue indicates total purification. He turns to Yoonha. Suggestion. Terminate your contract with the previous vendor immediately. My diagnostics reveal their work was only 80% effective. Had I not intervened, the core would have detonated within minutes. Sloppy work like that is the signature of illegal chop shops with zero safety protocols. All that just to save a quick buck. Yoonha is absolutely fuming. She swears she's going to hunt down the cheapskates responsible for this mess. The robot nods solemnly. He knows that struggle all too well. Chan asks what's eating him. The mech sighs. Business is tanking hard. Demand has hit zero. His factory hasn't seen a single client in over a month. The guy is down bad. Chan cuts in with a grin. No need to panic. Yoonha is already scouting him as her newest partner. Yoonha confirms it. There is a mountain of work waiting. Contract, she asks. The robot doesn't even hesitate. Done. He is beyond hyped for the shot. Yoonha points to her ride Pegasus and tells him to hop on. But before they peel out, the robot pauses. He has one burning question. How exactly did you purify the shop earlier? He scanned the place. No gear, no tech. The math doesn't add up. Chan freezes. He can't exactly leak his anti-magic condition. Before the bot pushes further, Yoonha snaps. It's a trade secret. She shuts it down cold. Classified info. Don't ask again. With that, they zoom off. Chan is left behind to patch up the wall. Yunha smashed. Just another chaotic day. As he works, he realizes peace is a myth around here. Ding. A text lights up his screen. It's Yunha. She snagged his number from the boss. She's blowing up his phone with gratitude, raving about his anti-magic hacks. Chan stares at the message. Is she really just a courier? She talks about monsters like they're groceries. She's a tank, clearly combat trained. Ordinary civilian, no way. He starts wondering if every delivery driver in this dimension is secretly an S-rank hunter. Whatever. Problem for another day. Finally, the stench clears. Chan steps outside for some fresh air and spots a silhouette nearby. You good? He calls out. The figure turns, and he blinks. Bet you didn't expect to see me, she mumbles, apologizing for crashing his shift. It's the succubus, but she's decked out. Total makeover. She's stammering, sorry for the jump scare. The story, a work mixer at a club went south. Her crew ghosted her, vanishing into the crowd. Left her completely solo. Chan tilts his head. She looks different. Is this that glow-up thing people talk about? He asks the obvious. Why show up here? Why not just party solo at the club? Or at least check out the scene? She sighs. It was her first club run, and she didn't even want to go. Her seniors practically dragged her there, kicking and screaming. She just wanted a chill night with friends. Instead, abandoned on the dance floor. Once they got inside, the seniors pulled a disappearing act. She was stranded. To make it worse, some octopus guy started getting handsy while her friends lived it up nearby. Then a swarm of guys closed in. Total nightmare fuel. She was mortified. Chan winces. That sounds rough. No warning from the vets, he asks. She shrugs, vague tips, nothing useful. Chan nods. He knows the type. Friends who thrive on chaos and forget the briefing. Next time he suggests maybe hit a quiet lounge. Less crowds, less stress. Then she drops the bomb. A senior pushed a dating app on her. She's totally clueless about how it works. Chan grabs her phone. Let me see what we're working with. First rule, you need a killer profile pic. She freezes up, face grim. Relax, Chan laughs. Smile. It's a dating app, not a mugshot. She admits she's terrified of cameras. She thinks her makeup is a mess, and she's not photogenic. Chan cuts through the noise. You're gorgeous. Seriously, chill out. He tells her she's glowing even more than last time. Just smile, it's gonna be fire. She blushes, hard flashes, a shy grin, and click. Perfect shot. Chan coaches her through the bio setup. Let the algorithm do the heavy lifting. She hits the find love button. Ping. A match pops up instantly. An incubus. She shoves the phone at Chan. Thoughts. Chan recoils. The vibe is off. The guy is a walking disaster, drenched in gold, ridiculous metal shades, posing with another woman. And the ink Chan points at a weird tattoo. Is that secret demon code? She nods, beaming. It means true love. Kinda cute, right? Chan just stares, trying not to cringe. Chan doesn't say a word. He just snatches the phone right out of her hand, leaving her totally confused and asking what the deal is. He immediately swipes out of the app and shuts it down. Then he hits her with a serious question. Does that senior who recommended this usually troll her or just secretly hate her guts? The succubus blinks, stunned. She asks how he figured it out before admitting that, yeah, that senior is always messing with her. Every time she got mad, the woman would just laugh and say she looked even cuter when she was angry. She also drops the bomb that one of the seniors at the club that night was actually that same woman. Suddenly, the pieces click into place for Chan. The whole club fiasco, just another cruel prank at her expense. He decides to flip the script. He asks the succubus what kind of guy she's actually into. She looks at him like he has two heads, asking where this is coming from. Chan explains he's just trying to help her scout for a real romantic partner. He tells her that if she actually knows her type, the whole dating game gets a lot easier. The succubus starts picturing her dream guy. Someone who vibes with her feelings. Someone she can get close to and spill her secrets to. A solid listener who would just accept her whole self, no questions asked. Then it hits her like a truck. That person, it's Chan. She freezes, dead silent, hard cut to dawn. Chan is out sweeping the sidewalk, replaying the scene in his head. He can't figure out why the succubus suddenly turned beet red and bolted from the shop. He starts spiraling, wondering if he said something messed up. He figures he probably shouldn't be dishing out dating advice considering he has zero experience in that department. Out of nowhere, the little dragon pops up. Chan notices she brought the paper this time. But right on cue, she trips over her own feet and faceplants. He rushes over to help her up, checking for injuries. A woman walks up, looking super concerned and asks if his daughter is okay. She even pulls out some medicine offering to patch the kid up. Chan pauses, realizing this lady thinks the dragon girl is his actual kid. As the morning rush starts, it becomes a running theme. Everyone keeps saying how cute his daughter is, and how adorable it is that he brings her to work. An old man even chimes in saying, it's heartwarming to see the little girl helping her dad out. Chan realizes the whole neighborhood is convinced she's his daughter. The little dragon even scores a bunch of free snacks from customers. He figures with the age gap, it makes sense people would assume he's the dad. Suddenly, the little dragon starts apologizing. He asks why she thinks she's in the way when he's busy. He crouches down and explains it's actually the total opposite. Her being there is skyrocketing sales. He explains the Monday vibe, everyone walking around like zombies, because of Monday syndrome. Adults are dragging themselves through the start of the week totally drained, but the second they see the little dragon, mood instant lift. He tells her if she throws in a wave and a smile, it'll work even better. She nods, promising to work super hard. Chan thanks her and says he'll stash all the stuff she's holding into a bag. Moments later, a customer stumbles in looking for a hangover cure. Chan says they've got her covered. While she's scanning the shelves, she spots the little dragon, who hits her with the cutest little wave. The customer practically melts on the spot. She says the kid is adorable, and her heart can barely take it. She tells Chan again that he has the cutest daughter ever. After paying, she claims she's already feeling cured, just thanks to the kid. As she leaves, Chan realizes the little girl is genuinely carrying the shop's vibe today. Her effect is wild, so he suggests they start working on the gift for her mom. He asks if she's got the supplies. Later, they spread everything out on the table. Chan suggests doing a background first, maybe a plane or some cool scenery. The little dragon insists on a flower field with a big blue sky. He agrees, telling her to start sketching, and he'll jump in if she gets stuck. Just then, another customer walks in. It's an orange cat. Chan thinks to himself that anyone who owns one knows they are pure chaos. The guy asks where the snacks are, and Chan points him in the right direction. As the cat guy wanders through the shop, Chan thinks the day feels almost too chill. Maybe it's the dragon girl's energy, but everything feels light. Suddenly, the little dragon stiffens, sensing something off. Chan asks what's wrong. She whispers that the cat guy is surrounded by darkness. Chan is confused, asking what she means since the guy is wearing orange and brown. He thinks she's talking about a black shirt, or something literal, but she shakes her head. She says it's not his clothes, it's like his heart is pitch black. Chan narrows his eyes, watching the customer closely, and asks if she means he's a bad person. The little dragon nods. She explains that when that black magic surrounds someone, it means they're about to do something terrible. Chan was shook. How did you even clock that? She just shrugged, saying she watches people a lot. The guy had to admit this kid was built different. Before she spoke up, that customer looked like a total NPC to him. 0 red flags. Then it clicked. The manager said, "Dragons can literally see magic auras. If she says he's sus, he's sus. Stay put," he whispered to the little dragon. Gripping his mop, he slid over near the cat dude, scrubbing the floor like an Oscar-winning janitor while keeping hawk eyes on the target. Chan's brain was racing. This cat was definitely up to no good, probably planning a heist or some cheap hustle. Chan was locked in, ready to introduce the guy's face to the legendary mop of justice at the first sign of trouble. Twist, the cat just strolled to the register and asked to buy the item. Chan paused, totally thrown off. The dude hadn't actually done anything wrong yet. Still, Chan kept his guard up, max level. His imagination went wild. What if the guy pulls a piece and screams this is a robbery? Honestly, he had no exit strategy for that. Then he clocked it. The cat's wallet. It gave off seriously weird vibes. Instinct took over. He snatched the customer's wrist. "Yo, sorry, but I need to see that wallet. Now." The cat started sweating bullets, playing the confused card. "Excuse me," but Chan wasn't folding. He needed a look. That wallet was screaming danger. It reminded him of that magical fake ID the vampire used. Definitely some dark magic at play here. The cat got salty, snapping at him to back off and let go. Chan had to think fast. "Bro, chill, I just love the design. Seriously, where can I cop one of these? Let me see the stitching." The cat wasn't buying it, clutching the wallet tight and threatening to dial 911. "Whoa, relax," Chan tried to de-escalate. "No cops needed, man. I'm just admiring the leather." Suddenly, the little dragon waddled up, hitting him with the puppy dog eyes. "I want to see the cool wallet too, please." The cuteness overload hit the cat like a truck. Distracted by her charm, his grip slipped and the wallet tumbled. Chan didn't hesitate. He lunged and snagged it. That little dragon really came in clutch right there. But the second skin touched leather, it felt wrong, heavy, and vibrating like crazy. It spooked him so bad he almost fumbled it. Boom! The wallet started glowing and inflating like a balloon about to pop. The cat froze, total panic in his eyes. A blinding flash nuked the room. Chan instantly dove, wrapping his arms around the little dragon to shield her from the blast. As the glare faded, the floor was covered in shop merchandise. Finally, the puzzle pieces clicked. This dude was using a magic void wallet to vacuum up the inventory right under their noses. "Don't move," he told the girl. He grabbed the mop of justice and slammed it down with a thunderous crack, inches from the cat's toes. Chan's eyes went cold. "I'll keep this simple. You walk out that door right now. And we forget this happened. You stay, you get the mop." The thief didn't need to be told twice. He bolted. Chan let out a long groan, looking at the disaster zone he now had to clean up. The tiny dragon tugged his sleeve. You okay, Chan? Managed to smile, checking her over. I'm good. You hurt? Nope, all good. Chan breathed a sigh of relief. Seriously, thank you. You saved the day. Without her radar, they would have been cleaned out. But the humble little legend just pointed at him. Nah, you beat the bad guy. Right on cue, the manager materialized. Chan didn't even hear her approach, and jumped a little feeling awkward. She demanded a sit rep. Chan broke down the whole chaotic scene. Wait, all this stuff was inside one wallet. Chan nodded, still baffled. Yeah, but don't ask me how. He must have been stashing it fast. Maybe some kind of teleport trick. Most likely, the manager mused. That wallet is high-tier loot, spatial expansion, and teleportation spells woven in. Lucky for us, the shop's security wards scrambled the magic and forced it to eject everything. But how did you spot him? She pressed. Chan pointed a thumb at his sidekick. All her. She knew. The manager turned to the girl, beaming with pride. You really are special. She went to thank her, but the little dragon zipped behind Chan's legs. The manager looked crushed. She tried to soften her voice. Hey, I'm not scary, I promise. Chan stepped in to smooth things over, telling his boss not to take it personal. Then he checked the clock school time. All right, let's pack up your haul. He gathered her gifts into a bag. And hey, he added, we'll finish that present for your mom next time deal. The dragon nodded, beaming. Chan watched her wave goodbye, the shop finally peaceful. She vanished down the street, stepping lightly. Once the coast was clear, the boss turned to Chan, eyeing the magical wallet. Chan nodded. His unique constitution acted like a radar. The second his fingers grazed that leather, he felt the magical instability vibrating off it, a gut feeling that screamed danger. The manager smirked, noting that his anti-magic resistance was leveling up daily. Like a mage grinding for XP, Chan's body was adapting. He wasn't just existing in this world. He was absorbing its very essence. That dormant power, it was evolving. We'll dive into the details tonight, she promised. But first, they had a pint-sized thief to catch. So what's the play? Chan asked. That kid is long gone by now. Right on cue, the sliding doors opened. That same officer from earlier was back, Officer Iruel. The elf meant business, whipping out her notepad to drill them for details on the heist. Timeline, 9 o'clock this morning. The loot, basic snacks, cookies, chips, junk food, mostly. But here's the kicker, it was all stashed inside a wallet equipped with spatial magic. The manager nodded along, confirming the facts. Chan handled it like a pro, she added, hyping him up right in front of the law. Iruel looked him over. Solid work, rookie. The elf marched to the back to check the CCTV footage. Holler if you need anything, the manager called out. While the cop was distracted, Chan's phone buzzed. A notification lit up the screen. A direct deposit from Yunha. A fat bonus for purifying that demonic core. We love to see it. Sorry, I didn't run it by you first, Chan muttered. The manager waved it off. Don't sweat it. In this economy, we all gotta help each other out. Her expression softened. Just, if you ever plan on quitting, give me a heads up, okay? She sighed. I've hired plenty of part-timers before. They always flake. Every single time. If Chan bailed, the shop was doomed. Chan shook his head immediately. I'm not going anywhere. Even if he wanted to chase a new adventure in this dimension, let's be real, he had zero skills outside of stocking shelves. Besides, he actually vibed with this place. Working with her, it was chill. I'm staying, he said, and he meant it. A blush crept up her neck. Good. Glad you're a man of your word. Now about that anti-magic body of yours. The door to the back room clicked open. Officer Iruel stepped out. Find what you were looking for, the manager chirped. Iruel nodded. Suspects identified. Thanks for the access. We'll wrap this up fast. Then the elf's gaze shifted. She locked eyes with Chan. I watched the tape. That wallet was glowing with active spells. But the second you grabbed it, poof, the magic flatlined. 0. Explain that. Chan froze. Does he drop the anti-magic bomb? He opened his mouth, but the manager shot him a sharp look. Don't lie. Caught off guard, Chan stammered. I touched it and, it just kinda blew up. Iruel raised an eyebrow. You touched it, and it exploded. Seriously, I don't know magic stuff, Chan argued. It felt weird, I grabbed it and boom. The manager stepped in to save the day. Automatic dissipation, she declared confidently. Illegal magical tools often have fail-safes. If they detect tampering, they wipe their own coding. Iruel squinted. You a mage, licensed and certified? The manager beamed. I can write up a technical report if you need it. The officer relaxed, accepting the logic. Anything else? Iruel asked. Chan shook his head, but the manager's hand shot up like a student in class. I have a question. Officer, are you getting enough sleep? Iruel blinked. I sleep great. About 30 minutes a day. 30 minutes, Chan's jaw mentally hit the floor. Is that even survivable? That's dangerous behind the wheel, the manager scolded. Next time, let me hook you up with a sleeping potion. Appreciate the concern, Iruel said stiffly, but accepting gifts is against protocol. Who said gift? It's a flash sale. 3 bottles for 30,000. I'm worried about your health. She nudged Chan hard. Right, Chan, tell her. Chan jumped in. Oh yeah, Top-tier stuff. Tastes like straight strawberries. Knocked me out cold the second I drank it. Earl hesitated, her resolve crumbling. Maybe. When the case is closed, she muttered. She climbed back into her squad car. As the cruiser rolled away, Chan wondered, what if I just told her the truth? The manager chuckled. She probably would have tried to recruit you. The force loves a freak of nature. Even the military, specifically their Black Ops divisions, has operatives built with anti-magic genetics. Judging by her obsession with the rulebook and that laser-focused vibe at work, she's the definition of a high-strung officer. Honestly, it's borderline obsessive. Chan figures she's terrified of slipping up, which explains why she's practically a zombie running on 30 minutes of sleep a night. The manager clarifies that's just her hot take, but let's be real. It's obvious the girl is married to the grind. This gets Chan zoning out his mind, drifting back to the war days, and how none of it fully computes. The elves caught hell for the longest time, and those scars haven't exactly faded away. Right on cue, some elf slams into a kobold, and instantly, it's chaos. The elf starts screaming that the little guy did it intentionally, and threatens to drag the cops into it. Watching the drama unfold, Chan realizes the discrimination against elves might still be a thing, though to be fair, their reputation might come from their own erratic vibes, considering most of them act pretty bizarre by normal standards. A bit later, the manager gets a DM from Yoon-ha saying she's pulling up tonight. Chan asks if there's a new gig on the table, but the manager shakes her head. Turns out she had a heart-to-heart with her sister yesterday about Chan's anti-magic condition, and found a solid workaround. Still, she's pretty on edge about the whole thing, so she figures Chan needs to hear the full pitch calmly before he commits to anything crazy. Cut to that night, Yoon-ha leans over the counter and drops the bomb he needs to get an anti-magic certification. She claims he's got a massive shot at acing the exam on his first run, which comes with a stack of sweet benefits. And Chan's like, what's the deal with that? The manager hops on a call to break it down. It's a national-level qualification that acts as a golden ticket to legally work in magic and anti-magic sectors. But Chan starts spiraling, questioning if a guy who literally fell from another dimension is even allowed to sit for the test. The manager promises she's pulling strings to handle the paperwork and tells him to just chill. Still anxious though, Chan whispers, asking if Yoon-ha knows his origin story, but the manager shoots that down fast. Way too risky. To keep the heat off, she spun a lie that he's just from some super remote territory way off the map. With that cleared up, Chan decides to stop hiding and steps up to Yoon-ha. As he gets close, she checks if he's tracking with the plan, and he nods, thanking her for her patience. Now they can finally get real. Yoon-ha tells him to stop masking his stats. Magic resistance is a thing, sure, but his build, it's in a league of its own. We're talking spell nullification, purification buffs, and seeing glitches in the matrix that normal people miss. She mentions she and her sister have networked with pros in the field. It's a legit career path. Chan worries he'll end up a lab rat, but Yoon-ha tells him to think bigger. He's special, and the world is going to clock that eventually. When they do, he can flip that power to actually save people who need it. He hits her with the big question, will a piece of paper actually fix his drama? Yoon-ha nods, since he's just working a side hustle right now. If people find out he's an anti-magic tank without a license, they'll be spamming the shop for help, causing a massive headache for the manager. But with the cert, he becomes an official pro. Right there in the shop, essentially, dual-classing his job as long as one role uses his powers. Chan admits it's a 200 IQ play, but Yoon-ha drops the reality check. The exam lobby is open to every race, as long as they're locals. And that's when the panic sets in. He spawned into this world blind. Since day one, he's been in hermit mode, barely stepping foot outside the store's threshold. Taking this exam means taking his first real step into the server. He'll have to figure out public transit, hunt down the exam site, and sit in a room full of species he didn't even know existed 5 minutes ago. He feels like a glitch in the system, a total imposter. Even if he grinds out the win, he has zero clue what the endgame looks like, or if he'll even pass. Yoon-ha clocks his internal spiral and mentions the manager has been stressing over him big time, ever since he got hired. She talks about him 24/7, and this morning she was vibrating with anxiety. According to Yoon-ha, there's some mental block stopping the manager from suggesting the certificate directly, so she stepped in to do the heavy lifting. She admits she's never seen her sister make a face like that before. She challenges Chan, why not just shoot his shot? Suddenly, the manager walks in carrying dinner for the squad. She's confused why Yoon-ha is still up, but the manager just shrugs, sleep isn't on the menu tonight. That's the moment Chan steals his resolve. He locks in, declaring he's taking the exam. If he can survive the daily parade of freak show customers at the shop, crushing this test should be a walk in the park. He tells the crew to chill, he's got this handled. Later, the manager unzips her backpack and jaws drop as she dumps out a literal treasure trove of items. The team stares, asking what on earth is going on. She casually flips her hair, announcing they're high-tier amulets guaranteed to boost his passing chances. Yoon-ha points out that this loot costs a fortune, but the manager completely ghosts that comment. She tells Chan he's officially on paid time off starting now, No clocking in until the exam is history. He hesitates, asking if she can hold down the fort solo. She assures him she's good. She explains that when a VIP is prepping for a game-changing test, she goes all out to support them. But then Yuna shatters the wholesome vibe with a reality check, reminding him that he doesn't need a training montage because the exam is tomorrow at 9 in the morning. The bomb drops, leaving both of them absolutely shook. Morning hits. Chan scans his surroundings after the drop-off, asking if this spot is near the train station. The manager confirms, noting they're breaking ground on a new station right here. She muses that dropping a teleport point nearby was a clutch move. Chan is busy gawking at the insane architecture towering around them. The manager breaks it down. These monuments were built by an alliance of races ages ago. They survived the Great War, and now stand as OG, symbols of peace. The whole district got flipped into an elite educational hub. He asks for the exam location and she nods toward a building straight ahead. Chan realizes she teleported him practically to the front door. The manager gets real for a second, admitting this is his first time truly stepping out of the shop and into their world. She wanted to smooth out the entry. She asks if he's locked in. He admits he feels weird, like he's back in his high school days. The manager tells him to hit her up the second he's done, so she can swing by for pickup. Before he crosses the threshold, she calls out, telling him not to stress and just do his thing. He promises he will and says he'll be back in a flash. Meanwhile, back at base, the manager is grinding away at work. Yunho shoots a text asking if Chan touched down safely. The manager checks the time, calculating the test starts in a few minutes, and immediately starts spiraling with worry. It's his rookie debut in that world, but she convinces herself that the exam hall is a safe zone where nothing chaotic can touch him. Inside the hall, Chan slides up to another candidate, a massive orc, and asks to snap a pic of his notes since he ghosted the last test and had to dip early. The orc adjusts his specs, side-eyes him for a tense beat, then gives the green light. Chan thanks him profusely and slides him a piece of candy from the shop as a little peace offering. It hits him that he is woefully underprepared. Scanning the room, he spots creatures from every corner of the galaxy, but he is the only human in the lobby. He whips out his phone with a translation app and starts speed-running questions from past exams. One question references an arachnid-type creature. He's staring at it with zero clue what to do. The next one is gibberish about a troll's voltage output and magic power percentages. There comes a curveball about defusing a magical bomb, and another regarding a freezing spell clocking in at 512 kilometers per hour. Chan feels the panic rising in his throat. He thinks he is absolutely cooked and about to let everyone down. It suddenly clicks why someone would need to take this test. Twice. One-shotting this thing feels impossible. He realizes anti-magic specialists operate on a whole other level, covering way more ground than he imagined. Suddenly, a sharp-looking man strides into the room. He announces there are 5 minutes left before showtime and introduces himself as Supervisor Deckard. He lays down the law. The test kicks off at 9 sharp and runs for 60 minutes. It's one comprehension problem and 79 multiple-choice questions totaling a max score of 200. He also drops a heavy warning. Any cheating will result in an instant ban, not just here, but from every certification board in the entire country. Moments before the start, the supervisor passes out the answer sheets and a blank page for the essay portion. Since the room is dead silent, he gives the signal to begin. Chan takes a deep breath and dives into the first section. That's when he spots something totally bizarre. The comprehension question involves listening to a nursery rhyme. It's a little ditty about the Carvalho family. The dad is buff, the mom is buff, but the son is weak. Yet somehow they make a strong fam. Chan pauses, wondering if this is a prank. The vibe of this exam is completely off. Still, he decides to flag down the proctor to clear this up. The instructor walks over, asking what the issue is. Chan explains that the question feels glitchy and asks if it's actually legit. From where he's standing, the logic just doesn't add up. The proctor shoots him a cold look, insisting everything is fine. If there is a problem, it is definitely a Chan problem. He snaps at Chan to lock in and take the test in silence. The room goes dead quiet, but the vibe is intense. Other candidates look like they are fighting for their lives, sweating bullets, just to fill out a bubble sheet. But when Chan looks down, the question is insulting. It literally asks for the name of the kid in a nursery rhyme. Chan stares at the paper. Is this a joke? The last practice exam was a nightmare, so why is this one on a preschool level? He flips the page, basic edition. Now his alarm bells are ringing. Why is this a total cakewalk? And what was with the proctor's attitude earlier? Chan keeps circling answers, but the paranoia is eating at him. It feels like a trap. If these softball questions are legitimate, what is the actual endgame here? He speedruns the entire exam and looks up. It is only 9:15, and he is completely done. He walks out and the manager blinks in shock, asking if he gave up. Chan immediately asks if a professional certification test is supposed to feel like a third-grade pop quiz. He brings up that ridiculous song question and points out the rest was just filler. The manager raises an eyebrow, asking if it was truly that effortless. Chan nods. It was a breeze. He even tried to flag the supervisor but got shut down, so he just crushed it and left. The manager stares at him for a beat, then absolutely loses it, cackling like a maniac. Chan is standing there totally lost, trying to get her attention, because this reaction is weirding him out. She wipes a tear, apologizes for the outburst, and then drops the bomb. Did the room feel off to you? Chan admits the vibes were definitely rancid. That is when she spills the tea. The room was rigged with a massive distortion spell, a mental interference hex designed specifically to brain fog the candidates, so they couldn't think straight. Most people were fighting demons in there. But since Chan runs an anti-magic build, the paper was just a prop. The real exam was resisting the hex. Anyone who could ignore the static and solve the problems proved they had the mental fortitude for the job. It wasn't about math, it was about keeping a clear head while under magical attack. The manager calls this year's setup a masterpiece. Chan, however, is skeptical, wondering if the applicants were ready for that kind of mind game and if they are going to riot later. She shakes her head. The instructions clearly stated the minimum passing grade. You didn't need a perfect score, just the basics to survive round 1. Actually solving everything. That is extra credit, a massive flex of skill. She adds that they realized most candidates are not built for actual combat conditions. If they announced a hell mode magic test, half the lobby would have disconnected before even starting. Plus, magic is chaos, you can't script it perfectly. Anyway, show's over. She asks if she can swoop in to pick him up. Chan confirms he is holding down the fort. The manager replies she needs to wrap up with a client, but she will teleport over shortly. Chan tells her to take her time. While he idles on the street, he picks up on some juicy gossip between 2 elementary schoolers nearby. Apparently, some kids threw hands in class. Chan thinks standard kid drama until he hears the cause, a competition to decide who was the cutest in class. We are talking an otter versus a red panda, launching literal, weaponized cuteness at each other. The other kid asks who won, but there was no winner, because a dragon girl from another class kicked down the door and shut the whole operation down. The tea continues, and one girl mentions there is a dragon in her class too, but she is built different. According to her, when this dragon walks in, the temperature drops below 0. The air gets heavy, empty, total horror movie vibes. She is nothing like the energetic dragons everyone else knows. Suddenly, the kids spot Chan lurking and ask what his deal is. Before he has to explain himself, the manager's voice saves him. She has landed. Chan waves goodbye, wishing the kids a nice life, and books it. As he walks away, he feels a little cringe for almost getting busted eavesdropping. Still, his curiosity is piqued. A dragon kid with a terrifying aura. That sounds exactly like someone he knows. He reaches the shop telling himself coincidences happen, but the timing is suspicious. Later that night, it is back to the grind. He had the morning off for the exam, but the hustle never stops. He respects the boss's drive. She does not play games. As soon as he walks in, the manager practically tackles him with excitement. Chan is confused. Did I miss a birthday? She shoves her phone in his face. The screen displays the exam results. Maximum score, 200 points. Chan blinks. He thought the test was broken. Despite the paranoia, he didn't drop a single point. Even the manager admits she didn't expect a flawless victory like that. She cuts the chatter he is running on fumes time-wise for the next practical exam. We are talking serious crunch time. Chan hits back, arguing there is no way he can prep at this pace. The manager shuts him down. You start now. She whips out a mystical artifact, signaling the training montage begins immediately. Chan eyes the item totally clueless. He taps the sphere. Inside, a cluster of beads swirls until only a single red one is left standing. Boom! That bead goes ballistic, pinballing off the shelves and walls like it is possessed. Chan is spinning, demanding answers. The manager stays cool, telling him to just snag the ball. She knows he can track it. He just needs to lock in. Chan's eyes dart around, tracking the chaotic movement, trying to calculate where this thing is going to land next. He predicts the bounce lunges at the perfect split second and clutches it. The moment his skin makes contact, the bead flares up and vanishes. Chan asks if that was part of the plan. The manager smirks. It is a prototype. She custom-coded a spell onto that bead herself. From here on out, she is drilling the fundamentals into his skull for the practical. She notes that just as she suspected, he can shatter magical barriers. She knew he had that raw power. Chan is still confused about the bouncing bead's purpose. The manager breaks it down. It is all about control. For the test, that bead is loaded with 3 layers of magic: auto movement, sound projection, and color shifting. His mission: deactivate only 2, the movement and the sound. The color needs to stay. Chan asks why he needs to play favorites with the spells. She drops the logic. An elite anti-mage needs surgical precision. You cannot just nuke every spell in the vicinity indiscriminately. Think about it. Modern infrastructure runs on hybrid tech. Trains and subways use electricity, sure, but they rely on magic for cooling and stability. If Chan lays a hand on the controls and wipes all the magic, he is looking at a catastrophic derailment. People could die. Plus the repair bill for those systems. would be astronomical, and that debt falls on him. Do that once, and he is blacklisted from the industry forever. Chan swallows hard, asking if passing this test is even realistic given the stakes. He just wiped all 3 spells on that last bead. But the manager, she is not seeing failure. She points out that he clearly has a grip on his own anti-magic constitution. If he was totally out of control, those purified scales from earlier would not have reacted that way. He also would not have made it home, holding a live magical artifact without frying it instantly. His body naturally suppresses magic. The goal now is fine-tuning that suppression. He needs to be a scalpel, not a sledgehammer. He has to feel the unique frequency of each spell. He needs to identify the magic and physically sense the difference. Chan nods, locking in. Challenge accepted. The manager lights up. She is way ahead of him. She reveals a stash of identical beads, piled high in the cabinet. A whole jar ready for the grind. Chan stares. Did she really craft all these in one day? She confirms it. She made a promise to get him ready, and she does not flake on her word. She admits it is basic, but it is the best she could whip up on short notice. She apologizes but hypes him up. He has got this. Chan dives into the grind during his shift. He grabs beads from the jar, fighting to isolate the specific spells. He tracks the trajectories, waiting for that golden window of opportunity, trying to be precise. He snags one out of the air, at the perfect moment. But damn it. He strips the color magic too. Another fail. He is already on bead number 50. Beside him, a box is overflowing with pitch-black failures. Chan realizes that just wanting to select the spells is not cutting it. He is down to the last 3 beads. The pressure is mounting. He is running out of ammo. He recalls the manager's advice: willpower drives the constitution. He needs to visualize the outcome with 0 doubt. Suddenly, the shop bell chimes. Chan whips around and spots a familiar face, the werewolf, who has been MIA for a while. The wolf grins, surprised Chan even remembers him. Chan laughs, saying, "You do not forget a guy who makes an entrance like he did," and asks for a life update. Is he working a new turf? The werewolf nods. He is bouncing around, taking gigs through friend referrals, expanding his horizons. He asks how Chan is holding up. Chan starts to say it's complicated, but before he can spill the tea, the door slams open again. A new figure storms in, and the vibe in the room instantly gets heavy. This person is dangerous. The temperature inside the shop instantly plummets, breath turning to vapor. A woman walks in, radiating an aura like a walking blizzard. Tears are streaming down her face as she stammers, looking for tissues. Chan points her toward the aisle on the right. She whispers a thank you and drifts off. The second she's out of earshot, Chan leans in and whispers to the werewolf, "What exactly is she?" The werewolf shrugs, saying he didn't get a clear look, but she's likely a snow doll. Chan frowns, confused, wondering if snow dolls usually have meltdowns like this. Suddenly, her sobbing spikes in volume and frost starts creeping rapidly up the walls. "Why is my shop becoming a freezer?" Chan panics. The werewolf breaks it down. Snow dolls naturally leak cold air, but when they get emotional, the intensity skyrockets. And this girl is clearly heartbroken. Chan knows he needs to de-escalate this, but his mind goes blank. The werewolf steps up. "Chill, I got this." "I can handle it," the wolf says. Chan argues. "No way, customer service is my job." But the werewolf insists. He admits he's just nosy, adding, "Besides, 2 people solving a crisis is faster than 1. Chan pauses. Fair point. The wolf seems like he's seen it all, so Chan decides to let the pro handle the talking. Chan approaches cautiously, raising a hand. "Excuse me, miss, I know you're upset." He starts gently, "But you're literally turning my store into an icebox." Upon hearing that, the snow doll breaks down even harder. "I'm so sorry," she wails, asking if she should just leave immediately. No, stay." Chan backpedals fast. She sniffs, promising to leave in 3 minutes. The werewolf slides in smoothly, asking softly, "What happened?" Whatever the drama is, there's always a fix. He suggests she vent it out. The snow doll shudders, admitting, "It's my boyfriend. He cheated on me." Chan stiffens. "Okay, this isn't just a bad day. This is major relationship drama." She explains the setup earlier. He pulled the "I have to work late" card, so she went to the movies solo. But guess who she saw there? Him, with another woman. Worse, it was her own coworker. Chan winces. That's straight out of a soap opera. "Did you confront him?" Chan asks. The snow doll nods grimly. "I went straight for the girl. We got into a full-blown hair-pulling brawl. It hurt, so I bailed, but not before I threatened her. Told her he was mine, and I'd snap her in half." Chan blinks, realizing. This shifted from a rom-com to a horror movie real quick. "That's intense," he mutters. She admits she saw red, because that coworker has been a toxic presence in her life for years, and now she steals her guy and acts proud of it. The air in the room grows heavy and suffocating again. The werewolf cuts in with a calm voice. "I won't pretend to know exactly how that feels, but it sounds like you're still in love with the guy." He pauses, then asks the million-dollar question. "Why not talk to the coworker and end this?" The snow doll shudders. She's too disgusting to even look at. "I get it," the werewolf nods. "But bottling up that hate, it's toxic. If you ignore it, The regret is going to haunt you way longer than the pain of facing it now. Deal with it while the wound is fresh and you can live guilt-free. The snow doll takes a shaky breath, realizing he's right. If she walks away now, she'll be trapped in the what-ifs forever. She doesn't want another messy fight, but she's done running away. I'm settling this tonight, she declares. She thanks them both for the therapy session. Chan gives a thumbs up, telling her she's welcome back anytime. Want us to call the cops just in case he offers? I'm good, she replies. Suddenly, tires screech outside. A car pulls up, and a woman steps out with a smirk. Here to beg for help, the newcomer mocks. Or are you hunting for a new guy to annoy? You're always so pathetic, the woman sneers. The snow doll glares, her eyes narrowing. You have some nerve showing up here. The woman, hair blazing like fire, rolls her eyes. Spare me the whining. Love sucks. It's disappointing. Honestly, you should just give up on him. That snaps something inside the snow doll. The temperature crashes, the air turning sharp as razor blades. Chan's internal alarm rings. That's not just sadness anymore, that is combat magic revving up. If this goes down, his shop gets trashed. Desperate to stop the brawl, Chan steps forward with total dad energy, pointing at the firewoman. Hey, you can't park there. When he politely asks if she can move her whip, the woman snaps back, telling him to zip it or else, claiming he'll wake up in the ER if he keeps yapping. The tension skyrockets. The snow doll steps up, declaring that this time, she isn't letting this slide. She makes it crystal clear, nobody steals her man. The temperature plummets, and jagged ice spikes erupt from the floor. Just as the brawl is about to pop off, Chan instinctively creates distance. But before anyone can throw a punch, the werewolf driver blurs into motion, landing a surgical chop to the snow doll's neck. She drops cold instantly. The redhead freaks out, demanding to know who this guy is, and how he moved faster than eyesight. She turns on Chan, asking if this speedster is his crew. But before things get messier, she hits the floor too, knocked out with the exact same precision. The werewolf apologizes, admitting he wanted to settle this. With words, not violence. But since they chose chaos, he had to step in. Cradling the unconscious girl, he checks if Chan is good. Chan confirms he's fine, but immediately questions how a guy can move that quick. Just working a 9-to-5 driving gig. The werewolf shrugs, claiming city traffic demands god-tier reflexes. Plus, you gotta know self-defense in these dangerous streets. Chan isn't buying it, wondering if this guy is actually an undercover powerhouse. The werewolf ignores the suspicion and points to the frozen mess across the shop. Those ice spikes are a major liability. Chan asks if they'll naturally melt. The werewolf shakes his head. Magic constructs don't just fade, especially enchanted ice that sustains itself indefinitely. He notes that clearing this kind of debris usually requires a licensed anti-magic specialist. That triggers Chan. This is basically a pop quiz for his exam. If he can't clear this room, he fails the practical test before it starts. He needs to master his constitution right now. Locking in, he focuses his will like a laser, dismantling the magic structure. In seconds, the ice evaporates into nothing. The werewolf watches, genuinely impressed, and asks if Chan is an anti-magic user. Chan admits he's kinda one, but he's still a rookie. He hits back with a question, can you spot an anti-magic user just by looking? The werewolf nods, but only because he's a regular at the hospital every 2 weeks. So he's used to the vibe of the specialists working there. Chan is shook he didn't know specialists operated within medical facilities. Trying not to sound too nosy, he gently pries, asking for the details on those hospital runs. The werewolf asks for the motive. Chan explains, he's grinding for his certification. He aced the written, but the practical is a beast. He figures the driver's experience might be the cheat code he needs. The werewolf looks stunned, noting that based on that ice trick, Chan is already playing at a pro level. Chan stays humble, insisting he's just an amateur. The werewolf rolls up his sleeve, deciding a visual aid is better than a lecture. He flashes a wrist tattoo designed like a heavy chain, etched deep into the flesh. He explains to Chan that this isn't ink, it's a magical suppression seal. He visits the dock regularly because his senses go haywire and his impulses spike when the full moon hits. The spell is the only thing keeping him from going full beast mode by locking down his werewolf instincts before they hijack his brain. He's on a prescription, renewing the seal every single month. He drops some wisdom. The most critical skill for a specialist today is gentle casting. If the seal is too weak, the patient goes vegetative. Too strong, they become so sensitive they can't even look at the sky without the moon driving them mad. Basically, the doctor's job is to nerf the racial traits without breaking the person. The spell has to be strong enough to cage the monster, but balanced enough to let the man live a normal life. Chan connects the dots. If he were in that position, he'd be stuck in a loop of constant magical renewal. It's a problem. Chan's constitution is alien to this world's logic. He can't even cast standard spells, because he's an isekai protagonist essentially. He wonders if there's a workaround or a countermeasure for his glitchy existence. The werewolf breaks his train of thought, asking how he regulates his power. Chan says it's pure willpower, baked into his DNA since birth. The werewolf nods, getting it. and notes that Chan's body operates on similar hardware to his own. To prove it, he morphs just his arm into a clawed werewolf limb. Chan jumps back, but the driver assures him it's chill, as long as he keeps it steady. He explains that modern magic and tech have made his life way less painful than the old days. Back in the day, keeping the beast on a leash was a 24/7 grind, and that endless struggle is exactly why his body is pure steel today. It finally clicks for Chan. That hellish past is the secret sauce behind his mastery over his own constitution. He turns to the guy. So what kind of hardcore training did you survive? The werewolf doesn't sugarcoat it. Picture this. I'm chained up starving with a slab of raw bloody meat taunting me just out of reach. Every time my instinct screamed, lung, those chains would chew right into my skin. He had to learn the hard way, rewiring his brain to choose pain over impulse. He pauses the story, noticing Chan is shaking like a leaf. Hey, he asks, what's the endgame for that special body of yours? Chan stammers, I'm gunning for the anti-magic specialist license. The werewolf cuts him off. Wrong answer. That's not a want. That's a survival necessity. He drops the bomb. He's actually a retired Black Ops veteran from a special forces unit. Every day was a fight for our lives. And let me tell you, a werewolf under a full moon. Top of the food chain. Nothing hits harder. That brutal reality wasn't a choice. It was just Tuesday for him. War ended. Peace broke out. But the beast inside didn't get the memo. Our instincts were still dialed up to 11. Adapting to civilian life was a nightmare. Here's the kicker, he says. The harder I tried to cage the monster, the harder it fought back. I was wrecking myself body and soul. Chan chimes in, but you figured it out right. You're in control now. The werewolf nods. Everything shifted the day my daughter was born. Held that tiny bundle for the first time, and I knew I needed human arms to hold her, not claws. On the next full moon, he fought tooth and nail to keep his upper body human, just so he could cradle her safely. That was the moment. Felt like a rusted lock finally clicked open in my brain. For the first time, he wasn't just enduring the fight. He wanted to win it. It wasn't about muscle or grit anymore. It was about purpose. Chan's eyes light up. He gets it. He needs to find his own anchor. That one trigger that flips the switch inside him. He goes quiet, letting the words sink in deeper, until the realization hits him. Clarity. He looks up, genuine gratitude written all over his face. Thanks. Seriously. The werewolf shifts gears, nodding at the two unconscious girls on the floor. So what's the play with Sleeping Beauty 1 and 2? How long are they out for? Chan asks. Give them 20 minutes. They'll be up and kicking. You calling the cops. They didn't land a hit, but throwing magic around like that's a felony. And the law says they need to face the music. Intent doesn't matter when you break the rules. He looks at Chan. Your call. Chan weighs it up. Nobody got hurt and we dodged a bullet. Mostly thanks to you stepping in. He decides to let them walk this time, though he admits, I have no clue if they'll wake up swinging. The werewolf cracks a rare knowing smile, confident they'll take the hint. Fast forward to dawn, and the girls scatter without starting any drama. The wolf preps to bounce. Thanks again, Chan calls out, for saving my neck, and for the crash course on constitution control. Don't sweat it, the wolf grins. Honestly, nice change of pace. I actually had fun chatting. He turns to leave, then pauses. Hey, smash that certification test all right. I got a feeling you'll ace it. And just like that, he's gone. Chan goes back to brooding over his problem. The exam is literally this afternoon, and he's still got nothing. Meanwhile, the little dragon is vibing next to him, scribbling away like a pro. Chan checks the clock, panic mode, initiating. Time is flying way too fast. The kid looks up, pausing her masterpiece. You okay? You look totally wrecked. I'm good just. Thinking Chan lies. She tilts her head. You've been acting weird for days though. Are you sick? No, but thanks for caring, kiddo. He pivots to change the subject. That drawing looks sick, by the way. Is that your mom? She nods enthusiastically. Yup, Chan smiles. She's gonna love it. Then she points her crayon at him. I want to draw you next. Chan immediately holds up his hands. Pass. No need. Why not? You saved me. Chan rubs his neck. I just get super awkward when people draw me. Her face falls. Instant puppy dog eyes. Please, what if I draw you as a tiny butterfly? She starts begging, chanting over and over. Draw you, draw you. Chan feels his defenses crumbling under a tactical cute strike, wondering why this is always his life. Defeated by the cuteness, he sighs and finally nods. Fine, go for it. He tries to play it cool, acting like he doesn't care, but secretly, he's totally vibing with it. The little dragon puts the finishing touches on her masterpiece. She grabs the flower cutout from earlier, slathers on some glue, and carefully anchors it right onto her handmade landscape. All done, she announces proudly. Chan hypes her up, telling her it looks absolute fire. She hits him with the big question. Will mommy actually like it? Are you kidding? She's gonna be obsessed, he assures her, pointing out how much grind she put into it. Plus, it's a good thing. We crushed this before Mother's Day. Now comes the final mission, wrapping this bad boy securely so it stays pristine. With everything prepped, he drops the hard truth. Technically, there's zero reason for them to come back here anymore. Even so, she immediately starts brainstorming excuses to return. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off for Chan. He remembers that thief she helped him bust at the convenience store. He breaks it down that Crook tried to swipe 50,000 won. He looks at her dead serious. You know what that translates to? He runs the quick math. That's 500 won a day. For 100 days straight. Translation, he owes her 100 days of assistance. Got homework, need a sidekick for anything. I'm your guy. The little dragon eyes him skeptically. Really, Chan nods confidently. Absolutely. As long as it's within my skill set. She doesn't hesitate, whipping out a worksheet. Boom. Homework. But there's a glitch. She claims she has to do it while sleeping, leaving Chan completely confused. Chan grabs his phone and fires up a translation app to decode this mess. The assignment. Write about her dream. Step 2. Discuss it with parents. The little dragon tilts her head, genuinely puzzled. Isn't a dream just the movie that plays when you sleep? Chan corrects her gently. In this context, no. A dream is your future goal, what you want to be when you grow up. But then he spots the fine print. He can't help with this one. The instructions are crystal clear. It has to be done with her mom. The little dragon's face falls. Her mom's away on a business trip. She won't be back until 11 at night tomorrow. And knowing her mom's schedule, she'll probably be late even then. She's always grinding. Chan realizes this isn't just about homework. It's complicated. He switches tactics, suggesting she just focus on the first part. Just start writing down what you want for your future. The little dragon looks up at him. What about you? What's your dream? He dodges the question. Hey, this is your grade, not mine. He tells her not to stress over the deep stuff. Just write down something you really crave. Something out of reach right now. That's what a dream is. She puts pencil to paper. Her wish. To make friends and actually play with them. She opens up about a moment at kindergarten. Some kids were bawling, and it rolled her way. She grabbed it, intending to pass it back, hoping they'd invite her in. But the vibe shifted instantly. Whenever she steps up, the other kids get twitchy. She drops a bombshell. When she asks to join, she sees their aura turn pitch black. In her world, black means stay away. Chan frowns. Are they bullying you? She shakes her head. No bullying, just cold hard exclusion. They don't want her. Does your mom know? She nods. But mom's only fix was to transfer her to a different school entirely. The kicker, new school, means no more Chan. When that sinks in, he practically faceplants onto the table, groaning in frustration. How does a kid this cute have zero friends? He reflects on this crazy world, where tons of species coexist. Being different shouldn't get you blacklisted from the playground. I mean, everyone's weird in their own way. The little dragon then confesses the real issue. She's terrified to even talk to them now. She's shot her shot multiple times only to get shut down. And that constant rejection, it's wrecked her confidence. She explains that the second she locks eyes with someone, she sees their magic colors shift. She's convinced she's the problem. It's gotten so bad, she's too scared to even ask, can I play anymore? Chan absorbs all this, then pivots with a hypothetical. What if you couldn't see those colors? Would you be brave enough to walk up to them then? He mentions he's got a unique skill set. Maybe he could tweak things temporarily, blinding her to those magical flames. She shoots it down. The doctor already told her it's permanent. See, dragons are basically ultra-rare unicorns in this society. In movies, they're these massive, majestic beasts. But to survive the daily grind, they adopt a semi-human form. The catch, young dragons can't fully control their shape-shifting yet. So she's stuck visiting the doctor every 2 weeks just to keep her human disguise from glitching out. The doc says her internal fire is growing strong. But with the current tech available, there's no delete button for her ability. They told her it's a blessing and she should be grateful. Yeah, right. She mentions her mom was relieved, wondering if the power was some kind of curse. Chan shakes his head. Nah, not exactly. He hypes it up. It's actually a top-tier perk, a built-in lie detector. That's exactly how she clocked that thief instantly earlier. He totally gets the mom's perspective, though. Having that kind of vision means she's bulletproof against scammers for life. But here's the catch. If this superpower acts like a wall, keeping her from connecting with anyone, then they need to find a middle ground. Because growing up isolated, that's a rough ride. Chan believes no kid should have to face the world solo. He gets on her level. Forget the doc, forget your mom for a sec. What's the vibe you actually want? He reminds her about the goal she mentioned earlier, making friends. Right now, that's the only opinion that matters. He pitches a plan. He can dim the lights on her scary vision. Just attempt fix a few hours so she can approach other kids without seeing their inner demons. You down to try? She hesitates, processing the offer. Then she nods. If she could just switch off those creepy colors, she'd actually have the guts to say hi. Chan signals her to step up. I need to touch the horn to make the connection. Cool. It's the only way the magic flows. She agrees, dropping a heart-melting line. Only 'cause it's you. Chan almost passes out from the cuteness. But he locks in. Game face on. He has to nail this. The tricky part is keeping her disguise spell intact. The one the hospital set up while strictly filtering out the darkness radar. He can't wipe her magic completely, just mute it for a bit. If he messes up, her mom will practically end his existence. He commands his own mana to behave. Focus. If he chokes here, he might as well shred his anti-magic license application. He flares his anti-magic, funneling it straight into her horns. A heartbeat later, he pulls back. Done. She blinks, totally confused. That's it, Chan starts sweating bullets. You okay? Feeling weird, glitchy? No, she murmurs. Just felt fast. She hops off the chair and heads for the exit. Every step is heavy. She braces herself for the usual nightmare visuals. She pushes the door open and freezes. Just people. No dark slime, no neon danger signs. Her jaw drops. It's so clean, so normal. She spins around. How'd you do that? Chan shrugs it off. Just willpower. But as the words leave his mouth, it clicks. He's been overcomplicating the mechanics this whole time. He flashes back to the werewolf dad's advice. It wasn't about some epic, complex spell. It was about comfort. The werewolf controlled his beast mode because he simply wanted to hug his daughter without hurting her. It was fueled by pure, simple affection. Chan realizes his magic worked for the exact same reason. He just wanted this little dragon to finally be happy. Her eyes dart around, anxious. But what if I talk to the kids, and they still ghost me? Chan doesn't hesitate. Then you bring the whole squad here. I'll have the ultimate game night ready. Snacks on deck, drinks flowing. I'll be your wingman. He leans in, close voice soft. First step is a grind, but keep pushing. And it gets easier. Don't let the fear win. You gotta own it. Because I know you got this. She nods, steeling herself. I'll try. Chan grins. That's the energy I'm looking for. Still, he needs to keep tabs on her situation. Hey, let me get your home number just in case. Or hit me up later. She blinks. I have a cell. They swap digits, leaving Chan shook. Since when do kindergartners pack smartphones? Suddenly she pauses. Wait, what's your name? Lee Chan, he replies, curious. Why? She offers a shy smile. I'm Hannah. Cue the manager bursting into the store, radiating pure energy. Morning. Did our boy Lee Chan pull an all-nighter practicing? Cut to Chan, absolute zombie mode, draped over the counter like a wet towel. The manager frowns. You look wrecked. Was the training too hardcore? Chan's brain flashes back to the brutal grind. I'll get back to it. Nope, she shuts him down. You're running on fumes. Chan waves it off. I'm good. Only had one shot left anyway. You failed the rest, she asks. Chan hangs his head, guilt kicking in. Sorry to let you down. Just wanted to help out. It's chill, she sighs, eyeing him critically. But can you seriously handle the exam looking like death warmed over? Last night was. A lot, Chan mutters, fighting the fatigue. But I handled business. I'll be fine. He tosses her the small practice ball. The manager catches it. Go take a breather. Get prepped, then head to the test. As he locks up, she studies the ball, figuring he probably bombed it. Not a big deal, even the pros usually choke on their first attempt. She kicks herself for not giving him an easier drill. Hope this doesn't crush his ego, she thinks. But then she inspects the ball closer. Her eyes go wide. Only the color-changing magic remains inside. He actually nailed it. Back at the crib, Chan scrubs off the fatigue and crashes, sleeping like a log. He wakes up feeling human again, but wow, never had a side hustle drain him like that. He thinks back to the ball trick. Yeah, he pulled it off, but he nearly lost his mind doing it. Even so, does he actually get it? With his anti-magic body, how is he supposed to understand the mechanics? Better grill the manager about it later. No weird vibes from Hannah's direction either. He shoots her a text. You good? She hits back instantly. Doing great. Chan types. Let me know if your horns start acting up. He adds, keep your mom's gift low profile. Don't ruin the surprise. Hope you dig it. Suddenly, his phone buzzes. Yong. You alive? How's life? Weird. Chan frowns. Haven't heard from this guy since last year. Can't exactly spill the tea about his current situation without sounding insane. He types back. Life's good. He heads back to the shop and walks into chaos. Line out the door. The manager is sweating. Blasting magic just to keep up with orders. Let me jump in, Chan says. No way, she snaps. You've got a test to crush. Plus, Yunha's on her way to grab you. Girl's never late, so don't stress. I can help till she gets here. She's already outside. She shoves a fatigue potion into his hand. And a subway pass. Thanks, good luck with the rush, Chan yells. Travel safe, she calls back. Yunha greets him with a smirk. Honor to meet the genius who aced the written exam. She laughs. I'm telling everyone I'm bodyguarding the top dog. On the train, Chan scans the car. It hits him. The vibe is exactly like his world. Tired commuters rushing to work, same dead eyes. First time riding, Yuna asks. My sis said you're clueless about the routes. So I'm your guide. Chan shrugs. I don't know the way, but you didn't have to babysit me. Oh, you would have gotten lost, she counters. They don't call this place the magic circle of hell for nothing. Lines everywhere, totally complicated. Just like a real magic circle. Relax, I got you. Chan grips the potion bottle, mind drifting. He never got a chance to really grill the manager. So many unanswered questions. Yoonha notices his face. What's got you thinking so hard? Chan drops the lore on his recent training arc. He's been hacking his own biology, testing the limits, and after some serious grinding, he deliberately triggered his anti-magic to save a kid customer at the shop. The cost, total burnout. He was running on fumes. Yoonha presses for the data. What's the verdict? Chan admits he can toggle his ability on command now, but there's a catch. Every activation drains his battery to 0. Yoonha nods, classic stamina issue. He's overclocking his system. She notes that pro anti-mages deal with the same recoil. She's got this buddy who ends up looking like he just ran a marathon every time he casts. Total sweatfest. Then, she probes deeper. What was the ultimate difficulty spike? Chan doesn't hesitate helping Hannah. The multitasking was brutal. Yoonha theorizes. It might not be a direct link, but his physiological stats have definitely shifted. Before he was passively leaking power. Now, he's manually forcing it out. It's only natural that his body is crashing. Since manual mode burns way more MP than autopilot, she suddenly asks if he's doing any physical conditioning. Chan's confused, but she points out the obvious killer, those graveyard shifts. Being a night owl is debuffing him. He's spamming a high-level skill he hasn't mastered yet, while running on a sleep-deprived body. It's a recipe for disaster. Now the pieces fit. That's exactly why the manager brewed that stamina potion. Cut to the test site. Yoonha checks his vibe. Is he freaking out? Chan keeps it real. He's shaking more than he thought he would. She tells him to chill. He doesn't need to clear this level on the first run. It's his debut after all. Just treat it like a tutorial. Worst case, he retakes it next year with her as his personal coach. Chan thanks her for the hype speech and steps into the arena, locking it in. No panic. He needs to channel the same ice-cold focus he had during the written test. It's the same proctor from before. He greets the squad, checking a box, everyone's punctual. Good start. First order of business, confiscating personal items. Then the briefing begins. This is the real deal practical application. They need to prove they're worthy of that national certification. The proctor casts a spell, and boom, a holographic HU materializes right in front of Chan's face. It looks just like a quest selection menu. He has to select his missions from the list. The instructor breaks down the numbers 6 players today, and a pool of 18 quests total. The playground, the entire urban zone of the academic district. Each candidate needs to accept and crush 3 objectives, and make it back to base before the timer hits 0. But here's the kicker, the difficulty ratings and details are hidden until you click accept. No fighting over the easy ones. Now, for the ban list. No criminal activity, no throwing hands, no chatting up NPCs or other species, unless they're your specific quest giver, and definitely no contraband magical gear. Break the rules, immediate DQ, and a 3-year server ban from all exams. Harsh. Aside from that, anything goes, whatever it takes to win. A few hands shoot up, asking the real question, are these quests actually doable? The instructor smirks. Everything is balanced for their skill level. No impossible glitched quests here. Silence. Good. Clock check 7:08. Deadline 10:10. Go. The room clears instantly as everyone sprints out. Except, the instructor pauses. Something's off. Chan is still planted in his spot. The proctor is confused. You waiting for an invitation? Chan points out he had his hand up, but got ignored in the rush. He just needs to clarify one tiny detail. This tablet thing. Does the interface run on magic? Because the second his fingers grazed it, the device bricked. Total anti-magic blackout. Cut to a few minutes later, Chan realizes the disaster. The quest board is picked clean. It's a boneyard. Luckily, the few leftovers are in Korean, so he can actually read the titles. But reading isn't understanding. Without world knowledge, these titles are just gibberish. He's flying blind. Should he just RNG it, pick a random card, and pray to the gods? Nah. He spent 29 years praying and got 0 loot drops. No point starting now. Then, a light bulb moment. The rules are enforced by the tablet's magic software, and the proctor said any means necessary as long as he doesn't break the written rules. Chan smiles. It's big brain time. The proctor claimed this tablet sniffs out cheaters like a bloodhound. But check the fine print at no point. Did he explicitly ban hacking the hardware itself? If tampering was off limits, he would have broadcasted that rule, loud and clear to every candidate here. He would have dropped a 0 tolerance warning. That's when Chan clocks it. This device is absolutely loaded with pre-installed spells. His mind flashes back to when he grilled the supervisor about it and the guy just ghosted him. That silence, that was the loudest answer possible. If there wasn't magic involved, the guy would have shut him down instantly. Logic dictates. There are multiple magical subroutines running in the background. Chan realizes he doesn't need to brick the whole system. He just needs to snipe the anti-cheat protocol. In his head, that's game over. He rises, eyes locked on the prize, ready to test his theory. Moments later, he links up with Yunha, telling her he needs to verify if the surveillance magic is truly fried. Yunha's jaw drops. She asks how his brain works that fast. Chan shrugs it off. He was backed into a corner. It was the only play he had left. He notes that this exam is rigged, against anyone who isn't a local. Yunha nods, admitting this academic district is basically a maze designed to get you lost. He glares at the screen. Superficially, it looks standard. She asks for his read on the situation. Chan scans the code, spotting layers of residual spells still humming inside. But when Yunha taps the screen and no alarm blares, he confirms the watchdog spell is dead. That's the green light. Yunha grins, noting they can scratch the first objective off the board. Chan feels a rush of relief, but immediately pivots. Is there any quest on this list? That's actually doable. Yunha scans the holographic menu, warning that if she were in his shoes, she would dodge task number 4 and task number 8 like the plague. Task 4 is at a funeral parlor, and nobody calls an anti-magic specialist there unless they need to scrub residual mana from a stiff before the burial. As for task 8, it's a construction zone swarming with workers. Even if he had a contact, those guys wouldn't give him the time of day. He'd be stuck in NPC purgatory for hours trying to finish a fetch quest. She warns those are practically traps and the others aren't much easier, Chan asserts. He's definitely scrubbing those two from his radar. He needs to pick from the survivors. Yunha asks if he's ready to try something a bit more high stakes. He asks for the target and she points to task 17, sitting just 5 minutes out. She's betting he can crush that one. As they step out, Chan spots a dude casually chatting up his own grandfather, who happens to be a walking, talking skeleton. It hits him hard. For a split second, the sheer absurdity distracts him, and he asks what the deal is with task 17. Yunha breaks it down. It's at a columbarium, a storage vault for remains. The mission, literally inspecting every bone in the joint to flag magical anomalies. She admits dealing with a skeleton crew might sound intense, but it beats chatting up a fresh corpse. They step into the facility and Chan tenses up. He watches families carrying skeletons around like it's normal. People are gossiping with bones, like they're catching up over coffee. The vibe is starting to freak him out. Back in his dimension, these places are silent tombs. But here, it's lively, almost festive. It's a total system shock compared to his reality. Yunha clocks his 1,000-yard stare and snaps him out of it, urging him to keep moving. They march to the front desk. Chan flips a switch, introducing himself with stiff formality as a certification candidate, informing them he's on official business. He requests an audience with the director. The receptionist gives a polite nod, escorting them toward the office. En route, Yunha starts shaking, suppressing a giggle fit. Chan asks what's so funny, and she waves it off. She just finds it hilarious how he shapeshifts into this corporate robot when he talks business. His entire vocal register changed. Chan explains, it's a survival instinct. At his old 9 to 5, that level of stiffness was mandatory. Slipping up meant trouble. Yuna asks if he was some government fed, but he denies it. Just a standard cubicle warrior. They arrive at the director's door and get told to wait. Stepping inside, Chan surveys the room, questioning if this is actually a place for the dead, because the energy feels way too different from what he expected. Yunha confirms they're in the right spot, asking if he's a rookie to these kinds of places. He replies, not exactly, but notes that here the atmosphere is bright, almost cheerful. Then he drops the bomb. What do you guys do with the ashes? Yunha looks at him like he grew a second head. What ashes? He explains that, in his world, bodies don't stick around, they burn. Here is the harsh reality. Skeletons have an expiration date. They last 2 weeks tops because bones can't anchor a soul like flesh and blood can. That is why this place is crucial. It is basically a mechanic shop for the undead. Yunha breaks it down, explaining that the columbarium functions as a maintenance center to keep these guys from falling apart. Most of the inventory here, it comes from archaeological digs or families who voluntarily donate their ancestors' remains. Then she hits him with a curveball question. Where you come from? Do they really toast the dead into ash? Chan laughs it off, acting like she is crazy. Nah, you must have heard wrong. But internally, his gears are turning. Keeping the mortal remains intact, he has seen tons of skeletons walking around this world. Maybe it actually is better than dragging around a heavy, rotting corpse. Honestly, it seems way more practical. Just then, the boss shows up. Enter the director, who, big surprise, is also a skeleton. He thanks them for hanging tight and cuts right to the chase, asking if Chan is the guy here for the anti-magic trial. He introduces himself as the head of the columbarium and dives straight into the mission details. The drama started a few days ago. They received a shipment of premium remains, but things went south fast. 2 major issues. First, the supply company messed up the chemistry. They botched the preservative application. They went overboard and used a massive overdose of the stuff. Second problem, the paperwork identifying whose bones are whose got lost. Getting new documents issued would take a full week, but by then, the remains would be dust. That is why they need an anti-magic specialist to play detective. Chan sums it up. So I just need to spot the bad batch right. The director nods. Exactly. He explains the facility is packed with coffins. Opening them one by one isn't an option. It would mean breaking and redoing the preservation seals on every single box, which takes forever and costs a fortune. Can you handle it? Chan smirks. That is literally why I am here. Show me the goods. The director guides them to the site. Walking down the hall, Yoonha whispers, "Hey, are you sure about this?" The request was super vague. Can you really ID the glitched bones without cracking the lids? Chan sounds confident. I think so. I dealt with weirder magic distortions back when I worked at the convenience store. Yoonha shrugs. If you say so, ace. But the second they step into the room, Chan freezes. His jaw drops. It is an industrial freezer, freezing cold, and packed wall to wall with coffins. The director drops the bomb, 384 coffins total, and theoretically only one has a defect. Yoonha winces. Okay, now you are actually in trouble. Chan starts scanning but quickly realizes he has zero clue how to speedrun this. Yoonha checks the time. You have only cleared 7 boxes in 10 minutes. At this glacial pace, he is going to spend the entire exam stuck in this freezer. Chan realizes he totally underestimated the gig. He thought it would be easy, just sensing the magical static like usual. But the preservation spells on the coffins are blinding his senses. 377 to go. He is cooked unless he finds a hack. There has to be a way. Then he spots a tall ladder leaning against the back wall. Yoonha, give me a hand with this. She looks confused. What's the play? Chan grits his teeth. I can't analyze them one by one. I need to scan the whole grid at once. Yoonha nods slowly. Sounds plausible, but can your brain handle that? Chan sighs. It has to. He scrambles up the ladder for a drone's eye view. At first, nothing. Just a sea of identical magical noise. But if his hunch is right, the glitch has to look slightly different. He strains his eyes, hunting for even the tiniest variation in the pattern. The room starts to spin. Nausea hits him like a truck. Yoonha calls out, "You okay? Don't fry your circuits." Chan waves her off. I'm good. Seconds feel like hours until bingo. He spots it. One coffin has a warped aura just slightly offbeat. Get the director in here. But as he keeps staring, his stomach drops. It is not just one bad egg. There are clusters of them. The director rushes back in, and Chan points out every suspicious box. They pop the lids, confirmed. The mission is a total success. The director is floored, thanking them for the lightning-fast fix and admitting, I had no idea so many were botched. He looks at Chan. You alive, kid? Yoonha steps in. He is fine, just a little motion sickness. She immediately pivots. Any other jobs nearby? We are on the clock. The director checks his list. Task number 11 is just 5 minutes away. Chan just nods, too drained to form words. Yoonha thanks the bone boss who wishes them luck. Once they are outside, Chan gasps for air. Okay, I am back. Yoonha lets out a huge sigh of relief, but gives him a worried look. Can you actually keep going? You look like you are about to collapse. Chan forces a grin. Please. I am still full of energy, even if that is a total lie. Strolling down the block, Chan realizes the location clicks. It's the exact spot the director pinpointed the bank, linked to mission number 11. Chan rolls up to the front doors and flags down a goblin employee. Hey, you work here. I'm here for the practical exam. The creature snorts, checking his watch. Took you long enough. Let's get this over with. Chan blinks, totally thrown off by the attitude. Aren't you going to brief me on the request? Chan asks. The goblin waves him off dismissively. Read the tablet. It's all there. 0 extra talking required. Without another word, he shoves Chan through the glass doors. Fix it. Fast. Stumbling into the lobby, Chan thinks, what is up with that guy? He turns to Yuna. Are all goblins naturally rude, or is it just him? Before she can utter a syllable, she yanks him sideways. Whoosh! A metal trash can sails past his ear, missing by an inch. They whip around to face the threat. It's an ATM gone rogue. The machine is convulsing, spitting out debris like a projectile launcher. The thing looks absolutely livid. It screeches, cash cards feed me. Chan stares bewildered. Is this a poltergeist situation? Yuna snatches the tablet. Let's see the specs. The screen displays the objective in bold letters. Neutralize the mugger ATM. Mugger like possessed? Chan asks. Spot on, Yunha nods. Every living thing leaks residual energy. Think of it like magical exhaust fumes. Usually it dissipates, but sometimes it clumps together in objects, especially the ones people loathe or rage at. When that bad vibes cocktail gets too concentrated, boom, demonic energy. She gestures around the chaotic room. Stuff people kick, hit, or curse, it acts like a magnet for this nastiness. Chan eyes the dented trash can on the floor. So this ATM has seen some serious rage. Yunha nods. Guaranteed. They probably ignored the glitches at first. Big mistake. The demon marinated in all that hate and got jacked. Give me the loot, the machine bellows, vibrating with malice. Chan grimaces. I gotta touch it to scrub the demon, but getting into melee range seems impossible. Yunha's eyes light up. Bait and switch. We pretend we're making a deposit to distract it. I heard anti-magic users like you can vibe with demons, right? Maybe we can trick it. She flashes a sleek black credit card. I'll use this bad boy to grab its attention. You sure that's safe? Chan asks nervously. Totally, she smirks. Get ready to move. She struts toward the machine, waving the plastic. The ATM does a complete 180. The rage vanishes, replaced by a sugary, digital, polite voice. Valued customer detected. Please insert payment. It practically purrs. Both of them sweat drop. This thing is literally money hungry. Yoonha keeps the machine chatting, while shooting Chan a sharp look. Now, Chan creeps up on the blind side and plants his hand on the metal casing. He focuses, waiting for the demonic aura to fizzle out. Nothing. The sinister buzz remains. The ATM screen flickers. It senses the intrusion. Query, what is the customer doing? Chan duck Yoonha screams. A heavy office printer launches through the air. Smash, she intercepts it mid-flight, batting it away like a tennis ball. You good, Chan gasps. Fine, she snaps, dusting off her hands. Why didn't the demon poof away? It's still active, Chan replies, staring at his hand. Usually I touch magic and it dies. Maybe there's a catch. A specific trigger condition. He recalls the inspector's words. No task is impossible. I didn't touch the source, he realizes. It's not the plastic shell. It's the guts. The demon is living in the internal hardware. The malice is inside the gears and circuits, which means, he gulps. We have to crack this thing open. You 100% on that, Yoonha asks. Yes. She jams her card into the slot. If we break it, we need a legal defense. Justification is key. Suddenly, a blade materializes in her hand. Chan jumps back in alarm. Is your credit card a knife? Then he sees the screen. Wait, did you just transfer everything? 11 million won. Gone. The ATM gobbles the digital cash, humming with utter satisfaction. Silence falls. Yoonha cracks her knuckles. That was the entire guild activity budget for the month, and that hunk of junk just ate it. So if we rip it open to get our property back, that's just legitimate self-defense. Chan sweats nervously. I saw nothing. I know nothing. Good boy, Yoonha grins. Time for a withdrawal. She lunges, stabbing the metal casing with terrifying precision. Crunch Chan watches, horrified and impressed. Big enough hole for you, yet she shouts over the noise. Suddenly, a swarm of brooms levitates, aiming straight for their heads. Yoonha cuts a broom in two midair. The ATM shrieks, illegal robbery, call the police. You'll pay for this, it wails. Maximum penalty. Yoonha's eyes narrow. Oh, shut up. The air gets heavy. Yoonha unleashes a crushing wave of pressure, slamming every floating object into the floor tiles. She looks down at the pinned debris. If you're so tough, try lifting that. With the shattered ATM hovering in midair, like a glitch in the Matrix, Yoonha snaps Chan back to reality. Chill, I got this, she shouts. Forget the cops for a sec, just finish the job. Moments later, the goblin stares at the wreckage, totally unimpressed. Did you really have to trash the place? Chan throws his hands up. The demon burrowed literally inside the hardware. I had to rip it out. The goblin sighs, realizing he should have just called the boss. Whatever. Consider it marked complete. Good work, I guess. Outside the booth, Yoonha checks in. We good Chan nods but looks sick. Yeah, but your bank account. It's totally zeroed out. Just a paperwork problem for tomorrow, she says, brushing it off. Don't stress it. Chan is spiraling, apologizing profusely. Thwack, she flicks his forehead hard. Quit the sorry train. Just say, thank you. I owed you one for last time, remember? So, we're even. Chan rubs his head, looking at her with total admiration. You're actually incredible. I thought you just did deliveries. Yoonha smirks. Nope. Private sector hunter. That floaty trick, gravity manipulation. I cranked the weight to a literal ton to lock them down. She laughs, scratching her head. My bad for not dropping the resume sooner. Suddenly her phone buzzes. It's the manager. Is Chan alive? Did you babysit him right? I was worried, she admits. Yoonha switches to video call. Relax, boss. Look, the manager squints at the screen. Why are you guys there? Are we running late? No delay, Yoonha explains. City testing site. Level 2 is cleared. We've got one mission left to go. The pressure is on. They need a speedrun strategy to beat the clock. Pick whatever, Yoonha says, full of confidence. He'll crush it regardless. The manager demands a look at the quest board. Chan flashes the tablet screen at the camera. Deadline 10:10. Click number 6, the manager commands. The screen glitches to be decided. Yoonha checks the location. Wait, the address is right here. The starting point. The manager's eyes widen. That's a dev-level quest from the supervisor himself. Trust me, Chan. Take the gamble. I have a gut feeling he won't let you fail. Cut to Chan standing before the supervisor. Between them sits a single complex magic cube. Standard training gear, the supervisor drones, looking bored. Every tile is trapped with hexes. I won't tell you which ones. If you're actually skilled, you'll figure it out. Solve the puzzle, break the spells. You have 40 minutes. Any questions? Click. Before the guy can even finish his sentence, Chan sets the completed cube down. Sorry to interrupt, but I finished while you were talking. Chan checks the time. Can I dip now? Back on the street, Chan's gratitude mode re-engages. Seriously, Yunha, thank you. Dude, stop, she laughs. You apologize too much now, you thank too much. Her phone is blowing up with work notifications. Don't worry, just the usual drama. You heading back to the office, he asks. The manager wouldn't be blowing up your phone if I wasn't involved. I'm going, Chan decides. She's been grinding hard for me since day one. I'm not causing any more trouble. Let's grab food after though. My treat. Yunha grins. Deal. Back at base, the manager looks intense. Report. How did it go? Past Chan replies. Her face instantly lights up. Yes. What did the inspector say? Give me the full debrief. He got cut off by another entry, Chan explains. But he threatened to visit me here soon. Chan looks nervous. Is that related to my score? Obviously, the manager beams. Think about it. That guy is a high-tier mage. He smells your power. He's not just impressed, he's obsessed. High-level sorcerers have zero chill when it comes to curiosity. That's why I knew you'd pass. If he failed you, he'd lose the chance to study you up close. Great a stalker, Chan sighs, hoping the visit isn't anytime soon. The manager ignores his dread. She slaps a document on the table. Now that you're certified, let's talk about a raise. New ink on the contract means a brand new grind. He's not just a clerk anymore, he's officially the warden of the underground vault and the lead inspector for defective goods. Chan shoots a look at the boss, asking if this basement is the store's secret VIP section, and the manager nods confirmed. She drops the lore explaining that this place is packed with rare bizarre artifacts, and usually they keep an anti-magic mercenary on retainer just to vet the inventory. But things are changing, and she wants Chan to take the wheel. He scans the shelves, asking if this stuff has hit the sales floor yet, and she shakes her head. Nope. There's a strategy here because their clientele operates strictly on if you know vibes, and these shadowy customers only roll up in the morning, specifically when Chan is off the clock. He hesitates, asking if she's sure he's the guy to handle an inspection this heavy. The manager sighs, explaining that the so-called specialists are flaky as hell, and having a revolving door of random pros showing up every week is a logistical nightmare. That's why she needs Chan, locked in as the permanent anti-magic specialist, to clean up a mess that's been neglected for too long. She asks if he's down with that, and Chan doesn't even blink. Absolutely. The manager is shook by how fast he agreed. But Chan keeps it real, there's no point in stalling. He's got the certification, he's got the skills, so it's a done deal. They descend into the belly of the store, walking into the underground warehouse together, and she starts breaking down the SOPs, the nuts and bolts of the operation. Then she gets to the best part, the bag. We're talking a base of 20,000 won, plus night differential holiday pay and overtime stacks. Retroactive, for everything he's already clocked in. Since the inspection workload fluctuates month to month, that cash gets cut separately. Oh, and performance bonuses plus hazard pay because this gig ain't exactly OSHA approved. She asks if he has questions. Chan looks suspicious, asking if dropping this many bonuses is standard practice in this world, considering he's a total rookie. The manager looks at him like he's the weird one, telling him that new or not, he nails the job every time and deserves the payout. Chan nods, soaking it in message received, and the manager wraps up the salary talk. She tries to pin the vice manager title on him, but Chan plays it humble, he stays staff. Later, clutching that contract, Chan's mind is racing. Back in a convenience store, he never thought he'd see the day. Definitely not with a paycheck looking this healthy. He gets a flashback to his old gig, pure toxic energy, bullied by coworkers and a boss from hell. He needed that tuition money desperately, so he just swallowed the abuse, even though it made him feel like trash. But this timeline, totally different. He's got a boss who actually sees his value and cuts the check to prove it. He drifts off to sleep, motivated to be the MVP employee she thinks he is. The next morning, he walks in groggy and bam. The store is a war zone. A massive line snakes out the door. He asks what the play is and why everyone is looking like biohazard troops. The manager spots him and Chan immediately jumps into the fray. Suddenly someone screams from the back, "Yo, you got masks for goblins." The manager winces bad news. Sold out. That last goblin just grabbed the final unit. Panic starts to ripple through the crowd. Other customers start shouting, asking about kobold sizes and gear for other species. Chan dives into the mob to manage the chaos. And in the middle of the scuffle, he somehow snags a mask for himself. The manager looks grim. This is a disaster, because every store in the district is likely dry inventory hitting zero everywhere. Chan is confused, asking if this is a plague or something, because he doesn't get why everyone is masked up. The manager gives him a side-eye, asking if he's been living under a rock and ignoring the news, pointing out his phone syncs with this world's feed. She tells him to look it up. He pulls up the digital paper, and there it is, 2:00 p.m., Futaba Park. A massive pollen cloud just nuked the area. Specialists confirmed that prolonged heat waves from climate change mixed with corrupted mana in the air caused a pollen explosion. The report says it's a freak short-term event, but the advisory is strict if you have weak lungs. Stay in your bunker. Do not go outside. Masks are mandatory if you step out the door. And everyone needs to be on high alert. It's not just the park. The contagion has breached multiple city sectors. City Hall is scrubbing the streets, but the report is blunt. This isn't a quick fix. And we're looking at a full week of deep cleaning. The article drops a heavy warning that inhaling that manna-laced pollen triggers allergic rhinitis, conjunctivitis, dermatitis, and straight-up asthma attacks for low mana species. Chan realizes this is a legitimate emergency, and honestly, he is already picturing a total mask apocalypse lasting for who knows how long. The manager mentions Yunha is dropping by with a fresh supply later, so they just gotta hold down the fort until she shows. Meanwhile, Chan spots a shiny new tablet just sitting there and asks, "Is that for me?" The manager nods. It is all his. She tells him to keep it since she has got a spare at home. He cannot exactly turn down a flex like that, but deep down, he feels like a total leech. Then again, he knows pushing back would just make her double down. He starts wondering if this is her way of leveling up. When she talked about becoming a better boss, I mean, she already hooked him up with a smartphone and had his back, while he was grinding for his certification test. Now he is racking his brain trying to figure out how to return the favor, somehow. Just then, a customer with a literal chihuahua head pops up asking if they have still got masks in stock. Mr. Chihuahua notes it has been a minute since he has seen Chan, only for Chan to drop the bad news, unfortunately. Only kitty masks are left. Chan eyes the guy's shades, wondering if that is some weird new fashion statement. The Chihuahua gets salty fast, snapping that he is wearing them because his eyes are on fire, thanks to the pollen. And it is all his boss's fault for cracking a window to get some fresh air, right when the pollen count was spiking. Now the office is a total disaster zone, and he is pinning the whole mess on his boss, swearing he is going to settle the score one day. Chan asks if he has been grinding solo this whole time, and the guy confirms no work, means no paycheck. He would rather rock the goofy glasses than suffer later. Chan is actually impressed by the dedication. Still, Chan breaks it to him 0 adult masks right now. The restock does not drop until midnight, so he should probably bounce and come back tomorrow. But the Chihuahua is not having it. He decides to camp out right there. Chan warns him it is going to be a long wait, but the guy doubles down. It is his call, and he is staying put. Chan asks if he is not wiped out after a full shift. The Chihuahua claims he wants to boost the store's revenue, then tells Chan he talks too much, and demands a solid beer recommendation. Chan decides to dodge that bullet entirely. Time crawls. It is already 12:20, and the place has been a ghost town for 2 hours. Chan starts stressing because Yunha is late, wondering if the pollenpocalypse took her out. Suddenly, the Chihuahua asks why the store is dead, silent, no tunes, noting that every other spot plays music. Chan realizes that since day one, he has not heard a single beat in there. The guy points out the place feels way too isolated, and vibes like that kill sales. He adds that he would even tell his own boss to fix it. Finally, Yunha stumbles in, geared up in glasses and a mask, looking absolutely drained. Chan is thrown off by her entrance but quickly hypes up her effort. She sighs, admitting the situation out there is insane, that the pollen is a total nightmare and she was practically flying blind. She tells Chan to grab a broomstat. Right then, the Chihuahua guy steps up to Yunha and demands to know why the hell the delivery took so long, ordering her to hand over the mask right now. Yunha pauses, asking, "Excuse me." The Chihuahua barks that he needs a mask, but she clarifies that was not the issue. She just expected some basic manners. The guy sneers at her mask, asking why it is so filthy, and if she can even breathe through that grime. He even offers to buy her a new one purely to be condescending. That snaps something in Yunha, and for a split second, it looks like she is about to throw hands. Chan senses the danger, jumping in to say he will explain later, begging her to just give the guy his mask. The Chihuahua struts to the register, asking for the damage. Chan starts cleaning up the guy's mess, but the customer stops him, says he has got it covered himself. That actually shocks Chan. Customers never clean up after themselves. The guy pays up hands over the cash, and tells Chan to keep the change. They almost fight over the tip, but eventually the guy grabs his mask, adjusts his shades, says he is over it, and bounces. Chan just calls out, "Come back soon." The second he is gone, Yunha asks why he left the change, and if that dude is a regular. Chan nods. Yep, guy has been haunting the store since Chan's very first shift. He explains that even though the guy is stressed and kind of a jerk, he is still miles better than the Karens, who cause actual scenes. Yunha agrees, saying she hates that kind of drama too. She notes Chan really went through it today, but he shakes his head. She is the one who really suffered trekking across the city in the middle of a pollen storm, just to make the drop. He asks if she will be alright getting back. Yunha apologizes for the delay, explaining she could not even text because she was swamped. Apparently the manager had her helping out at City Hall. Chan blinks, totally caught off guard. Wait, were you actually out there wrestling with the pollen problem? Yuna gives a tired nod. Yeah, that was just the warm-up before the emergency mask run. Turns out she'd been scrubbing the square since 6 a.m., which explains why she clocked in way later than usual. Chan's brow furrows as the confusion hits him. Hold on, why the sudden grunt work, he asks. Is this normal hunter stuff, or are you being punished for something? Yuna sighs, flashing back to her crash course on the gates, those portals spewing out beasts and demons. You know the drill, violent nightmares with valuable loot inside. Hunters exist to wipe them out, seal the rifts, and cash in. But lately, it's been dead silent. May is basically a ghost town for gates. Yuna explains the trade-off. Since she's a high-tier hunter, the district calls in favors. Hunters tend to wreck the city while fighting, she says, so this helps balance the scales. Collateral damage control. Sometimes, if there's bad blood between the district and the guild, they just pay a fine. But usually, it's all about PR, keeping that public image spotless. Chan just stares at her unblinking. Quit looking at me like that, she snaps. But he presses on. This is about the corporate card mess, isn't it? The manager punished you. Busted. She admits she wrote the report, but the boss went nuclear this time. So Boom exiled to park cleanup duty to reflect on her sins. Still, she shrugs it off, claiming she's chill and has everything under control. How long is this sentence, Chan asks. Yuna winces. Probably through the end of the month. Chan runs the numbers instantly. That means grinding 16-hour workdays for nearly 20 days straight. Wham, he slams his hand on the table. Explain exactly what went down. Now. Yuna tries to play it cool, insisting she's fine, but Chan isn't buying it. You're gonna crash, Yuna. That level of exhaustion isn't a joke. You work 12 hours too, she counters. Yeah, for a paycheck, Chan shoots back. You're doing free labor. You said yourself, hunters are elite workers. They're gonna milk you for everything you've got. And they won't pay you a dime for it. She stubbornly insists she's tough enough, but Chan shakes his head. Physically, maybe. But the store logistics are already slipping. Like today, if this becomes the new normal, the manager's gonna notice. Then the guilt kicks in, and things get messy. He looks her in the eye. I don't want to see that. Disappointed look on her face. Yuna looks away, whispering, me neither. Chan offers a solution. Talk to them. Both managers. Clear the air. Can't, Yuna sighs. If I complain, the guild manager might have to step in and do the grunt work himself. And that just complicates everything. She pauses. Honestly, this is how I felt watching you take that test. Your skills are insane. God tier even compared to famous anti-magic specialists. But if you volunteer, she warns, the boss is still salty about the corporate card. It won't stop at one gig. The second they see what you can do, they'll bury you under a mountain of tasks. Wouldn't they eventually have to pay up? Chan asks. Doesn't matter, he shrugs. I'll take the hits as long as it doesn't mess with my shift. At the convenience store, he stands firm. I'm explaining this to the manager. When she walks in, I'm not letting you get wrecked because of me. I'll think about it, Yuna deflects. Chan leans in. Promise me. Yuna finally caves. Fine, yes. Just drop it, okay. She looks at him soft for a second. You're really kind. That's your problem. You're too kind. Next morning, Chan stares out the storefront window. The whole world looks like it drowned in roses. It doesn't even look like pollen anymore. No wonder those masks vanished off the shelves. He grabs a broom and dustpan, but the pink dust won't budge. It's glued to the concrete. Just then, the manager pops up. What are you doing out here, Chan sighs. Trying to clean, but this stuff is invincible. The manager smiles. A for effort, you diligent thing, but cleaning that isn't simple. That stuff is infused with magic power, she explains. Regular tools won't touch it. Magic power, Chan's eyes light up. He steps closer to the mess. Click. He activates his anti-magic field. Instantly, the stubborn grime loosens and starts floating in the air. Whoa, way easier, he grins. The manager's eyes go wide. Stop, right now. She warns him not to make skin contact with the toxic pollen. Chan acts like it's chill, but she's not hearing it, demands he go scrub up immediately and seriously decontaminate in the shower. While she's hunting for sanitizer, a memory clicks. That pup you mentioned? She asks Pomeranian. Right, Chan nods confused. Yeah, why saw one just like it, she replies. Last night, 6 sharp. Little guy was frozen, just locking eyes with the store through the glass. But the second she stepped out, bolt. Gone. She managed to snap a pic for Chan, but he's hesitant. Dog breeds aren't exactly his specialty. Could be him, though. Managers convinced the little fluffball was scouting for Chan, wondering why on earth he'd show up here. She's visibly stressed, worried this pollen apocalypse is gonna wreck the poor animal. Praying for a return visit tomorrow. Then the slump hits. She looks drained. Chan clocks the sales receipt in her hand. Internal monologue kicks in. Did numbers tank this month? Everyone's hunting masks, and since they're perpetually sold out, a dip makes sense. But for a small biz, this week has been a total nightmare. He's brainstorming a pep talk when she blurts out, why does that magic dog hate me? Why's he always running? Oh, it's not the money. Chan pivots. Wait, did he show up again? Manager nods, looking crushed. Ghosted her again. She even had snacks ready, no dice. Chan steps up. If he swings by, I'll make sure he says hi. Cut to 9 minutes past midnight. Chan's back on the grind. Still no sign of the pup. He's spiraling. Will he show up at dawn or did something sketchy happen? Barking snaps him out of it. That's Puppy. He waves him in, promising the good snacks. Chan activates anti-magic, purging the pollen from Puppy's fur. The dog practically melts with relief. Shaking didn't do a thing. Clean and safe. Chan probes. So what went down with your humans saw him chasing you? Puppy sighs. Bad day. Owner was tailing him, crying his eyes out. Pup had to sprint like a maniac to evade capture. Hit a park and finally shook him. But then reality hit first time solo in the big scary world. Totally lost. Starving. Parched from the marathon run. Passers-by were a mixed bag, trying to pet him, but he was terrified they'd drag him back. Freedom didn't feel so free at first. Chan sets the vibe. Keep talking, let's get some food in you. A chill moment amidst the madness. He grabs treats and kibble. Puppy's all like, you've done enough bro, but Chan insists. It's all good. Actually, thank the manager. Puppy tilts his head. Who? Chan explains. The lady from earlier. The one you keep ditching. Puppy freezes. Cue the embarrassment. He had no clue she ran the joint. Now things are looking a little awkward. Chan laughs it off. She's chill. But if you want to make it right, just enjoy the snacks. She'll be stoked. Meet her tomorrow. Puppy chomps down in agreement. Chan fetches water, deciding the little guy's crashed here tonight. He's been through the ringer. So which park? Futaba? Puppy says. Turf of the Black Wind Gang. Sounds ominous. Chan's confused. Puppy breaks it down. Stray dog mafia running the park. They took over recently. But with the pollen lockdown, the park's off limits. Cleanup crews moved in, making street life even harder. Admitted he was terrified at first, but survival instincts kicked in. Grass beds, fountain water. Food was everywhere, so he wasn't exactly starving. Real trouble started when the Black Wind crew invaded. Chan asks, where are they now? Soup place nearby, Puppy explains. Owner's a saint. Feeds all the strays. Technically another gang's turf, but those guys are chill with visitors. Until Black Wind raided the spot. The locals fought back hard, but got overrun. Puppy jumped into the fray, points to his ear. That's how I got this. Chan's shocked. You fought, Puppy nods. Had to cover my friend who looked out for me. Black Wind boss took down his pal, but kicked Puppy aside. Not worth killing the weak, he scoffed. Brutal, but it gave them a window to bolt. Barely made it out alive. Came to the store to escape the drama, but the pollen just made everything worse. So what's the ETA on this mess? He asks. Chan runs, the numbers cleanup is looking like a solid week. Puppy's face falls. Great, he mumbles. Guess I'm dumpster diving for a mattress these next few days. Chan cuts him off immediately. Don't be dramatic. You're crashing here tonight. Puppy freezes guilt, written all over his face. I don't want to be a burden man. Before Chan can argue, a deafening boom shakes the walls. Both of them jump out of their skin. What the hell was that? Another blast rips through the air, even louder this time. They rush the exit to investigate. And there it is. A colossus. A literal giant whale hovering in the sky. Chan's jaw hits the pavement. He never thought he'd live long enough to see a leviathan defying gravity. Why is that thing even here? He whispers. Suddenly, Puppy tilts his head, vibrating on the same frequency as the beast. She's just grinding. Puppy translates. Wants to wrap this gig and rest. She's asking why we're lurking. Puppy clarifies that the they she's referring to is him and Chan. Chan blinks, completely thrown off. Wait, you actually speak whale. The creature lets out a low, mournful groan that rattles Chan's ribs, sounding totally miserable about the pollen count. Exactly, Puppy nods. Chan stares at him. Bro, all I hear is a sad, long-winded tuba sound. He points up. That's a blue whale kid. Basically a megafish. Puppy throws him a side eye. Fish swim genius. She's parking in midair. He gestures at the beast hovering in place. Well, tell her that Chan nudges him. Puppy recoils like he touched a hot stove. I'm not suicidal. I'm not talking to that thing. You're already translating, Chan insists. Just trust me on this. Just say something small, trembling like a leaf. Puppy squeaks out a greeting, begging the giant not to be mad. We just came out for fresh air, he stammers. We don't want any trouble. Chan glances down. You good, Puppy nods. Yeah, but his legs are turning to jelly. Suddenly the massive shadow shifts. She's coming down. The temperature drops. Chan's gut screams danger. This just went from weird to terrifying. But here's the backstory. Her origin story started normal. Born in the deep blue, loved by her mama, receiving all the cuddles, swimming the currents peacefully. She wasn't a titan back then, just average size. For a calf. But the moment she hit her 3rd birthday, gravity decided to quit on her. She surfaced for air like always, but instead of diving back down, she started drifting up like a balloon. Her mother panicked, thrashing below. But no matter how hard she tried, the little calf couldn't sink. After realizing physics was broken, the kid made a choice. She told her mom she'd embrace the solo life, that she'd be independent and totally fine. Her mother was wrecked. Her baby was only 3 years old, but the sky called and the calf answered, roaming the clouds alone. Problem is, clouds aren't edible. She starved for 3 weeks, drifting until she hit a coastal city. Naturally, she went viral instantly. Everyone was talking about the sky whale. That's when her life got complicated. Back in the present, Puppy keeps the translation flowing. She says, sketch dudes appeared on the coast, hauled her to a facility, ran tests, poked and prodded. Then, they dragged her to City Hall. That's it, she claims. Nothing else happened. Chan narrows his eyes. Nothing else. That sounds like a cap. She looks drained, barely staying afloat. Puppy keeps nodding, confirming her story. Chan interrupts. Wait, how are you doing this? Puppy shrugs. She says people who vibe with her frequency are called firstborns. And she's 25, so drop the ma'am, Puppy adds. She's in her prime. Chan frowns. She looks way younger than me. The whale shifts. She thinks Chan sounds like a stiff corporate suit. Chan freezes. Wait, can she understand me directly? Puppy cringes. Yeah, and she hates your formal vibe. Chan immediately switches up. My bad, didn't know you were listening. So what's the mission? The whale conveys that she's on a city hall contract. She has to scrub the entire city's pollen in 7 days. She is swamped. You're cleaning, Chan asks. How does a whale clean a city? Puppy looks lost too. Then the show starts. Her blowhole flares. Instead of water, a massive vortex of magic and pollen swirls into her system. Chan realizes she's a living vacuum. Whoosh. In literal seconds, the street is spotless. Chan's eyes go wide. Okay, that is sick. But the math doesn't add up. If she can nuke a street in under 10 seconds, why does she need a whole week? The cleanup zone was absolutely massive, but the clock wasn't adding up. It was way too fast. Puppy broke it down according to the whale. The sanitation blitz wasn't the issue. That part was lightning quick. The real nightmare started after the job was done. Chan spotted something gnarly clinging to her scales. You hurt? He asked. Puppy played translator. It was toxic pollen buildup. Every second she worked, that gunk plastered onto her skin. If she let it stack up, it triggered an itch so fierce it could drive you mad. That's why she dragged it out. She had to detour to City Hall, just to scrape her back against the walls for relief. Magic could have fixed it in a snap, but until now, literally 0 people had stepped up to help. DIY cleaning was a total fail, because she had to grind against concrete skyscrapers, which was pure agony. Chan's gut twisted. Talk about a toxic work environment. This poor creature had been suffering in silence since she was a calf. No wonder she kept her guard up. Even though he couldn't speak her language Puppy Chan decided he wasn't just going to stand there like an NPC. He vibed with her pain, synced up his emotions, and slammed his hand onto her back with purpose. Time to do something real. Flash. Next thing he knows, the whale's screaming that the pollen is gone. Are you okay? He gasped. She hollered back that she was fine, but she was shook. What kind of sorcery was that? Chan was still fighting off a head rush. While Puppy frantically translated the million-dollar question, how did he nuke all that pollen? Off her back instantly. Nothing fancy. Chan shrugged, playing it cool. Just gave you a good scratch. He dropped the invite if she wanted to slide through tomorrow for round 2. He'd handle it no sweat. Chan insisted it was super low effort for him. And since she was already cruising that route anyway, she could pull up whenever she wanted. The whale rumbles something and Puppy translates, she just wanted a quick pit stop, get cleaned, and bounce. But now she's insisting on cutting him a check for the favor. Chan shuts that down hard. I don't want payment, he explains. It's easy work, and I just want these streets spotless, as soon as possible. She didn't need to stress, because he was just doing his part. Suddenly, Puppy's vibe shifts. He gets serious and tells Chan he has a question for the whale. Can you plug me into a gig at City Hall? Puppy asks. My situation is trash right now. I'll take anything. The whale's expression changes. She starts dropping lore about spiritual beings, creatures with OP stats, capable of speaking every language in the game. Then she drops a warning. Stay far away from City Hall, kid. Pay sucks, Puppy guesses. It's not that she corrects. You go in for a job, you end up a lab rat. They lock you up for 7 years of research before you can even think about leaving. That's her tragic backstory. And even when the timer runs out, you don't get a job. You just stay trapped in the system. The whale urges him. With your abilities, the world is yours. Find another lane. Somewhere you can actually use that power. Puppy agrees to listen but sighs. Getting hired is still a nightmare though. Especially when my only skill is listening to people's drama. The whale softens. Well, I have a story, she whispers. Puppy tunes in. She confesses she thought she'd go her whole life without being heard. But today flipped the script. She drops a massive thank you to the duo and drifts off into the horizon, finally lighter. Silence hangs heavy. Puppy thinks back to Chan, saying they were in the same boat. Chan already knew the deal. The manager briefed him that Puppy was a spiritual mascot, high IQ, and blessed with special powers just like Chan. I get it now, Puppy murmured, commenting on how Chan always shows him mad kindness. But Chan apologizes, feeling guilty. I caused this mess for you, he says, referring to Puppy's life on the streets. Puppy shakes his head. Don't apologize for anything. Chan recalls that he hyped Puppy up to leave home, But Puppy clarifies, that was my call. I did it to protect my little peanut, and I have zero regrets. He admits the street life is brutal, but he's banking on finding real happiness. Once he levels up past this struggle. When's that gonna happen, Chan asks. The day Puppy beams, that I can walk the night in total peace. He loves the night vibes, and imagining exploring solo, without an owner dragging him around. That's pure dopamine. Don't pity me, Chan, he says. Compared to my old life, I'm living the dream. Next morning, Chan spills the tea to the manager. Did our giant friend circle back? The manager asks. Yup, Chan nods. And this time she was barely carrying any dust. Regardless, he stuck to the routine, reached out, purified her. He starts muttering an apology for zoning out on the clock, but the manager just tilts her head. Why be sorry? Thanks to his magic touch, she finally got the answer she needed. She mentions the Great Cleanse is trending hard right now. Everyone is shook, totally stunned that the job wrapped up way ahead of schedule. Even City Hall had to drop an official press release. She hypes him up, calling him a total lifesaver. But Chan, he's sweating bullets. He asks the big, what-if scenario. What if people clock him as the whale whisperer? He's got to keep his otherworld origins on the strict down low. The manager waves it off. His energy signature is a total blank. Even those anti-magic zealots, who usually sniff out the faintest spark, wouldn't find a thing. He's a ghost in the machine. Because of that, nobody's gonna pin this on him. He's in the clear. Plus, barely anyone has the skills to recognize that kind of power anyway, so he can chill. Mid-convo, the manager spots Puppy crashed out in the corner and gushes over the cuteness overload. Been out cold since sunrise, she asks. Chan nods. The little guy is wiped. After surviving the mean streets, Chan suddenly asks about a nearby vet, making the manager raise an eyebrow. He explains he swore he saw a nasty gash on Puppy's ear, but looking now, gone, like it never happened. He knows he wasn't hallucinating. Before he can spiral, the manager grabs her phone. Hey, noticed anything sus about Yoonha lately? Nothing specific, she says, just, the vibes are off. Last week, Yoonha mentioned deliveries would be tough, then suddenly ghosted, saying she's swamped. The manager shoots Chan a look. You know something? Guilt hits him like a truck. He decides to come clean about the disaster during the practical exam. But boom, the door flies open. A massive dude walks in. Wait, scratch that, it's a literal bear. He zeroes in on Chan. You, the one who wrecked my office with Yoonha Chan, is shook, brain freezing at the sight of a talking predator. But he mans up. Yeah, that was me. The bear doesn't waste time on pleasantries and drops the bomb. Last week, Yoonha swiped the company card. My office took a massive financial hit. We're talking 38.4 million in damages. He leans in, making it crystal clear that Chan is on the hook to fix this. Refusal isn't an option. Time to take responsibility. Suddenly, the manager steps up. Hold up a second, she says, voice icy. Quit grilling my employee. She claims Chan is vital to her shop and demands some respect. The bear just stares her down for a few beats and growls. You the boss I am. What of it? The tension breaks as the bear nods. Got it. He apologizes for the rude entry, sliding a business card across the counter. I'm Bell, General Director, Salmon Hunter Office. He breaks it down. He's the cleanup crew for monster messes, demon incursions, portal glitches, and rogue magic. Basically the dirty work no one else wants. His client list. Everyone from government shadows to private mercs. It's a decent-sized operation, but the problem is, rogue mages and gates pop up randomly, and in short bursts, so speed is everything. If they don't blitz it, the situation spirals into chaos. But thanks to your boy, Bell grumbles, my assets are frozen, contracts are burning. Don't I have a right to be pissed? The manager sighs, apologizing for the trouble Chan caused, and even offers to cut a check for the damages herself. You look out for your people, she says firmly, and I look out for mine. Treat him with respect. Don't strong-arm him into this. The air crackles as they lock eyes. Finally, Bell cracks a smirk. You got guts, lady. Wish my crew had that kind of spine. He shifts back to business. So how do we square this debt? He proposes. Chan works it off. Chan steps up. I'm in, but I've got two conditions. 10 at night to 10 in the morning is off limits. That's my shift here at the shop. Any other time I'm game. Take it or leave it. Bell scoffs, asking if he really thinks he's in a spot to make demands. Chan doesn't blink. Yep. Yoonha told me I'm the best. You agree to my terms, I'll deliver perfection. Bell laughs, shaking his head. You two are bold as hell. If Yoonha vouches for you this hard, you must be a monster in the field. Chan pauses. Does she talk about me? Bell shrugs. Deal. He looks at the manager. You cool with this? If Chan's good, she replies. Then I'm good. Bell nods. I'll route the missions through Yoonha. Expect 2 gigs a day. Plus rides and grub are on the house. Chan cuts to the chase. When is Yoonha free from overtime hell? Bell drops the good news. The disinfection crew wrapped up early, so tonight is the grand finale of her overtime saga. Sentence commuted, schedule normalized. You can practically hear the weight drop off Chan's shoulders. Bell bounces, leaving Chan with the manager. She hits him with a hypothetical, "What if a job pops up at 10 p.m. sharp?" Chan shuts it down instantly. "No can do, he's married to the shop duties." She counters, suggesting a roster switch-up, but he hits the brakes. Hard pass. She tells him to chill and listen. He needs to clear his slate of personal drama, so he can grind without distractions. Then she pivots, offering to babysit Puppy and actually apologizing, admitting she should have been looped in sooner. She owns her mistake, keeping secrets wasn't the play, and lays down the law from now on, total transparency. No more shouldering that heavy burden solo. She kicks him out, shifts over. Cut to later, Chan's back in the zone, stocking shelves, phone pressed to his ear. He's grilling the manager. "Did Puppy seriously say he wants to pay me back for the favor?" The manager confirms it. The little guy is convinced he's running a spiritual tab. Chan sighs, explaining he only helped to keep the creature healthy, not to cash in on a reward. Manager tried telling Puppy that, but he's not buying it. Then she drops an interesting nugget. For a spiritual mascot, Puppy thinks he's 0 tier on power, but the manager disagrees. His linguistic game is S tier. Chan pauses. "You mean that translation stunt he pulled? With the whale story, bingo." She explains that interpretation magic isn't just Google Translate, it's complex, tangled with dialects, heavy accents, and subtle nuances. According to her expertise, using magic for translation usually ends in disaster because those subtleties get lost in the sauce. But Puppy, he nailed it. Flawless execution, like he was born speaking whale. To the manager, that looked like high-level sorcery stuff advanced mages struggle with. Still, Chan's mind is elsewhere. He brings up the nasty gash he spotted on Puppy's ear. He saw it clearly, but now gone. The manager theorizes it's another mascot perk. Rapid regeneration, just like the Phoenix. Chan blinks. "Wait a Phoenix." Suddenly, the shop door chimes. It's his exam supervisor. Chan freezes. What is he doing here? The guy claims he's just hand-delivering the cert. Cut to Chan sliding him a cold soda. The instructor reaches for his wallet, but Chan waves him off. "It's on me." Then he gets real. Is it standard procedure for an instructor to play courier? The man smirks. Not common, no, but he has a very specific agenda. He slides the magical certificate across the counter. "Congratulations, you're officially an anti-magic specialist." Then comes the fine print. He starts rattling off the terms and conditions. Rule 1, harm another species and get convicted, you're out. Rule 2, loan this cert to anyone, you're out. Rule 3, miss the state's quarterly workload quotas, also out. Break these, and say goodbye to the license for 1 year. Chan frowns. Does this mean I'm government property now? The instructor shakes his head. Nope. He can freelance as a specialist in any legal sector. The catch: everyone wants veterans. Rookies like Chan usually starve before landing a gig. But there's a loophole: support policies for newbies. Chan asks for the details, and the instructor drops the bomb. A certified pro can take him under their wing. Then he points to himself. "I'll be your mentor." Chan is baffled. The instructor leans in. This is the real reason he's here. Chan didn't just pass, he crushed it. Top scores in written and practical. So the question is, how does Chan feel about becoming a teaching assistant? Chan's brain is buffering. The instructor presses on if Chan keeps showing off those skills. He's on the fast track to promotion. If you have demands, the guy adds, "Speak now. I'll make it happen." Suddenly, Chan flashes back to a night out with the boys. One buddy was sobbing into his drink, swearing he'd rather die than be a grad student again. The guy started with fire in his eyes, full of passion, but a few months in, completely broken. It was pathetic to watch. Chan always thought he was too unqualified for that academic life anyway. But now, life has a twisted sense of humor. Chan stared at the offer, his brain struggling to compute. This didn't just contradict his reality, it shattered everything he thought he knew about himself. The instructor leaned in, dropping the truth bomb. Professors aren't there to teach. They're at the academy to grind on personal research and push administrative papers. Lectures. Extra duties. Those are just side quests to unlock more funding. But he didn't want a grunt, he wanted Chan. The gig was specific assist with personal research and anti-magic operations. That was the ticket to becoming his teaching assistant. But he wasn't looking to drown the kid. He kept his tone soft, assuring Chan that if the research hit a wall, there would be zero pressure. "My line is open 24/7, he promised. Then the inevitable vibe check. "Any questions?" Chan nodded, unable to hold back. "Why me, Chan?" asked, genuine confusion, coloring his voice. Why hand a golden ticket position to a nobody like me? He seriously didn't get it. The instructor didn't answer with words. He summoned the cube. The same magical puzzle from the exam hovered between them. "You know why this was the test?" Chan shrugged, assuming it was standard candidate filtration. "Wrong," the instructor smirked. "This thing is designed to take 40 minutes. But the goal wasn't to solve it. It was a stress test. We wanted to see exactly when a candidate would crack, realize it was impossible, and quit." His eyes gleamed. "But you speed ran it in 20 seconds. The cube was a psychological trap meant to force students to admit defeat. It was supposed to expose their inefficiency in anti-magic. But Chan hadn't just refused to quit. He had obliterated the test, showing potential that was off the charts. Chan narrowed his eyes, wondering if this guy was a total psychopath for gaslighting students with an impossible exam. "You're an anomaly," the instructor continued, his fascination evident. Chan wasn't just another student. He was a glitch in the system. Not 5 minutes. Seconds. The memory clearly still shook the professor. It had left him absolutely floored. He had never witnessed raw talent like that. That was the why. He looked at Chan, waiting for the realization to hit. Get it now. Chan got it, but the imposter syndrome hit harder. "Look, I barely scraped through high school," he countered. "No degree. No credentials. I'm literally working a shift at a convenience store right now. I can't be a professor." He respected the guy enough to want him as a mentor, but the job. He hesitated, asking if turning down the TA role meant burning the bridge. Suddenly, the convenience store door chimed. The manager breezed in, interrupting the tension. "Why are you back?" Chan blinked. "Forgot my wallet," she announced, explaining she had ordered takeout but left her cash behind. She scanned the counter. "Did you see it?" Chan shook his head, offering to help search. Then the manager froze. She spotted the instructor instinctively slipping into customer service mode. Chan hustled over, whispering a rapid-fire explanation to keep things low-key. She waved him off. "I'm good, focus on your chat." She started hunting for the wallet herself, while Chan pivoted back to the professor. "Store manager," the instructor asked, his gaze lingering on her. Chan nodded. "Yeah. Is that an issue?" "No." The instructor trailed off, catching himself before saying too much. But the vibe shifted. He quickly pivoted, asking for Chan's number. Chan felt a prickle of suspicion. Did the prof know her? The thought vanished as the instructor shoved a phone screen in his face. It was a job board app. "These are direct requests coming into the lab," the instructor explained, scrolling through the list. "Here's the deal. Minimum workload. You need to clear at least 2 tasks a month that meet our standards." It was a safety net. If Chan couldn't find his own gigs, these requests would keep him active. "I won't micromanage," he promised. Chan agreed, though he threw in a caveat. "If things get shady, I'm calling you." "Any more questions?" The instructor looked smug, like he had prepared for every possible outcome, even Chan saying no to the main offer. He was desperate to keep Chan in his orbit. "How do we communicate?" Chan asked. "Text call. Report on the official notice board," the supervisor directed. "Anything you do as an anti-magic specialist goes on the record." It would automatically sync to the back of his certificate. Location didn't matter. Hours didn't matter. As long as he hit the quota, he was a free agent. "Just keep it legal," he warned. Chan smirked, flipping the card. "So can I use this to score beer at a bar?" "Technically, yes." The supervisor didn't even blink. With no more questions, he wrapped things up. "Contact saved," he said, heading for the door. "I'll be watching your career specialist." The second he was gone, the manager snatched the certificate, eyes wide. "Whoa, let me see that." She geeked out immediately. "Pure silver. Magical conduit. Damage negation spells. This is straight from the Department of Magic top brass." Chan watched her fanboy over the metal. "Hey," he interrupted, "did you know that guy? He looked at you weird." "I caught that too," she admitted, looking thoughtful. "I used to run with a lot of vampires back in the day. Maybe their paths crossed before he went academic." "It'll come to me," she shrugged. Chan groaned, staring at the phone list. "This is too much." Analysis paralysis was kicking in. "I don't know what to pick." The manager grinned, leaning over his shoulder. "Let me help you shop." She snags a bottle from the shelf. It looks like the perfect match. Chan scrutinizes the label, checking the stats. "Is this legit? Like from an actual big pharma lab?" She confirms it, with a nod, dropping some lore in this world. Corporations mass-produce magic potions. That triggers a flashback for Chan. The succubus. The one who grilled him with 20 questions earlier. The manager snaps her fingers in recognition. "Oh, right, the girl who spewed a literal rainbow all over my floor." She mentioned working in the industry. Chan muses, connecting the dots. The manager hums in agreement. Small world. Could be the exact same corp. Suddenly her eyes dart to the clock. Panic sets in. "Oh snap, the last train. I got a dip," she yelps. Chan waves her off, urging her to hustle. "Go, go, don't let me make you miss it." Once she's gone, the door chimes again. Enter a new challenger, an elderly gent lugging a tripod and a smartphone. "Wait, is Grandpa vlogging?" Chan blinks, totally thrown off. Even the seniors in this dimension are content creators. That is wild. Fast forward to the register. As Chan scans the loot, the old-timer wipes his brow. Walked miles for this bad boy. Finally tracked it down. "Got any variants?" he asks. Chan shakes his head. Sold out pops. Then curiosity hits. "You filming a mukbang with this or what?" The old man grins. "Bingo. How'd you guess? My chat has been spamming requests for me to try this stuff. It's not exactly my main niche," he admits. "But hey, I gotta eat while I'm recording, right?" Then he drops a question. "You guys deliver, I want to sample the whole menu." Chan points to the sign. "Sorry, we're strictly app-based delivery here." The guy frowns. "Apps, I'm clueless with that tech." Chan tilts his head. "Hold up. You live stream for a living but can't work a food app. I just smashed the go live button, he shrugs, laughing. My son works his editing magic on the footage later. Apparently ordering dinner is harder than running a channel. Chan sighs, stepping up. It's not rocket science. Here, let me walk you through it. Step 1, tap to add to cart. Step 2, hit purchase. Then just plug in your drop-off spot and how you're paying. Pick an option, hit confirm, easy peasy. He looks up. The grandpa is staring blankly, completely lost in the sauce. Chan realizes words aren't enough. Let me see that. He grabs the phone and goes into tutorial mode. Tap here. Now punch this in. He guides him through the data entry and card details. The old man groans. Geez, it's like filing taxes, way too many steps. Mid-tutorial, Chan zones out. He spots a pattern. Lately, he's basically become everyone's personal tech support and problem solver. The manager already warned him about carrying the world on his shoulders. But the store's dead right now, so why not help a guy out? Mission accomplished. The old streamer beams. You're a lifesaver, kid. Seriously. Then the vibe shifts. He leans in, studying Chan's face intently. I see big things for you, he murmurs. You're a magnet for good souls, and have crazy high luck stats. Chan raises an eyebrow. And you know this? How? The grandpa taps his nose knowingly. Physiognomy. Face reading. Been my hobby for years, and I don't miss. I'm the real deal, he flexes. I once predicted a buddy's birthday down to the exact date. Grandson, the road's gonna be rocky until the year wraps up. The old man rasps, eyeing him closely. You got a game plan locked and loaded. Chan sighs, admitting he is still navigating the fog and has no clue what's next. The elder waves it off. Don't sweat the small stuff, kid. Just keep your momentum moving forward. You've walked through fire before, the man insists, and look at you, you came out unburnt every time. Chan cracks a half smile. Can't argue with that logic. But listen, the man leans in, voice dropping. Greatness is waiting for you, but heavy is the head that wears the crown. There will be days you can't shoulder that weight solo. Even when it gets dark, trust me, he assures him with a steady gaze. You won't be fighting those battles alone. Someone's gonna have your back. Chan shifts gears, holding up his phone to break the tension. Orders locked in. The entire digital catalog is yours to raid, pick whatever. Anything. For real, the old-timer blinks surprised. Chan nods, confirming the green light. The man beams gratitude written all over his face. Then he drops a bomb. A tip so fat it makes Chan's eyes bug out. Whoa, hold up. That is way too much. Chan stammers, trying to push the cash back. Hush now. Take it as a blessing from an old soul. You helped out today. The man insists, flashing a final grin before vanishing out the door. The manager slides back in, eyes wide. Did you seriously just bag a 500,000 tip? Chan nods, looking defeated. I tried to refuse, I swear. Guy just dropped the cash and ghosted, Chan explains, gesturing to the door. Can we just tag it as lost and found? The manager shrugs. Technically, yeah. But why play the hero, she teases, leaning on the counter? Why not pocket it? Chan frowns. It feels wrong. That is insane money for a simple assist. Plus, I am not exactly hurting for cash right now. The manager smirks, shaking her head. You get flustered way too easily, you know that. It is not that, Chan muses, gazing into space. I just feel like the universe is shoving me toward something massive. The manager bursts out laughing. All right, Mr. Destiny. Since you blocked the blessing, I will stash it in the safe for 1 month. If nobody claims it by then, what is the move? Chan meets her gaze. I might just treat you to a killer dinner. The manager raises an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, you actually gonna follow through on that? She snaps her fingers. Speaking of moves, what about that gig with the pharma company? You accept. Locked it in, Chan confirms. Chatted with them last night. Client insisted on a face-to-face to break down the details. Meeting them right here tomorrow evening. Sorry for turning the shop into my office, Chan adds sheepishly. The manager waves a hand. Please, zero stress. Go for it. Hell, ditch the uniform while you are at it. Look professional. She pauses, curious. What is the corp called anyway? Emmer Chan replies. Oh, I know them, the manager nods. Just a couple bus stops down the road. Local big shots. She starts gossiping about their staff, then stops, a weird look crossing her face. Actually, feels like a massive coincidence, does it not? Flash forward to the next evening. Chan is posted up out front, nerves buzzing as he waits. A few regulars peek around. Messenger show up yet? Chan shakes his head. Negative. Well, what is the visual? How do we spot her? Trust me, you cannot miss her, Chan says dryly. She is a literal succubus with neon pink hair. Yup, the same chaotic energy from before. Been a hot minute, has it not? She chirps. Chan keeps his cool, pouring a drink as she leans over the counter. You do remember me, right? A smirk tugs at the corner of his mouth. Forget you. Literally impossible. I mean, how many customers paint my floor with rainbow vomit? He slides the drink over, shaking his head. Never thought you would be the corporate client, though. Life treating you okay? Her face scrunches up, visibly cringing at the flashback. Chan catches the vibe instantly. Relax, I am kidding. The rainbow incident is officially redacted from history. Please delete the file from your brain, the succubus pleads. I have been drowning in paperwork and corporate nonsense anyway. She eyes him curiously. Honestly, shocked, you are a certified magic specialist. Heard the exams for that license are absolutely brutal. Makes sense why you are surprised, Chan admits, leaning back. The ink on my license is barely dry, got it less than a week ago. This, right here, this is my rookie debut. First official gig. He pauses. Does that make you nervous, working with a noob? Since I am fresh off the boat and all. The succubus waves him off, smiling. Not even a little bit. Do not sweat it. I will break it down so it is dummy-proof. She pulls out a file, switching to business mode. Let us talk about the new product Emmer is cooking up. Here is the pitch. Couples fight constantly because they are fake with each other, right? So we are engineering a mutual honesty potion. To kill the drama, Chan raises an eyebrow. Would it not be easier to just make a potion that makes them fall in love? The succubus shakes her head solemnly. Cannot fabricate feelings, Chan. You cannot spark a fire if there is no wood to burn. Plus, mind control is super illegal. Our angle is enhancement, taking what is already there and cranking up the volume. We are talking formulas that boost empathy, syncing their vibes so they actually get each other. So, a truth serum, Chan guesses. Knew you would say that, she smirks. But nope, totally different beast. Truth serums are blunt instruments. They force you to vomit words, but there is no heart in it. It is just a data dump. It tanks your cognitive functions. You are babbling, but you are not actually being real. It is like talking when you are wasted, messy, and unreliable. That is why the Magic Council gave us the green light. Our potion keeps the brain sharp, but opens the heart. Speaking of the formula, the catch. Both partners have to down the drink together. Still, Chan clocked it immediately. This stuff was basically a high-stakes truth serum. The succubus threw a hypothetical at him. Imagine a scenario where a couple takes the potion and someone asks a trap question, like, if I tell the truth, can I leave? If they literally can't lie, their emotional walls go up and the resistance spikes, rendering the potion useless for interrogations. She stressed that they had hammered this point home. In their rebuttal paperwork, layering in multiple safety protocols just to get the green light from the higher-ups. That was exactly why they hunted Chan down. They needed him to debug the system and patch those potential loopholes. The current glitch involved tuning the honesty level should couples be brutally honest about every single detail. In a romance, the succubus admitted that zero-filter honesty usually ends with a breakup, and Chan nodded in agreement. She explained that to fix this, they added supplements that act like blinders, aligning thoughts strictly to the conversation topic to prevent messy side effects. Chan mused that they were basically trying to anticipate and squash bugs before the product even launched. Theory was cool and all, but he decided he needed to see the loot with his own eyes, asking to run an analysis. The succubus agreed, but dropped a disclaimer: the formula was still in phase 1, meaning they had no clue what kind of chaos would happen if someone actually drank it. Chan realized she was sweating it because she didn't know he was basically a tank when it came to magical resistance. So he pivoted, asking if she had any magic items on hand. She pulled out a perfume guaranteed to buff charisma and attract anyone within a 3-meter radius. Chan asked for a demo, then casually engaged his anti-magic to nullify the spell before spritzing it on himself. He turned to her, asking if she felt any sudden sparks. The succubus blinked. Not exactly. Chan smirked internally. His anti-magic defense was solid, but she looked confused. Noting the perfume had 5-star reviews, she started wondering if maybe he just had 0 natural charm, implying that, perhaps, his base stats were so low the product couldn't help him. Chan took that personally. He quickly explained he had wiped the effect, with his ability flexing that he actually had serious talent for this stuff. He said he got the misunderstanding, but the succubus panicked, apologizing profusely. She insisted she didn't mean he was ugly, claiming he was actually totally charming. She added that if he hadn't nerfed the perfume, she probably would have been all over him. Internally, Chan felt the cringe that just made things more awkward. Having proved his skills, he told her to go ahead and bring the potion. The succubus explained it was part of an off-site shipment, requiring a specific signature on the contract to unlock the goods, which meant a lag time of 1 or 2 days. She also dropped the bomb that, since this was just a convenience store gig, she might get swapped out for the next stage of the mission. Chan shut that down instantly. He didn't want a new rep. He wanted to keep working with her. He insisted the succubus stay on as his point person at the company, claiming they had a solid connection, and he really vibed with how she explained things. He genuinely wanted to keep this team up going. The succubus, a bit flustered, agreed that it could work. Later, as she was heading out, Chan was chatting up the store manager. The manager grilled him on what the girl had said, and Chan deadpanned that she had seriously asked if there was legendary loot hidden in the store. The manager laughed, noting that she seemed like a character, then asked if Chan was planning to snag the potion from the next drop and play guinea pig. Chan said yes, his special constitution meant he could tank the hit. Still, he wondered if he'd feel any debuffs. The manager figured probably not, reasoning that if the side effects were lethal, the company wouldn't be asking for beta tests this early. The real issue was finding a player too. The formula forced two people to be open and vulnerable. For the mechanics to work, he needed someone he actually liked, and the data would only be valid if the other person drank it too. Chan suggested he could solo it and chat with his subconscious. Or maybe the manager could do him a solid and drink it. She hit him with an immediate no. Then she suggested he ask the succubus, pointing out that even if it's a work request, there's weight to it. In her book, the succubus was his best bet. Chan agreed he'd shoot his shot and talk to her. Meanwhile, the succubus was replaying that moment when Chan said he'd love to keep working with her. Just the memory made her blush, and she started questioning why her heart was racing like she'd just run a marathon. Come morning, a customer was leaving, and Chan noticed the place was packed with families. He figured the weekend vibe was strong. It was Saturday after all, and May was officially family month. The streets were buzzing with families, but the vibe instantly shifted when Chan spotted a kid having a full-blown meltdown. It was a sugar crisis. He wanted candy, and he wanted it now. His mom, clearly running out of patience, dropped the ultimate threat. Keep crying and the dragon is going to swoop down and snatch you up. She pointed at the sky, swearing a monster was coming for him. The brat screamed even louder until the shop door chimed. And irony of ironies, in walks Hannah, a literal dragon. Chan hit her with a casual greeting. Hannah said she was chilling, but her eyes narrowed. What's this story I keep hearing? About dragons kidnapping kids, she asked, turning to the mom. Seriously, where exactly are we supposed to be taking them? Chan paused. He'd never really dissected that creepy threat adults always used, but hearing it out loud, super sketchy. The kid took one look at Hannah and froze in pure terror. Chan shrugged. Beats me where a dragon would stash a kid. He turned to the mom, offering a polite way out. Need anything else? She shook her head, looking ready to bolt. Just the candy, she mumbled, dragging her son out. Once the drama cleared, Chan pivoted back to Hannah. So where have you been? She mentioned crashing at her mom's place for a bit. Chan raised an eyebrow. No school lately. Pollution, she sighed. Pollen count is off the charts, so classes are canceled. Chan nodded. He remembered that mess. Makes sense. He leaned on the counter. How about the social scene? Managed to vibe with any friends? Yeah, Hannah lit up. Met some friends at a cafe. But they were acting super weird. She described suggesting a game of house. She played the mom role. But every time she asked for a fake cup of tea or a toy, the other kids didn't just hand it over. They offered it like they were trembling servants facing a tyrant. Even when she used her happy voice, they treated it like a royal decree. It clicked for Chan. They weren't playing with her. They were serving her, treating her like a queen, or worse, a monster. Did I mess up? She asked, looking crushed. No way, Chan assured her. But internally, he knew exactly what was wrong. Those kids are terrified of dragons. Hannah could be the sweetest soul alive, but her species alone triggers their fight or flight. That fear was toxic. It was turning the magic around, those kids dark and heavy, pure anxiety manifesting in the air. The incident in the store just proved it. In this world, dragons aren't majestic guardians. They're the stuff of nightmares. People see them as child-eating predators, basically the boogeyman but with scales. And the worst part, dragons are real citizens living right next door, yet society still uses them as a symbol of fear. Deep in thought, Chan almost missed it. Hannah pointed at the glass. There's a dog out there going crazy. It was Puppy, clawing at the door like his life depended on it. The poor guy looked like he'd been dragged through a hedge backward. Chan let him in. Whoa, what hit you? Did you roll through a dumpster or something? Chan asked. But instead of a witty comeback, Puppy just barked. A frantic primal bark. Chan frowned, confused, until he glanced at Hannah. Oh, right. He crouched down, whispering, You staying silent because she's here. Puppy gave a tiny nod. Can't talk in front of her, Puppy muttered under his breath. He quickly explained that the park was finally pollen-free, so he went back to chill. But this morning, total disaster. A massive crowd swarmed the place, apparently trying to fix some issue. In the crush of bodies, someone stomped right on his tail. He didn't yelp like a dog. Instinct kicked in, and he screamed a very human, ouch, at the top of his lungs. He didn't even realize he'd slipped up until the crowd went dead silent. Then came the panic. Get that mutant dog. For 2 straight hours, it was an action movie chase scene. He only survived by squeezing behind a vending machine, staying frozen until the mob dispersed. Chan listened, shaking his head. That park is basically cursed at this point. Puppy looked up with big, fearful eyes. Do you know what's causing all this bad luck? No clue, Chan lied, deciding it was safer to keep Puppy inside. Just lay low here for a bit. But Puppy was shaking. He whispered that he might be able to talk in front of Hannah, but the risk felt too high. After nearly getting captured by a mob, his circle of trust had shrunk to just Chan and the manager. I'll be careful, I swear, Puppy whimpered. Suddenly, Hannah loomed over them. What's with the secret meeting? Want in on the gossip, Chan teased, but Puppy let out a warning growl whine. Chan sighed. Look, if this happens again and I'm not here, you need a backup plan, Chan told the dog. You can't live in the shadows forever. You need allies. He gestured to Hannah. She's genuinely good people. She's pure heart. She'll keep your secret. Hannah nodded vigorously. I will. I don't even know what it is, but my lips are sealed. Chan smiled. You trusted the manager, right? Trust her. It was time for Puppy to take a leap of faith. Puppy finally caved, deciding that if Chan was cool with this girl, he was ride or die with her too. When Hannah heard the dog actually drop a sentence, her jaw hit the floor, but she barely stifled a squeal of pure hype. Puppy hissed at her to keep it down. Hannah, Pinky swore to keep their little secret. Watching from the sidelines, Chan let out a breath. Thankfully, the vibes between them were immaculate. For a second, he wondered if they clicked, just because they were both ridiculously cute, but he quickly shook that weird thought out of his head. Snapping back to business, he asked Hannah if she was still picking up on those weird colors around people. She shook her head, explaining that the anti-magic seal only had a 24-hour shelf life before fading out. Chan nodded, offering to re-up the spell. But Hannah pointed out she wasn't heading to kindergarten today anyway. Chan shrugged, didn't really matter where she was going. It was a gorgeous day outside, perfect for a field trip. He signaled Puppy for an assist. Puppy tilted his head, confused. Assist with what? Chan grinned. Simple mission, friendship, 101. As the day rolled on, the shop started buzzing with traffic. With families streaming in and out, Chan shot Puppy a look to confirm he knew the playbook. Puppy gave a sharp nod, he was ready. Then a new family walked in, a dad with his son in tow. Chan narrowed his eyes, analyzing the setup. Target acquired. The kid looked like he had a strong personality, a bit of a wild card, which made Chan hesitate on whether this would actually work. But the kid looked exactly Hannah's age. It was worth a shot. The dad asked Chan to babysit the little guy for a minute. He was just grabbing a few things and promised to cover whatever the kid picked out. Chan played it cool, agreed, and sent the mental green light. It was go time. Puppy trotted over, unleashing his secret weapon, a super cute bark designed to snag the boy's attention. Chan smirked, thinking they had it in the bag. But as the boy stepped closer, the vibe shifted instantly. The kid's reaction was totally off script. He scrunched up his nose, calling the dog gross and claiming he'd never seen such a filthy animal. He snapped, asking why a mutt like that was even allowed indoors. Chan was stunned. The brat demanded they kick the dog out immediately. That was Hannah's cue to go full protective mode. She stepped up, declaring the puppy was theirs, squeaky clean, and absolutely adorable. She crossed her arms, demanding an apology right now. With the plan officially in flames, Chan mentally reviewed the wreckage of his strategy. The original blueprint was simple. Step 1, identify the target kid. Step 2, grab their attention. That's where the fluffball came in. Step 3 was supposed to weaponize Puppy's cuteness to melt the hearts of the kid and the parents. Step 4, Hannah makes her grand entrance holding the puppy, says hi, and charms the room. And finally, Step 5. The ice breaks, the kids start chatting, and boom, Hannah scores a bestie. But reality decided to flip the script. Chan knew better than anyone that things rarely go according to plan. Life is messy. Puppy was definitely offended by the insult, and Hannah was absolutely fuming. Reading the room, Chan decided it was time to cut their losses. Operation Abort. Strategic retreat initiated. He stepped in with damage control, offering juice for the kids and suggesting they chill out over some of the shop's new cookies. He waved the fox-eyed boy over to the table to defuse the standoff. But what happened next, Chan didn't see it coming. The kid wasn't angry anymore. He was mesmerized. He started stammering, telling Hannah she was beautiful. Like really beautiful. Chan blinked, trying to process the sudden mood swing. But as Hannah turned to apologize to Puppy, hugging him tight, something struck the boy right in the chest. He looked at Hannah and basically saw a glowing angel. She's so kind, he mumbled. And pretty. He admitted he'd never seen a dragon like her before. Even with the sudden crush, Chan tried to leverage the moment. Well, if you think she's that great, maybe you should apologize for being rude earlier. The boy's face went flat. Why should I apologize? That dog is still ugly and dirty. Hannah bristled, her temper flaring up again. Don't you talk about him like that? She defended the uncle, who looked out for her, insisting Puppy was clean and cute. The boy smirked and threw down a challenge. Let's make a bet. A cookie tower showdown. Whoever builds the tallest stack in 1 minute takes the win. He made it clear since Hannah was a rookie at this game, he was going to crush her. Hannah fired back, I'm going to win. She pointed at Chan. He's the judge. Chan stood there thinking. Well, the operation was technically working, just in a completely bizarre, unplanned way. He pulled out the timer, set it for 1 minute, and laid down the rules. Tallest tower wins. The loser has to suck it up and apologize to the winner. No excuses. Go. Hannah moved fast, but she lacked technique. Only 24 seconds in, and the boy had already constructed a masterpiece. Hannah's stack was pitifully short. The realization hit her she was losing. The tears started flowing. Chan realized he'd totally misread the room. This wasn't just a game to her. She was heartbroken. Right at that chaotic moment, the door chimed. Another customer walked in with his daughter, who immediately dropped to the floor and started throwing a massive tantrum. The dad tried the classic scare tactic, threatening to summon a dragon to snatch her away. Chan stepped in immediately, asking him to keep it down, so the other customers wouldn't get annoyed, especially with that dragon talk. Once the guy actually noticed Hannah standing there, he panicked and apologized, claiming he hadn't seen her. Hannah just shrugged, clarifying that kidnapping isn't really her thing. Then the fox kid piped up, claiming dragons actually whisk kids away to some secret playground in the clouds just to hang out. Hannah blinked, totally confused, and asked if that was real. The kid insisted that's what his dad told him. But Hannah frowned, recalling the stories she'd heard. Dragons only snatched up the brats, who didn't listen to their parents. The boy turned beet red, mumbling that maybe he got his facts mixed up. When the fox boy's dad finally came back, Chan smoothed over the awkward tension by serving a round of juice on the house. As they were leaving, the boy shot his shot and invited Hannah to an amusement park, arguing that riding roller coasters alone is tragic and they should team up. Chan realized this kid, who seemed like a total snob earlier, was basically asking her out on a date. At this rate, he was shaping up to be potential boyfriend material. But Hannah shut it down instantly, explaining she was only at the store to visit her uncle. The kid looked visibly salty about the rejection. Chan started feeling guilty, wondering if he was acting like a barrier and causing Hannah to miss out on a solid social life. But the kid wasn't a quitter. Before leaving, he snagged her number and declared that next time, the park date was happening, promising to text her every single day. After he took off, they went back to Operation Get Hannah a Friend. The first kid actually vibed with Puppy, but the dad acted like Puppy was radioactive, forbidding the kid to touch him to avoid getting dirty. The next kid couldn't care less. It was rejection after rejection. Finally, they pulled the plug on the mission because Puppy was starting to look emotionally crushed. He knew he wasn't the coolest dog ever, but he never expected to be treated like trash. Chan apologized, realizing his plan had backfired. He slid Puppy 30,000 won as compensation for the disastrous gig. Puppy pushed it back, insisting he did it for Hannah, not the cash. But Chan stuck to the store's code. Nobody works for free here. And if you clock in at the convenience store, you get paid. Chan suggested that if Puppy didn't want to carry cash, he could just chow down on the store's premium dog food as payment. Puppy's tail wagged. He could definitely agree to those terms. Right after that, Hannah stepped up and asked if he wanted to come over to her place. She explained that she genuinely wanted to hang out. Her place was huge, loaded with toys, and they could snack on good food and play video games together. Puppy beamed, thanking her for the invite. Chan exhaled in relief. Looks like she made a friend today after all. Later during the graveyard shift, the manager started dropping some lore, explaining that adults just repeat those old myths because of the ancient racial wars. Dragons were heavy hitters in those conflicts. But the people who actually saw the dragon's power firsthand are all long gone, or ancient history themselves. According to the manager, those tales were passed down, as survival warnings basically don't mess with dragons. Over centuries, the truth got twisted into spooky bedtime stories to keep kids in line. She noted that dragons honestly don't care about that stuff and rarely even bring it up. Once kids grow up, the stories lose their punch since real dragons are just part of society now. Their scary reputation has faded, and adults aren't exactly shaking in their boots anymore. Then the manager pivoted, asking what exactly Chan was trying to achieve by going so hard for that little dragon girl. She was genuinely curious, because he had put in some serious effort that day. She wanted to know the motivation behind it. Chan admitted it hit close to home. Growing up, he was the lonely kid with zero friends. His family was dirt poor, which made him a target for bullies. He tried getting help from his teacher, but nothing changed. He used to go home in tears, asking his mom why he had to wear shoes with holes in them. That trauma made him want to step up for Hannah. He figured an adult who survived the same struggle could actually make a difference, instead of just watching. The manager nodded. He wanted to be the good adult he never had. Usually people just offer pity, but he actually took action to fix the kid's situation. It was like he was trying to ensure she never felt the sting of isolation that he did. To her, that mindset is what separates the average adults from the great ones, and that's why she had so much respect for Chan. Chan was touched by the compliment, but then he noticed her expression shift into something genuinely terrifying. That's when she revealed that someone had been illegally dumping trash right out front. Chan blinked. "Wait, how long has that been there?" the manager replied. That pile of garbage had been haunting the entrance since 3 in the afternoon. Chan stepped out for a quick bathroom break, and boom, Trash Mountain was waiting when he got back. He offered to take it out, but the manager shut that down instantly. Her logic, don't touch it. If they cleaned up the mess, the culprit would just think, hey, free maid service, and keep dumping their junk there. She was 200% convinced that the second they cleared it, a fresh pile would spawn in its place. The manager laid down the law. If Chan spotted anyone illegal dumping, he needed to dial the police as soon as possible. She also warned him to keep that door sealed tight at night, unless a customer was actually walking in. Gotta keep the grime out. Chan wondered if the killer pollen was back, but the manager shook her head. Nope, just heavy construction nearby, turning the air into a dust storm. The construction crew kept popping in during breaks to stock up on beer, boozing on the job. Pretty sketchy behavior. but the cop posted nearby didn't seem to bat an eye. Wait, Chan squinted. That wasn't just any random officer. It was Iruel. He hadn't seen her since that whole drama with the stolen wallet. She was rocking a totally fresh hair color too. As she walked toward the store, Chan's heart did a little nervous flutter. She caught him staring. Problem? She asked. Chan stammered, explaining he was just hyped to see a familiar face. After being ghosted for so long, Iruel played it cool, telling him if the construction noise got too intense, just holler at her. Compared to the chaotic loudmouth elves Chan usually dealt with, Iruel was basically a Zen angel. He decided not to be a creep, thanked her for having his back, and let her get back to the grind. As she strolled back to her post, Chan had a realization. He'd worked a ton of dead-end retail gigs, but having a personal police escort just outside, that was a new level of security. But peace never lasts. A guy walked in for smokes, standard stuff, until another customer asked about the lost and found. Specifically, he was hunting for a bag of money. He asked if a sack full of cash or something similar had turned up. Chan was like, "Excuse me, a bag of money?" The lizard guy insisted he heard someone dropped it here, claimed you could tell it was loaded with cash just by looking at it. Chan was totally lost but went to check the storage area anyway. Obviously it was empty. Who drops a sack of loot and just walks off, and then sends a random messenger to fetch it? In Chan's book, if you lose a fortune, you come back for it yourself. Nobody forgets a bag of cash by accident. 10 minutes later, the store turned into a circus. People flooding in, all asking about the bag. One guy claims it's his. Another says his friend dropped it. Then some guy insists his son left a fortune in the aisle. The vibe was getting weirder by the second. Chan speed-dialed the manager to figure out what the heck was going on. Her advice, call the cops. Now. This was way above their pay grade. She told him to stay on the line until backup arrived. But then Chan spotted Iruel outside. No need to call 911 when the law is already at your doorstep. Iruel started taking notes immediately. Between 11 p.m. and 12:34 different weirdos had come sniffing around, hunting for the same mythical cash bag. But the system showed 0 lost items reported. No official claims either. Chan pleaded, "I know it sounds crazy, but I'm serious." He offered to show her the empty lost and found. Iruel cut him off. "I believe you. Actually, I have a hunch about what's going down." But she needed proof. She ditched her high-vis traffic vest. "I'm going undercover. Inside. Right now." She told Chan to act natural and keep working. She was betting big that more scavengers were on the way. She camped out in the corner, blending in like a regular shopper. While Iruel lay in wait, Chan was sweating it. Who owns this bag? And if it's real, why isn't the actual owner here claiming it? Boom. An elderly woman storms in demanding the cash. "Hand it over now." She claimed a friend lost it. Chan stood his ground. "Nobody lost anything today, ma'am." The lady flipped out, accusing him of lying, insinuating he was pocketing the cash. "You irrational humans. Stop lying to me." Chan didn't flinch. "There is no bag. And even if there was, I can't just hand a fortune to a stranger. Keep acting like this, and you're out." That was the signal. Iruel stepped out of the shadows, dropping the hammer. International Interracial Constitution. Article 1. Equality for all races. You're done. And strictly outlaws any form of discrimination. She laid it out cold. The woman's comments were hate speech and grounds for serious legal action. The lady looked like she'd seen a ghost, totally shook. Iruel gave her an ultimatum. "Want to take a ride to the station and explain this to the captain?" Faced with real consequences, the woman dropped her lost bag act and bolted from the store. Chan thanked Iruel but was sweating it. Did we move too fast? Maybe we needed more proof. Iruel shook her head. "No way. You played it perfectly." And honestly, she had all the intel she needed. Chan's experience lined up exactly with the creepy pattern of every other customer that night. They all spun the same yarn, claiming they were just there to retrieve a lost bag of cash. Iruel's eyes narrowed. "This has black market written all over it." She broke it down. The black market trafficking ring deals in the shady stuff, hacked magical gear, fake IDs, and contraband linked to violent crimes. It reminded her of that cursed wallet incident from before. That guy confessed he bought the illegal item off the black market before eventually turning himself in at the precinct. Iruel went on to explain that these syndicates operate everywhere online and off. They run sketchy sites, recruiting regular folks for easy part-time gigs. In reality, these unsuspecting mules are just moving hot merchandise to keep the heat off the actual crooks. It's a way to traffic black market goods without raising red flags. According to Iruel, the bait was laughably simple. A post saying, "Need someone to fetch my money bag." The people taking the bait weren't villains. They were average Joes with clean records. In other words, that parade of weirdos asking about the bag. Just unwitting pawns working a gig for the black market. Still, Iruel needed to be 100% sure. "You positive there's no bag here?" Chan started to nod then froze. The trash bag. That unsightly lump sitting out front, since 3 in the afternoon. What if it wasn't garbage? What if it was the loot, in camo? Iruel stepped up to the plastic sack. "Looks like standard refuse," she muttered. She asked for the timestamp. Chan explained the manager told him to leave it be since 3 o'clock, so he followed orders. But looking closer now, Chan sensed a weird, magical vibe pulsating off it. If he hadn't been on autopilot, when the manager mentioned the trash, he might have clocked it sooner. By now, he was totally over this black market nonsense. "I'm not letting them slide," he growled, asking the officer if he could crack the enchantment on the bag. "You're an anti-magic specialist?" Errol asked, eyebrows raised. Chan smirked. "Certified and ready." He identified a disguise hex and asked for the green light to shatter it. Errol gave the nod. Eager to wreck the bad guy's night, Chan ripped through the spell with his bare hands. Poof! The garbage bag morphed back into a sleek briefcase, stuffed with cash. The lock was busted. Errol hefted it heavy, densely packed, but silent. Doing the math on the weight she estimated. A cool 500 million inside that case. Chan's jaw practically hit the floor. Later, they hit replay on the security cams. Timestamp 3 p.m. A goblin creeps into the frame, drops the package, and casts the cloaking spell. Errol snagged the footage onto a flash drive for evidence, but Chan wasn't buying the logic. Why didn't the boss just grab it themselves? Errol sighed. It's a smokescreen. By flooding the zone with randoms, the investigation gets messy. Harder to pin down the truth. Since these mules are clean citizens, tracing it back to the black market is nearly impossible, because everything happens through anonymous web links. Cutting ties with the intermediaries is instant. It's a classic burner strategy. Chan pointed out a glitch in their matrix though. If the gig was, pick up the cash, why didn't they tell the mules to grab the trash bag? A specific tip would have worked instantly. He admitted that if his manager hadn't been so strict, he would have tossed that fortune into the dumpster hours ago. These crooks got insanely lucky, leaving 500 million exposed like that, Chan noted. Way too risky for my taste. Errol glanced at him. Save that thought. I need a full detailed statement from you later. Chan waved it off, claiming he was just rambling out loud. Pure curiosity, nothing deep. But Errol wasn't having it. She cited protocol, keeping involved parties in the loop regarding the investigation. Within 7 days was mandatory. She told him to chill, no need to make it weird. He'd have to give a statement, but she promised to break it all down calmly later on. Thanks to Chan and the manager, the burning questions keeping her up at night were finally answered. Fair is fair, right? She figured she owed them some clarity. Then her eyes narrowed. She had a new puzzle to solve. She was zeroing in on the fact that Chan was a legit anti-magic mage. Remember that fiasco with the illegal magic wallet? The cops had wasted days poking and prodding the artifact with absolutely zero results. It was a dead end. It wasn't until Chan dropped his testimony and the recordings that the gears actually started turning. Even the perp was clueless about how the thing worked, seeing as he just snagged it off the black market. Once the Chan is an anti-magic user piece clicked into place, Errol felt a wave of relief. Everything finally made sense. Chan muttered a quick sorry for keeping his cards close to his chest. Errol shut that down immediately. No apologies needed. He'd been a massive help. Usually cracking a disguise spell like that requires dragging a specialist down to the precinct. And good luck finding one, they're always booked solid. But thanks to him, they expedited the whole process. She gave him major props for the assist, though Chan just shrugged it off like it was no big deal. But he did have one burning question. Totally off topic, not even related to the case. He asked, "So, are you strictly detective division?" At first she gave off traffic cop vibes, but her intensity screamed, homicide detective. Errol dropped the bomb. She's actually in both. But wait, there's more. She rattled off the list: information management, child and youth department, criminal investigation, cybercrime security training planning and security. Heck, even equipment management and a bunch of affiliated departments. After dropping that resume, she paused. Any other questions? Suddenly, her 30-minute sleep schedule made terrifying sense to Chan. The guy actually felt bad for her. Cut to the next morning, Chan filled the manager in on the drama. He mentioned it was a miracle Officer Errol was on the scene to clean up the mess. Apparently this chaos is trending in June, because the black market values are tanking, causing a spike in these incidents. As he spoke, he watched the manager's face darken. At this rate, she was stressing herself into a spiked hedgehog. Jokes aside, her gut was screaming that something was wrong. Very wrong. Why was their convenience store the designated hotspot for these shady, illegal drops? This was their turf, their sanctuary. And what made it bizarre was, she was pretty sure she'd already annihilated those guys. Chan paused, brain buffering. How exactly does one destroy the black market? Before he could spiral, the manager shifted focus to the missing cash bag. Chan shook his head. No news yet, but since it's a priority case, the cops promised to ping them the second something broke. Anything else? She asked. Chan hesitated. It was personal, but the cops wanted to leverage his anti-magic skills for the investigation. The manager sighed, revealing she used to run with the police as a mage back in the day. She talked about the brutal stakeouts, the endless waiting. It was grueling. She confessed she used to literally pass out mid-shift from sheer exhaustion. Sure, it built character, but she wasn't exactly thrilled about anyone getting tangled up in that dangerous world again. Chan tested the waters. Would it bother you if I took the gig? The manager narrowed her eyes. You mean working outside the store? It was a topic they'd touched on before expanding his horizons beyond the aisles. He explained that the side hustles were piling up. He might need to ghost the store for a few days to play anti-magic hero. The manager looked at him. Do you have any idea what my life was like before you showed up? She practically haunted the store, living there almost 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Going home was a joke. No friends, no social life, just the hum of the refrigerator. Her wildest moment was grabbing coffee with Yoonha next door. That was the highlight reel. Just an endless loop of stocking shelves. Gray, dull, soul-crushing. She thought that was her destiny forever. Until Chan walked through the door. Finding out he was a human from another world with a cheat code ability like anti-magic, that completely threw her for a loop. Nobody could have predicted a curveball like this in her world. He was constantly spilling tea about the crazy incidents and wild accidents he survived both on and off the clock, completely flipping her boring routine upside down. For the first time ever, she was actually vibing with her day-to-day existence, all thanks to Chan. Returning to the store became the highlight of her day. She clarified that he shouldn't get it twisted. She wasn't laughing at his pain, just enjoying the drama. Chan nodded, getting the message loud and clear. With that settled, she gave him the green light to keep his side hustle. However, she noted they had been yapping for way too long, and he looked like he needed to crash. Right on cue, Chan's phone buzzed with a DM from the pharma crew, asking for an immediate product test run. Later, during the next shift, the manager warned him to keep the meeting professional and polite. Good manners were non-negotiable in this scenario. She wished him luck as the chihuahua-headed customer rolled in to grind. This guy came prepared with a laptop, snacks, and soda. He mentioned he dropped cash for a 3-hour block and intended to squeeze every second out of it. Chan warned him that he had a task coming up that might get a bit loud, potentially killing the vibe. The chihuahua shot back that he didn't have the bandwidth to care about noise, because his incompetence boss had nuked an entire month's worth of his hard work. Now he was stuck, grinding like a maniac while his superior barely lifted a finger. And when the boss did help, total disaster. The guy was clearly fuming. Still, he told Chan to chill and handle his business, promising he'd be too glued to his laptop to notice anything. Chan looked at the guy and thought, man, this dude is going through it. He genuinely felt bad for him. Moments later, the pharma rep walked in, thanking them for squeezing the meeting into the schedule. Surprise, surprise, it was the lovely succubus. Chan immediately started reviewing the promo clip for the new experiment. Ideally, it was a tutorial breaking down exactly how to run the potion test. A mascot named Kongdoki popped up on screen to walk him through it. Step 1. Participants needed to roleplay like a man and woman, meeting for a blind date. They had to keep it organic, no cringe acting or forced scripts allowed, because the whole point was to verify if the potion sparked genuine reactions. Step 2. During the run, Googling how to date was strictly banned. The key was capturing raw, honest vibes. Last but not least, the instructions said to just have fun with the experience and handle the process with care. Chan was totally lost watching this guide, wondering what kind of weird video this was. The succubus admitted that this was just to prep them for the meeting they were about to have. She confessed she cooked up the whole concept back at the office. Then she dropped the bombshell. It would be better if she drank the potion and joined the experiment too. Because for this stuff to actually work, science required 2 people to ingest the product. Basically, the test needed a duo. Before moving forward, the succubus asked for his permission, checking if he was cool with running this experiment together. Chan was down for it. Honestly, he had already been thinking about suggesting a partnership himself. Since his anti-magic body blocked everything, he could only offer physical data. The succubus added that she was dying to see the effects herself, especially since she helped develop it. Before getting started, Chan pointed out there was a chihuahua in the store who was actually a kobold, and asked if it was safe to run the meeting with an audience. The succubus shrugged, saying she had 0 issues with it. She did ask if the little guy was okay though. Chan explained he was just spiraling a bit due to job stress. Then the succubus started breaking down how they should down the potion and the specific vibe they needed to set. She revealed a gorgeous little box housing the potion. She noted that after Chan's previous feedback got approved, the company sorceress had tweaked the formula to perfection, scrubbing out those nasty side effects. Chan had to admit the thing finally looked like a legit magic potion. However, the succubus warned that since it wasn't the final retail version, they couldn't just chug it straight. It had to be mixed into a beverage. When Chan asked what kind of scenario they needed to roleplay, the succubus explained that the juice was designed to supercharge feelings between 2 people who already know they are in love. Even though they weren't a couple, they needed to simulate that energy for the data. Basically, they had to act like love-struck partners, or at least fake a relationship. Chan was confused, trying to wrap his head around it. He asked, so since we aren't actually in love, we just have to pretend we are. If hard mode is too much, they should just roleplay a couple. The succubus nods, that is exactly the vibe. She drops a quick apology for the mixed signals. He hits back with a doubt. Isn't that scenario 2 scripted? The tutorial explicitly said, don't be fake. She clarifies the video meant don't look forced, keep it organic. Running the beta test in an existing relationship. Easy game. They already have history. Treat it like a blind date scenario. The potion's magic creates the spark, regardless of the setting. The golden rule, don't be cringe. Chan finally clicks on why the tutorial spammed the word naturalness. Green light. He spikes the mango juice and soda cocktail with the serum and downs the hatch. Chan grimaces bitter notes hitting the palate hard. Succubus agrees. Even the mixer couldn't mask that chemical kick. Definitely a dev note for the next patch fix the flavor profile. Duration check. She calculates the dosage. We are looking at a 90-minute ride. ETA to launch 2 minutes. Side effects are still in the maybe pile, but expect turbulence. Disorientation that drunk at 3 a.m. feeling mild spins and a temperature spike. Plus, emotional chaos. If you have never been in love, prepare for a total system crash. Even the kobold is glued to the screen popcorn ready for the show to start. Dead air. Chan and the succubus just stare down. Act natural is way easier said than done. Reality check. The tension is thick. He thinks about making a move, but the kobold beans him with a popcorn kernel. He snatches his own ammo from the bag. The kobold is basically screaming, tell her she's hot with his eyes. John clocks the aggressive wingman tactics. Succubus catches his wandering eye. What's the tea? John panics. Nothing. Just a bug. Boom. Instant gut punch. Nausea hits him like a truck. Is this part of the package? Succubus nods. Probably. She presses him. Did you cap? He admits it. Okay, maybe a little. She breaks it down. Not a bug, it's a feature. The potion is working as intended. It buffs true connections. So dropping a lie while buffed, your body physically rejects it. She admits that wasn't the intended trigger, and yeah, that reaction was way more intense than predicted. John shrugs it off. Early access product right, still buggy. Succubus demands a rating. Scale of 1 to 10. How big was the lie? John side-eyes the kobold. I don't know, level 1. The kobold bristles. Yo, why the side-eye? I didn't invent the metric system. John decides to plead the fifth on the why part. Succubus lets it slide. Pivots to a high-stakes question. Been wondering lately. Where is your crib at? John's guard goes up. Why the sudden interest? She claims it is standard small talk. Seniors said this is how you break the ice. But the words barely leave her mouth before gag reflex. John feels his stomach drop in sympathy. Shared server pain, he groans. Just spit out the truth. Succubus winces. I am good. Nothing major. John feels like he is about to projectile vomit rainbows at this rate. Calling this a mild side effect is a massive understatement. He is visibly suffering. He stands up. Okay, aborting the nausea. Offers a massage to reset the system. The dam breaks. Succubus bliggity blurts, I want to come over to your place. Truth dump I vibe with you. Like really vibe. Just listening to you yap is comforting. I basically want to pull an all-nighter just talking to you. Chan plays defense. Can't we do that here? She shuts it down. Not enough. We need takeout. Drinks. Movies. Talking about random nonsense or geeky science stuff all night. She confesses. Been living rent-free, in my head for days. You down or what? She showed up with a full agenda. Chan waves his hands. Whoa, pump the brakes. Succubus blinks, rebooting. Wait, what did I just say? You just invited me over for Netflix and chill. Her eyes go wide. Did I actually say that out loud? Her words slipped out before she could catch them, and instant regret washed over her face. Why did she just say that? Suddenly, a surge of raw power slammed into Chan. This potion wasn't just strong, it was volatile, maybe even lethal. For once, he was actually grateful for his anti-magic genes. Without that natural buffer dampening the blow, he'd be toast. Sorry for cutting you off, he gasped, fighting the rush. I was just trying to shake off the side effects before I passed out. It's cool, the succubus replied, composing herself. Honestly, you helped me snap out of it. She admitted the kick was way harder than she predicted. Definitely need to tweak the dosage on this stuff. Symptoms hit every species differently, she noted, eyeing him with clinical concern. How you holding up? Room spinning a bit, Chan muttered, fighting the nausea. Can we take 5 before round 2? Just then, the chihuahua piped up from the sidelines. Done already, just when it was getting spicy. I ain't got time for a sequel, the dog barked. Chan frowned. That was weird. Thought you were swamped, Chan asked. Hit a wall at work, the pup shrugged. Decided to take a breather. Hit me with 3 energy drinks. And remember, I already paid for your time, kid. Chan nodded, rushing to serve the kobold. Meanwhile, the chihuahua turned his attention to the pink-haired demon. Loosen up, babe. Why hang around that loser? She didn't blink. I'm here to work, not play. The dog scoffed. Work, please? Looks like you're filming a cheesy rom-com over there. Hey, leave the customers alone, Chan warned from the counter. Free country, the dog deadpanned. Bought 2 cans, I'm drinking the rest. Chan sighed. We aren't even running a promo right now, man. Take your change at least. Too much hassle, the dog waved him off, acting like a big shot. Chan paused. Was this guy just paying for their drinks? Still, money is money. He should probably take it. Who is that jerk? The succubus whispered, watching him leave. Just a regular, Chan explained. That's his vibe. Loves buying me stuff just to roast me while he does it. Heart of gold buried under all that sass, though. She tilted her head. You get a lot of weirdos like him. He's one of a kind, Chan chuckled. But yeah, this place pulls in some wild characters. They leaned against the counter, swapping tales about the shop's roster of oddballs. The tension melted away, replaced by chill vibes and crazy stories about the daily grind. An hour later, the succubus turned to him, expression soft. Seriously, thank you. You went all out for this. It wasn't just me, Chan shrugged, keeping it humble. We both hustled. He hesitated. Did I actually help, though? You crushed it, she assured him instantly. Got everything I needed. Thanks to you, we nailed the side effect analysis. We mapped out every symptom. Total success. She smiled. Plus, I loved the bit about the dragon kindergartner and the werewolf driver. Classic. Chan beamed, glad the experiment wasn't a bust. But then her expression shifted. I gotta ask something personal. Back when we first met, why did you stop? Why listen to my story? I told you I came back because of what you said. I was drowning and I had 0 people to talk to. At work, I'm invisible. But you were different. You didn't just listen, you tried to fix it. Why go that far for a stranger? I saw you grinding, Chan admitted. I wanted to back you up. Truth is, I've never had a dream that big. Never poured myself into work like that. Since turning 18, I've just been bouncing between gigs for a paycheck. No grand plan, you know, but your crazy theory about true love, it hooked me. Watching you hustle that day, I just wanted to push you forward. Told you to keep fighting. I'll help however I can. She flashed a grateful smile and turned to leave. Chan remembered her request to visit his place. About coming over. It's complicated right now. Maybe down the road. They nodded, locking in a plan to meet the next morning. As she left, Chan slumped, totally drained from the experiment, but the clock mocked him 3 hours left on his shift. Need coffee. Stat. Suddenly the manager burst in way too early. Starting today, Chan gets hit with the morning shift news out of nowhere. He's totally lost guy is a creature of the night, strictly graveyard shift. The manager starts spinning this web, claiming it's not an official roster change. But catch this, she tells him. If anyone asks, he needs to lie and say he's always been the morning guy. Before Chan can even demand answers, the store gets swarmed. Boom. Sudden influx of customers, mostly lovey-dovey couples pushing through the doors. Chan is freaking out. An early morning rush. Here, it felt wrong. He's trying to process the chaos when a random dude walks up, not buying a single thing. Just fishing for info. Hey you, the night shift guy. Chan sticks to the script. Nope, morning crew only. Then he hits him with the why. The guy pulls out his phone and shoves a screen in Chan's face. It's a video. Some older gentleman on screen is gushing, telling his viewers about the absolute saint he met at this convenience store. Chan instantly clocks him. It's that elderly streamer from the other day. The same legend who was inhaling a massive bowl of food on a live broadcast. In the clip, the old man is explaining how this kind-hearted employee taught him how to navigate a food delivery app. He's hyping Chan up to the moon, promising his chat he's definitely coming back to visit. The manager leans in, eyes gleaming. That's the guy who tipped you 500,000 won, right? Chan nods. Yeah, that's the high roller. Then she drops a bomb. That man, he's basically an earth deity. Chan stares at her blank. You mean, like a shaman? Not quite, she corrects him. Think more agricultural sorcerer, a wizard of the fields. Apparently he spent his life helping people with magic, earning that deity title, before retiring from the farm life to become a full-time streamer. Talk about a career pivot. She presses on. Did he read your face? Chan recalls the interaction. Yeah, said I was destined for some crazy chaotic events, but claimed it would all flip into luck and fortune in the end. Chan looks skeptical. You think he's legit? The manager smirks. Perspective, Chan. Great events are subjective. For me, this stampede of paying customers is fantastic news. For you, maybe not so much. Chan sighs. He has to admit the sudden fame actually rattled him. How did they even find us? He asks. Did they geo-guess the location from the video background? She nods. Even she was shook. She actually watches the old man stream sometimes. Last night, the chat went nuclear when he mentioned the store. His army of fans got hyped to make a pilgrimage and drop some cash. The puzzle pieces click for Chan. That's why she dragged him in early. That's why she wanted him to pretend he's a morning regular. It's a marketing trap. He never thought being nice to a grandpa would blow up like this. Curious, Chan asks, so what's his actual deal? What does he do on stream? Chan remembers the guy claiming mukbang wasn't his main hustle. The manager shrugs. I mean, he eats a lot on camera, sure. But his main content? Hardcore FPS. The guy is a beast at shooter games. Main's a sniper rifle. Chan's jaw drops. Serious A grandpa no-scoping kids. The manager explains it's his way of reclaiming his lost youth. He's living out the fun he missed back in the day. But the manager quickly pivots, her tone shifting. Enough about him. Let's talk about yesterday. How did the potion experiment go? Chan plays it down. Easy work. But internally, he's still tripping over whether that girl was actually a legit succubus. The manager's eyes narrow, super interested. The same girl who came by before. Chan confirms it. Do we really need to do a post-game analysis on this? She insists. Absolutely. We need to verify the data. Then she gives him props. Honestly, Chan, you're impressive. Not just your skills, but your durability. You went toe-to-toe with a succubus. Even accidental contact is dangerous. She likely triggered her charm spell. The manager breaks it down. Succubi have this passive ability, a magical aura that makes people obsess over them. It can pop off at any second. No prep time needed. But there's a catch. A specific trigger condition. The succubus has to genuinely want the target to like her. Basically, the spell only kicks in when there are real vibes, affection, or love. It's usually subconscious. Half the time, the succubi don't even know they're casting it. And usually, it's a wrap. Target falls for it. 99% of the time. But Chan, he's totally immune to the thirst trap. Did you really feel nothing? She asks. Chan hesitates. Not exactly nothing. He argues the context was weird. She was sick from the potion. Plus, they had an audience. Maybe the potion messed with the magic, he suggests. Could have just been a glitch. The manager doesn't look convinced, but she lets it slide. Clock's ticking and she needs to raid the storage room for an inspection. Just as the conversation dies down, Hannah walks in. She spots the manager and instantly freezes, looking totally awkward. The manager breaks the bad news. Chan is fully booked and absolutely swamped today. She mentions he is grinding on a brand new quest, something so complex it is barely explainable in human language. Essentially, he is running quality control on magical loot stashed in a literal dungeon. Hannah's eyes light up. That sounds awesome. She immediately declares she wants in on this dungeon-crawling adventure. The manager grins, telling the kid she can tag along and co-op with them since this gig is top-tier importance. Then she quizzes Hannah. Does she know the drill? The girl nods, saying she is a pro because this is exactly the kind of work her mom does. Whenever she claims she is too busy, the manager laughs, confirming that is precisely the vibe they are going for. She adds that if Hannah wants to assist, she is welcome to join the party, and there is a massive loot drop of cookies waiting for her at the finish line. Hannah accepts the contract instantly. Before the raid starts, the manager snaps her fingers, casting a spell that equips Hannah with a mini uniform, instantly leveling her up to part-time employee for the day. Cut to the storage zone, which definitely passes the vibe check for a creepy dungeon, and Hannah is completely mesmerized by the surroundings. Chan shoots the manager a look, asking if bringing a literal child into this hazard zone is actually safe. The manager explains she already cast a high-level purification buff on Hannah's gear, so the environment cannot touch her. Chan clarifies he is not worried about dust. He is worried about the inventory, specifically the weird, volatile, magical artifacts. The manager waves it off, noting that the S-tier danger items were already sorted out. The batch they are inspecting today is strictly kid-friendly content, so it should be a walk in the park. Finally, they reach the sector housing the children's toys. Out of nowhere, a treasure chest tries to chomp. Hannah Chan activates speed mode, snatching her away from the beast. Hannah blinks, asking if the box is dangerous. Chan explains, that is no ordinary box, it is a mimic, a monster trap. While he is still freaking out, Hannah has already lost interest and shifted her gaze to the shiny in next door, a replica of the hero's sword. The manager drops some lore explaining it is the legendary blade, from the myth of the king who pulled steel from stone, but notes that the Gen Alpha kids these days do not really vibe with that old school story. Chan is still reeling confused about why a mimic is chilling in the kids section. He points a shaking finger at the chest that almost ate Hannah, demanding confirmation on its monster status. The manager clarifies that it is just a go-kart designed to look like a mimic. Chan squints and finally spots the brake pedal, the gas pedal, and a tiny steering wheel inside the mouth. The manager pivots back to explaining the sword in the stone mechanics. She notes this prop is usually for school theater productions. Hannah asks if she can have her main character moment and pull the sword, begging with maximum puppy dog eyes. The manager says, sure, but only after Uncle Chan runs a safety diagnostic on the item. As Chan steps up and scans it with his anti-magic vision, he notices the mana around the jewel is glitching out, but when he physically touches it, zero reaction. Maybe the magic source is not the jewel itself. He mutters that he might need to strip the object down, asking the manager for permission to risk breaking it. The manager gives the green light, claiming the insurance policy will cover any destruction. Chan nods, deciding to pull the sword simultaneously with Hannah. The manager kills the lights in the storage room to hype up the atmosphere, since the sword is programmed to glow. When the duo yanks the handle, a blinding light erupts. Hannah is absolutely floored, screaming that the FX and audio are top tier. But the manager frowns. Something is sus because the blade itself should be glowing too, not just the base. She explains the tech specs. The stone is just a charging dock, and the sword is supposed to light up on its own once undocked. Chan notes it looks like premium merch. The manager explains that 10 years ago, an anime called Hero of Light was trending hard. Both the sword and stone were engineered with independent batteries to replicate the hero's ultimate skills from the show. But clearly the sword is bugging out. Chan decides to investigate the hardware. After a deep scan, he realizes the real magic signature is coming from the stone dock. Even touching it triggers nothing. He manages to pry the gem out of its slot. The second it pops loose, a dark, ghostly presence leaks out, announcing in a villain voice that it is finally free and ready to conquer the server. Then poof, the spirit vanishes into thin air. Chan is shook, asking what the heck just happened. The manager admits that went down way too fast for her to process either. Hannah points out that the little gem dropped on the floor and looks grimy. Chan inspects it and confirms it is coated in something resembling coal dust. The manager agrees, figuring the weird entity left some ectoplasmic residue. Chan gently polishes the gem until it sparkles. When he snaps it back into place, the sword finally ignites with a brilliant, heroic glow. Still, Chan noted the stone was glitching out, seemed the creature's grime was messing with its signal. The manager shrugged, guessing the artifact had just been collecting dust without a babysitter for way too long. She declared the sword inspection a wrap and pivoted to the next contender, a magic wand that looked suspiciously like a spatula. This thing is viral right now, she hyped up, mentioning she'd practically bought out the store last month. According to her, it was the legendary salt wand from Happy Magical Chef. Chan blinked stunned, since when was she tapped into anime culture? The manager broke it down. The show is an absolute banger with the elementary school demographic. Hannah's eyes went wide when she spotted the wand. Just like the sword, this plastic gadget was loaded with features, specifically a transformation mode. The second they hit the switch, poof, Hannah morphed into a pint-sized gourmet chef. Chan was actually impressed. The manager explained the lore. This toy lets you roleplay as the main heroine, the heroine's bestie, or even the big bad villain. 3 modes, endless drama. It had a laundry list of other magical gimmicks, but the manager looked a little sus about the rest of them. With so many variables, she asked Chan if he picked up on any cursed vibes or weird energy. He scanned it negative. Clean as a whistle. The manager grinned, suggesting they take the other transformations for a spin, asking Hannah what skin she wanted to equip next. Meanwhile, Chan cracked open the instruction manual. The text was insane. Rotate 3 times at a 15-degree angle, lock onto target coordinates and cast the spell. It worked for either the villain or the sidekick role. Chan felt a migraine coming on. How are toddlers supposed to memorize this tech specs? The manager laughed, telling him to ignore the fine print. The complex moves were just for theatrical flair, not actual mechanics. In reality, you could just wave the stick around like a maniac, and the magic would trigger. Still, Chan couldn't help but wonder if the wand was even necessary, or just a flashy prop. Since the manager casts spells bare-handed, she clarified, she runs the magical equations in her head instantly. No crutch needed. But for rookie mages, a wand is like a calculator. Once you grind enough XP and level up, you ditch the hardware. Though some pros keep a pocket wand just in case. Hannah cut in, she was ready to go. The manager pointed to the hallway. Time for a field test. As they walked, she coached Hannah. Since she already knew the incantation, it was just about muscle memory. The plan: cast the magical bestie skin on Chan. The manager checked on him. You good? Chan nodded. Admitting this whole cosplay thing felt awkward. He didn't have nieces or nephews, so he had 0 experience with imagination games. The manager told him to stop being such a boomer and vibe with it. Suddenly, zap. A beam of light tagged the manager. You okay? Chan called out. She gave a thumbs up from the smoke. She was now in full villain mode. Hannah squealed, loving the aesthetic, while Chan confirmed there was no dark energy leaking out. Next, target Chan himself. Hannah didn't waste a second. She fired the sidekick beam straight at him. Chan braced himself, thinking he'd at least get a countdown. The light hit him, and nothing. 0 transformation. Chan figured the toy was a dud, but the manager stepped in. Remember the succubus incident? Remember why her charms bounced off you? It clicked. He has an anti-magic constitution. The manager broke the news to Hannah. The wand isn't broken. Uncle Chan just has a firewall against magic for some very nerdy reasons. Hannah pouted, devastated that she wouldn't see him as a cute princess. Chan asked, does this princess look like me? The manager shook her head and held up a grotesque, bobble-headed doll. Chan shuddered. Thank God for anti-magic immunity. That thing was nightmare fuel. The manager admitted she only wanted to turn him into the princess so he could bond with the magical girl. Hannah sniffled, saying friends who transform together, stay together. Chan countered, we don't need costumes to be a squad. We're already friends. The manager nodded. True. Work together, play together. That's the friendship code. Chan muttered. Yeah, except I'm the senior citizen friend in this group. The manager rolled her eyes. You're not that old. Costume fail aside, the roleplay continued. The manager, embracing her villain arc, announced she had captured the princess. aka the sidekick, and threatened to lock her in the dungeon forever if Hannah didn't unleash her power. Hannah swung the wand for a fire spell. Whoosh! A massive roaring fireball erupted. Chan froze. That wasn't a toy effect. He stared in horror as a legitimate projectile of doom hurled straight at them. The manager went dead, silent eyes locked on the flame. She didn't just block the fireball. She ate that mana up like a snack. Poof, gone. Then she told Chan to take Hannah upstairs immediately. Grab some gear. She thanked Hannah for the help, but the vibe was serious. They needed to clear the area now. Is boss lady mad at me, Hannah whispered? Chan shook his head. No way. She'd never be mad at Hannah. This was something else entirely. Outside, Hannah was busy blasting away with a bubble gun. Chan checked his watch. The manager was taking forever. That defective toy situation must be serious. Weird part was, his radar wasn't picking up any creepy auras like usual. Then, look, I drew, Uncle Hannah chirped. Chan blinked. The kid was literally sketching faces on the floating bubbles. Okay, that's impressive. Cool trick, but Chan had to ask. Hey, shouldn't you be in kindergarten right now? Hannah shook her head. No school today. Teacher sent them home. Why? Because something dangerous popped up near campus. Like very, very dangerous. Chan froze. He was literally standing in front of a colossal swirling portal. Welp, there goes his evening. Definitely working overtime tonight. The night shift got weird fast. Bizarre customers started drifting in. It was already 11 at night, and the streets were dead silent. Not a soul in sight. Inside, the manager was still brooding, looking absolutely furious. Chan watched her. Why was she still here? Her shift ended over an hour ago. Didn't realize it was this late, she muttered. She was buried in paperwork writing a scathing report about that disaster with the magic wand yesterday. She needed a word with the branch that sold that junk, and she was calling the authorities. She looked at Chan. You remember what I told you about magic power scaling. Everyone in this world has mana, but some people, they're on a whole different level. Take Hannah. She looks like a kid, but she's a pure-blood dragon, a powerhouse. We're talking 10,000 magical power points. That's god tier. The manager explained that regular toys can't handle that kind of juice. A wand for her needs, safety limiters. It should only draw a tiny fraction, like 1% of the user's output, a standard fire spell. That takes nothing. Maybe 5 points, 500 max. But here's where it went wrong. That cheap wand let Hannah dump her entire 10,000 point reserve at once. Not Hannah's fault. It was the hardware. It should have capped the input at 0. Instead, it tried to channel a nuclear blast. Hannah just wanted a sparkler, a tiny fireball smaller than a match. The toy company's negligence turned it into a bomb. Hannah could have been hurt. You could have been hurt, the manager sighed. She blamed herself for not vetting the toy. Chan stopped her. Look, if that was me, I would have freaked out. He thought back to Hannah's first appearance. When that tool exploded, he was a total mess. Yesterday, facing that fireball, he panicked again. But the manager stone cold. She kept her cool, contained the blast, and saved everyone's skins. That wasn't luck. You're always like that, Chan said. Calm, clear. That's the only reason I can handle this job. He told her to stop beating herself up. The manager smiled, touched by his words. But the moment was cut short. Officer Eruel strode into the store. She had news on the missing money bag. But first, she drilled Chan with a stare. You sure you're clean on this? 0 involvement. They both denied it. Eruel relaxed. All right, good. She offered to brief them on the investigation. Ask whatever you want. We've got the whole area rigged with surveillance spells, Eruel warned. If our suspect shows up, we'll know. Then she pivoted to Chan. I need your skills. We need an anti-magic specialist to crack this fast. Chan nodded. I'm in. As long as it doesn't mess with my shift here. We also need a mage, Eruel said, locking eyes with the manager. The manager signaled she was ready to help. Heard you're a caster, Eruel noted. Got your license on you. The manager hesitated. Left it at home. Eruel eyed them both. You two seem tight. The manager confirmed it, but quickly flipped the script. She had her own questions. Did you pull the security footage? Can we see it? It's your shop, Eruel shrugged. No problem. Let's roll the tape from the start. Chan watched the manager. Something was off. She wasn't her usual chill self. Maybe it was her history with the cops. She used to be a pro mage back in the day, but right now Chan just couldn't read her. Chan watched her dissect the security footage, like a pro hacker wondering how a mage this sharp ended up scanning barcodes at a convenience store. The manager dropped a bombshell. Bet our goblin friend is in the ICU right now. Chan blinked, confused. Wait, seriously, what went down? He's bedridden for a very particular reason, she teased. Eruel leaned in, eyes wide with curiosity. Spill the tea. We need details. The manager pointed at the screen. See that bag? The goblin was acting as a living battery to power its disguise spell. She mimicked his twitchy hand signs. Those weird fingers. That wasn't nerves. That was him manually channeling mana to keep a specific hex alive. It's a co-op spell, she explained. Think of it like a live stream. The goblin was pouring his own energy into the mix in real time. shouldering the whole burden to keep the illusion glitch-free. But here's the kicker. It was a continuous spell. Imagine an archer firing a magic arrow. Usually it hits the target and poof, gone. One and done. But if that archer steers the arrow mid-air, that's continuous. It doesn't vanish because the caster is still gripping the wheel while it's active. And just like streaming 4K video on data, a continuous spell burns through your mana bar the entire time. She tapped the table. That disguise on the cash bag, classic, continuous spell work. He walked out, but he was still tethered to it, draining his tank. And on top of that, supply feed. He locked it with a promise spell. Then you came along. She smirked at Chan. You shattered both enchantments. You know what that means. When a caster binds their life to a promise like Mr. Goblin did, with that loot, and the promise gets broken, Chan's jaw dropped. The realization hit him like a truck. The guy wasn't just sick, he was wrecked. Broken promise equals magical backlash, the manager said grimly. His entire mana reserve liquidated instantly. And when a mage hits 0 mana, she whispered, it's not just a feint. It's life-threatening organ failure. The penalty scales with the value of the object. Judging by the massive stack of cash in that bag, that goblin likely flatlined and hit the ER the exact second you snapped his spell in half. Chan looked at his hands, guilt-ridden. I didn't mean to almost kill the guy. The manager ignored the pity party and turned to Irul. Check the local hospitals. His employer is definitely watching him to clean up loose ends. We need to find him first. Priority 1. Locate the patient. Irul nodded, pulling out her device. I'll handle the search and verify your mage credentials back at the precinct. Once I process your license, I can wire the consultancy fee. Standard procedure. Works for me, the manager shrugged. Irul turned to Chan. And you're getting a bonus for busting that spell. I'll bundle your payout with the manager's deposit. Easy money. Irul bowed slightly. Seriously, thanks for the assist. As soon as we get a lead on our hospitalized suspect, I'll keep you posted. As the officer left, Chan turned to his boss. So you got a side hustle, or is this store your whole life? One job is plenty, she sighed, stretching. Multitasking is a recipe for burnout. Right now I'm just the manager. That's it. Chan narrowed his eyes. Then why go Sherlock Holmes on this case? Her eyes flashed. Nobody messes with my store. Plus, I kinda wanted to see if any old friends were on the beat. She kept it vague, but the vibe was clear. She used to be a heavyweight mage who freelanced for the cops back in the day. Thought I might bump into a familiar face, she muttered. Too bad I left my official license at home like a rookie. She clenched her fist. I'm not letting it slide, Chan chuckled. You know you could have just bailed if you were embarrassed. Irul said the background check is going to delay our paycheck, Chan reminded her. Doesn't matter, she declared. A mage has pride. We help. Just then, Chan's phone buzzed. New text from Yunha. She's coming by tonight with a delivery, Chan read aloud. And says she needs to talk. The manager rolled her eyes. Don't ask me, the manager said. I haven't chatted with her in ages. Too buried in work. She shot Chan a suspicious look. You hiding secrets about her again? Chan threw his hands up. Nope. Totally clueless this time. Must be something serious then. Her expression darkened as a disturbing thought crossed her mind. Please let me be wrong, she whispered. She pulled up a breaking news stream. A massive dimensional rift had ripped open right outside a kindergarten. Fast forward to the next shift, Chan walked in to find the manager spoiling Puppy with treats. Room for one more in this party, Chan grinned. Puppy barked happily. Missed you, human, the manager sighed. Good thing the dog's here, she said. Place is a ghost town today. I'm bored out of my mind. Everyone's hiding because of the portal scare. Chan glanced at the TV screen. Yeah, the news looks grim. Isn't this super rare though, he asked. The manager nodded gravely. Extremely. Portals aren't supposed to spawn in this zip code. The impact zone is hemmed in by towering skyscrapers, turning the entire block into a literal death trap. It started 2 days ago, portals spamming the city in waves. But here's the glitch, they aren't closing like they're supposed to. The whole city's been glued to the breaking news since the crack of dawn, leaving the shop totally ghosted. Chan stared into the darkness, his gut churning. Something about tonight felt off, like the calm before a storm. That explained why Hana skipped classes today. But then Chan spotted it. Puppy's tail was a messed up wreck. He immediately demanded to know what went down. The manager sighed, saying she'd tried to pry it out of him, but the dog kept dodging the question. Puppy just muttered, it's a long, dark saga. He gave the manager a quick apology, but refused to spill the tea. Later, once the room cleared, and it was just the two of them, Chan got real with him. Level with me, buddy. I'm worried. He pointed straight at the injury. Who did that to your tail? That's when Puppy broke. He confessed he'd thrown paws with the Wind Gang and took a heavy hit. Chan frowned. Wait, aren't those the same strays? That bully everyone at the park. Was this about food scraps again? Puppy shook his head. Nah. This was a turf war. I had to protect my spot. Puppy shivered. But these guys were glitching. Drooling everywhere, eyes wide and crazy. They were babbling nonsense, tripping over their own paws. Then snap. One of them clamped down on my tail. But I didn't fold. I held the line. Chan looked at him confused. Why didn't you just bolt? Puppy's eyes went soft. I need to be a dog, Hana. And the manager can actually rely on. He started talking about a day he spent at Hannah's place, totally wholesome vibes. They were playing fetch, but the stick got wedged high up in a tree. Hannah couldn't reach it and started apologizing profusely, blaming her bad aim. Puppy felt terrible. Hana's an angel, he told Chan. I'm so grateful she looks out for me. But seeing her apologize, it crushed me. If I wasn't so weak, she wouldn't have to say sorry for stuff like that. He decided right then to level up. Step 1, standing his ground against those freaks. Chan shut that down immediately. Never do that again, he sighed. Look, if you want the street life, I respect the hustle. You're a dog, I'm a human, we've got different paths. That's nature. Since Puppy seemed happy with his freedom, Chan wouldn't force him to change. But don't go looking for a death wish. Not for me. Not for the manager, and definitely not for Hana. If that fight had gone slightly differently, it wouldn't be just a tail injury, it'd be game over. Puppy defended himself. I didn't just rush in blindly, but the other dogs were acting super sus. Chan paused his brain, working. That sounds exactly like rabies symptoms. He leaned in. Did they look stiff? How many were there? And the barking, was it loud? Puppy thought for a second. About 12 of them. And no, the barking was weirdly quiet, like their throats were closing up. Chan nodded grimly. That confirms it. That's a classic rabies sign. Infected dogs can't bark properly. It spreads through saliva, makes them go 0 to 100 aggressive, and they lose all control. Chan asked one last thing. Is this gang strict about hierarchy? Puppy nodded. Oh yeah. Organized and dangerous. Before they could dig deeper, Chan's phone blew up. It was Yunha. Suddenly, boom. The whole store rattled like an earthquake hit. Yunha had arrived, parking her massive Pegasus outside. Heads up, incoming package, she yelled. She took one look at Chan's face. Dude, have you seriously been awake for 5 days? You're surviving purely on potions at this point. That's not healthy. Chan waved it off. Bit late for a lecture, he mumbled, rubbing his eyes. Logistics have been a nightmare today. Yunha rolled her eyes but handed over the goods. Got your stuff. And the manager's order too. She glanced down. Who's the little fluffball? Your new pet? Chan shook his head. Not mine. He just crashes here a lot. Surprised you never noticed him before. Yunha shrugged. He's so tiny. I honestly didn't see him. What's his name? And then the impossible happened. Name's Puppy the dog, said clear as day. Yunha froze. It took a solid 3 seconds for her brain to buffer, before her jaw hit the floor. Did he just talk? Chan quickly filled her in on the lore. So Puppy left home, mostly to protect his, family jewels, and live free. He's a park resident now, but he hangs out here. Been dealing with some drama lately. Yunha shot Chan a glare. And you just watched. You let a little guy like this suffer. Puppy immediately jumped in. Whoa, no, Chan's been a total lifesaver. Don't be mad at him, please. Chan raised an eyebrow. I keep my distance usually. But here's the real question. Why are you chatting with Yunha so casually? Puppy tilted his head. I don't know. I felt a vibe from the Pegasus. He looked at Yunha. You're a spiritual creature too, right? She nodded, still stunned. I am. Puppy hesitated, then shot his shot. Can I ask for some advice then? He explained he'd been having therapy sessions with the manager, who told him spiritual creatures have unique hacks, magic different from the usual stuff. I want to unlock my special power like yesterday. Manager said I need to network with other spiritual beings to figure it out. Yunha smirked. I don't mind helping, but nothing's free. I need a favor first. First order of business, she needed a serious sit-down with him and Chan. The second, their shift wrapped. No secrets, full disclosure. He'd already cleared it with the manager. She made it crystal clear she needed Chan, and she needed him right now. The interrogation could wait a beat. Puppy nodded in agreement while Chan scanned the room, dead quiet. Hardly a customer in sight. That portal incident had scared everyone off. Yunha smirked. Bad for business, sure, but the perfect cover for what she was about to pull. She wasn't just here to chat, she had a delivery. She whipped out a small vial, inside water, that looked like it was literally on fire. Found this in the Academy District portal, she explained. Stepped inside and boom, massive beach stretching out forever. But here's the kicker. This burning liquid was buried in the sand. She needed answers and fast. What the hell was this stuff? That's where Chan came in. Could his anti-magic constitution crack the code? Chan gently set Puppy down, shifting into work mode. He eyed the vial. What's the tag on this? Yunha didn't blink. Rare stuff. Maybe 100 grand per milliliter. Chan nodded, unfazed. I need to neutralize the surrounding sand. Just for a sec. Gotta run some tests to figure this out exactly. I'll fill you in on the science later. If it gets hairy, I'm pulling the plug immediately. He unscrewed the lid. Then he did the unthinkable, letting drops of the searing liquid splash right onto his bare palm. His reaction, 0. A beat of silence, precise analysis, and then, done. He looked up. It's not the water that's burning. It's fire burning the water. Yunha's jaw dropped. Puppy tilted his head, totally lost. What exactly did you just do? Chan broke it down. It was a trick from his anti-magic certification days, isolating specific magical traits and deleting the rest. Keep the target, scrap the noise. I learned early on that every magic type burns mana at a different rate. This stuff, same deal. He realized both the fire and water elements were feeding on magical energy, so I ran a simulation. Started at a hypothetical 100% output and dialed it back bit by bit. Cut the power to the heavier drain. What's left in my hand is pure fire. The water's gone. Yunha shook her head, impressed. You move like a vet with decades on the job. What are you, some kind of reincarnated hero? Chan flinched. Quit it with the weird theories. He steered the conversation back. Anyway, why bring this to me? What's the play? Yunha got serious. This shouldn't exist in the Academy District, she said darkly. Hell, there shouldn't even be a portal there. Usually, local rifts lead to oceans. But a portal 10 kilometers southeast near the park, that's a straight shot to a volcanic zone. That's where you find fire-burning water. So when I saw this, finding it in the Academy sector freaked me out. It screams underwater volcano about to blow. To be sure, she needed Chan's eyes on it. His analysis just confirmed her worst fears. The portals, they're resonating, merging. Chan narrowed his eyes. So the park rift is wide open too, unknown Yunha admitted. But an open door isn't the real nightmare. It's the fallout. Problem 1. Magical beasts pouring out like a flood. Problem 2. If we leave a rift uncleared too long, it collapses on itself. We have to harvest the core before that happens. If we miss it, Mother Nature goes haywire. We're talking superstorms, quakes, hurricanes. Animals turn, rabid plants mutate into monsters. She sighed, eyeing Chan. Do you live under a rock? Sometimes I wonder if you're even from this planet. Puppy chimed in, ears perked. Hold up. Violent animals. Does that count for stray dogs? He spilled the tea on his recent run-in, the pack that jumped him. They weren't just mean. They were bloodthirsty. Yunha's expression hardened. That settles it. I'm heading to the park. You coming, puppy? She turned to Chan. Can you hold down the fort with the deliveries? If this is a portal resonance, it's on me to fix it. Plus, Puppy had his own agenda. He needed a word with Pegasus. Leaving now was a logistical nightmare, especially with the backlog, but she knew the stakes were too high to ignore. Go, Chan said, cool as ever. I got this. But before they bolted, Puppy paused. Wait a sec. His mind flashed back to their talk, the challenge he issued to the Black Wind faction. Back then, Puppy started, I told myself I did it for you and Hannah. But I was lying to myself. I did it for me. I needed an excuse to stop being a coward. That's how I leveled up. Your words woke me up, Chan. No more greed, no more rushing. From now on, I walk my own path. Spirit beast secured. Yanhash takes off, leaving Chan solo in the store, buried behind a fortress of unboxed inventory. Cut to the next morning, Chan's body is wrecked. The manager slaps a pain relief patch on his spine. He groans, realizing he definitely lifted those crates with zero form. He never thought stocking shelves would destroy him like this. Chan cracks a joke about his age, catching up to him. The manager fires back. Spines are precious assets, so next time, leave the heavy lifting alone. Suddenly, Chan clocks her vibe. She looks drained. She asks for his hand. The second they touch, she lets out a breath like a weight's been lifted. She explains the deal. There's some wild magic in the air messing with her, and Chan is basically a walking magic blocker. One touch resets her system. The manager breaks it down as a high-tier mage. Her senses are dialed up to 11. So when dark magic spikes nearby, her body reacts like a radar. It's physically exhausting. But Chan's anti-magic aura acts like a chill pill for her nerves. He jokingly asks her to stop nuzzling his hand like a cat, but admits this morning, beats the nightmare shift. He just survived. Last night was a total ghost town. 0 foot traffic. The manager nods. She saw it coming. The morning news cycle had everyone terrified to step outside because of the portal instability. Sales are tanking, but their hands are tied. Shift over. Chan crashes back at his place in the human world. He reflects on the silence here versus the chaos over there. Other zones are probably losing their minds right now. Both worlds are weirdly similar, yet totally alien to each other. At least Earth doesn't have sky whales or dimensional rifts ripping open above the city. Comforted by that, he decides to pass out before his brain spirals. Fast forward to the next shift, he walks in on the manager, chatting up the werewolf. They're deep in conversation about Chan's grind to get that anti-magic license. The manager is gushing, mentioning that apparently, the werewolf was a huge help. The driver waves it off, humble bragging that Chan is just naturally gifted. Chan steps into the frame, feeling major déjà vu. The werewolf grins, saying it's been a minute. Chan laughs, saying he was literally just thinking about the guy, and boom, he appears. The werewolf explains he heard the good news about the certificate from the boss, and wanted to drop a congrats. The manager spills all the tea on Chan's training since they have 0 customers to serve. The store is dead silent. The werewolf sighs, his taxi business is suffering too. Last night was a bust. It's definitely the portal news scaring off the clientele. The manager gets serious, mentioning her magical radar is going haywire again. It feels like a high-stakes mage battle is raging somewhere close. She warns Chan to stay inside the safe zone. He agrees but flips the script, telling her to stop stressing and catch a break while she can. Later it's just the boys. The werewolf notes that Chan and the manager have a pretty tight dynamic. Chan admits she's been a mentor to him, especially since he's still a total noob when it comes to this neighborhood. He pivots asking about the taxi gig. The werewolf shrugs, business is slow, but he saw it coming. He even told his partner to stay locked inside today for safety. By partner, he means his wife. He whips out a wallet photo. He's holding a baby, his granddaughter. Chan coos over the kid, saying she's got model potential. The werewolf nods, but rolls his eyes. His son is obsessed with making her an athlete. Chan scans the photo background, figuring the guy standing there is the son, and the lady next to him must be the daughter-in-law. He apologizes for prying, but asks where the wife is hiding in the shot. The werewolf points to the young woman right next to him. Isn't she a stunner? He drops the bomb. 60 years have passed and she hasn't aged a single day. Chan's brain short-circuits. That's not the daughter-in-law, that's the wife. She looks 20, but she's over 60. Chan stammers that she's gorgeous, but clearly not human, or any species he's ever seen. The werewolf confirms she's basically an ultra-rare encounter. Chan backs off, saying if it's personal, they can drop it. But the werewolf shakes his head. Chan is always open with him, so he owes him the truth. He reminds Chan about his war days, mentions he's a veteran. Back then he was assigned to a special protection squad. The VIP he was guarding, that's his wife now. On paper, she was a mage. In reality, she's a spirit entity. Chan asks why she needed a security detail. The werewolf admits he doesn't know the full scope, but the military definitely didn't have good intentions. Chan realizes that was a dumb question. It was war, everything was shady. Sensing the mood getting heavy, Chan decides to change the topic and asks how he's been holding up lately. It had been a hot minute since the werewolf dropped by the shop. He'd finally reconnected with his old platoon, kicking back and binging some classic war flicks. But the vibe was off. His boys spent the whole time roasting the screen, complaining that none of those Hollywood actors would last 5 seconds in a real firefight. So was it a good time? Chan asked. The werewolf shrugged. It wasn't bad, but everything felt weirdly fresh. Seeing his retired brothers living that quiet civilian life, it brought him a massive sense of relief, knowing they made it out okay. But beneath the chill vibes, a hollow feeling clawed at him. He admitted he only took this driving gig out of sheer stubbornness. Everyone told him to retire and relax, but he refused. He needed to prove he still had some fuel in the tank to offer the world. Yet seeing the squad again just unlocked the floodgates. The flashbacks hit hard, and that empty feeling in his gut started expanding. Chan pressed him. Did you guys ghost each other after the war? The werewolf nodded grimly. Pretty much. When the smoke cleared, they snapped one last group pic, went their separate ways, and swore a pact of total silence. No contact allowed. It wasn't their choice, it was a direct order from the commander. He told them not to even think about a reunion, until they had completely scrubbed the trauma from their minds. And for soldiers, a superior's word is law, so they obeyed. They knew if they linked up too soon, the nightmares would just come crashing back. Man, I'm killing the mood, the werewolf muttered, trying to dodge the heavy topic. But Chan wasn't letting it slide. Why haven't you seen the commander, though? Chan asked. The werewolf hesitated. It felt bold to say, but he suspected that final order wasn't just cold protocol. That unit was legendary. The world sleeps soundly tonight strictly because of the hell those guys walked through. Civilians will never get it. The impossible battles, the scars, nobody else can carry that weight for them. Exactly, Chan cut in. But your commander, he definitely took the hardest hits. Being the leader means absorbing 10 times the pressure. If the soldiers were haunted, the guy in charge was probably drowning in ghosts. Carrying that burden solo has to be torture. Chan had a different take on that final command. Flip the script, Chan suggested. Maybe he meant, if you ever figure out how to heal, come back and teach me. The werewolf froze. You think he's actually waiting for us to save him? Maybe, Chan replied. Everyone knows hell is easier to survive when you've got backup. He quickly apologized, realizing he might be getting too personal with a combat vet's trauma. But the werewolf wasn't mad. He was made of steel, he mused. Always looked out for the rookies first. Because the commander was such a tank, it never crossed his mind that the guy could be hurting too. He shot Chan a grateful look that new perspective hit differently. Suddenly the door chime dinged. A customer stumbled in absolutely wasted, demanding 5 bottles of soju. I got cash, he slurred, slamming a live squirrel onto the counter. The critter was clutching a glowing, jagged crystal. We take card or cash, not rodents, Chan deadpanned. Suddenly the werewolf yanked Chan back just as the crystal erupted. A massive electric blast surged out, but the drunk guy just stood there too, hammered to process the danger. The squirrel went full Tesla coil, blasting lightning bolts everywhere. Outside the street was swarming with weird beasts drawn to the energy signature. I gotta shut that thing down before it levels my shop, Chan yelled. The werewolf grabbed him by the collar. Chill, don't rush in blindly. Look at the street, Chan panicked. It was total anarchy. We need a strat, the veteran said, switching into combat mode. The squirrel only seemed to aggro when something moved directly at it. They had to strike fast. Chan scanned the creature. The crystal's glow was glitchy, not natural. It's trying to rip that thing out of its own body, Chan realized. He signaled the werewolf to hold position. We need to extract that gem. Someone planted it there on purpose. It's not evil. It's in berserk mode, Chan explained. That stone wasn't normal loot. It had a specific hex embedded in it. Zap. Another bolt fried the air, missing Chan by an inch. We can't just walk up to it, Chan shouted over the static. New plan, the werewolf growled. I'll tank the damage and draw its fire. On my signal, you move. 3, 2, 1. The werewolf sprinted forward. The squirrel shrieked, launching a lethal lightning strike. With insane reflexes, the werewolf flicked 3 coins into the air, intercepting the arc mid-flight. The path was clear. Chan dove in. He lunged for the critter fingers inches away, but the squirrel's reflexes were god tier, sparking a voltage surge that nearly fried Chan on the spot. But the werewolf stepped in like a living lightning rod, effortlessly tanking the shock and absorbing the electricity like it was a light snack. With one clean haymaker, he knocked the rodent out cold. Chan snatched it out of the air, staring in disbelief that a tiny squirrel caused this much destruction. He couldn't help but wonder if Yunha's daily grind as an adventurer was always this chaotic. Noticing the gem in the squirrel's chest shifting colors, the werewolf signaled for extraction. Chan reached in to pry it loose. But the second his skin made contact, his anti-magic constitution kicked in, disintegrating the stone into useless dust instantly. Chan realized the crystal was a ticking time bomb, likely rigged by someone who deliberately planted it inside the animal. The werewolf suggested a perimeter check. A quick glance outside revealed the coast was clear. Those razor-toothed deer had vanished into thin air. Suddenly, the squirrel snapped awake, scrambling away like it hadn't just been involved in a magical brawl. The werewolf gave Chan props for the assist. Chan shook his head, insisting the werewolf carried the team. He was still hung up on that move, blocking lightning with bare hands. Was that legit magic? The werewolf chuckled, admitting he forgot. Nothing gets past Chan's sharp eyes. He realized he was dealing with someone exceptional. He broke it down. It wasn't a spell, but raw mana condensed directly into the hands to reinforce the skin. Magical energy isn't just for flashy fireballs, he explained. It's versatile. You can imbue it into weapons, objects, or even your own body. To prove it, he dug his fingers into the cobblestone floor and ripped out a chunk of rock like it was soft clay. By focusing mana and generating high-frequency vibrations, he could pull off maneuvers that defied the laws of physics. In combat, this technique lets you manipulate an enemy's body mechanics, shifting their weight and balance at will. Chan was floored. So that's how he deflected the lightning earlier, shielding his hands with a mana layer, and redirecting the energy into a devastating counter-hit. The werewolf offered to teach him these mana manipulation hacks if he was interested. Chan politely declined, quipping that his life plans didn't really involve snapping people's limbs or dislocating joints. The vibe shifted instantly when his phone buzzed. It was Yunha, her voice trembling with panic. She screamed for him to brace himself, because something massive was incoming fast. Before Chan could process, the werewolf sensed the hostile presence and yanked him out of the line of fire. Boom! The store entrance exploded inward, as a metal-infused pigeon bulleted through, locking onto Chan with murderous intent. But mid-dive, an invisible force slammed it into the floor, gravity magic. Yuna burst onto the scene a split second later. She was all over him, frantically checking his eyes, hands, and face, practically hyperventilating while asking if he was hurt. She shook him so violently that Chan felt more damage from her rescue than from the actual monster attack. The werewolf dryly noted that Chan looked fine, then smoothly introduced himself as just a loyal customer passing by. Yunha dropped her credentials, A-rank hunter. The werewolf raised an eyebrow, impressed that someone her age had already climbed that high. He gestured to the pinned creature, asking if she was the one handling the rogue metal bird. Yunha nodded, confirming her gravity spells grounded it. Then she turned to Chan with a desperate request. She needed his magic touch. Chan stepped up, using his unique ability to strip the metal away, reverting the beast back to a standard pigeon. The bird fluttered out the door as Yunha dropped the intel. The local portals were leaking corruption, infecting the wildlife. It wasn't just one or two, it was a horde. The hunters were overwhelmed, and the faster ones had slipped through the containment lines. Surveying the wrecked shop, she realized Chan had been fighting his own war in here while she was outside. The werewolf filled her in on the lightning squirrel incident, confirming that tonight was a total anomaly festival. Chan stayed humble, crediting the werewolf for his survival, admitting the situation was spiraling out of control. Yunha's expression darkened. She needed to tell Chan something classified info that absolutely could not leave the room. She referenced her previous theory about the portals resonating. The South Park gate wasn't just opening, it was synchronizing. And her nightmare scenario had come true. Multiple rifts were ripping open across the city simultaneously. The Academic District and South Forest Park portals were linked. The mutated animals, the electric squirrel, the steel pigeon, they were all glitching out because of this sync. Chan connected the dots, teleporting animals. Warping from one zone to another and getting mutated by the magical friction, Yunha confirmed he hit the nail on the head. But it wasn't just transport. This synchronization was creating instability levels way beyond a standard dungeon break. She dropped the bombshell. The Hunters Association suspected the emergence of a core portal. The werewolf stiffened. A core portal acts as a nexus, he explained, physically dragging multiple dimensions into a single location. The absolute worst-case scenario with a core portal is that the rifts linked to it can spawn in totally random spots, morphing into chaotic, unpredictable shapes. Imagine a rift the size of a stadium ripping open downtown, straight into a magma chamber, total apocalypse. Right then, the reality hit Chan like a truck. They had to hunt down that core portal stat, but Yunha, she was already steps ahead. The second she heard Puppy ranting about those berserk dogs, she went into detective mode. Her intel confirmed a rift near his park. She broke it down. The core first hooked up to the academic district portal, which was ground zero. Next, it snagged the South Forest Park. And finally, it locked onto the zone near Puppy's place. Basically, this core portal is sitting dead center of that Bermuda Triangle formed by the other rifts. Chan does the math and realizes it's uncomfortably close to the store. He asks Yunha if there is any way to pinpoint the exact coordinates. Yunha shakes her head, rough estimates only. Suddenly, the werewolf makes a move to bounce. Realizing the danger zone, Yunha pointed out includes his turf. He's got to get back to the pack and secure the perimeter. Later that night, Yunha drops an apology, feeling guilty for stressing him out. But the wolf shuts that down. On the contrary, getting the intel early is a tactical advantage. Yunha even suggests tagging in another enforcer for that sector. But the werewolf spots Chan sweating bullets and tells him to chill. He's been grinding his training lately. He can handle a mess like this. Yunha pokes fun at Chan, asking if he's shaking in his boots, but he denies it. The wolf also observes that the vibe between the two of them is pretty tight. Before splitting, Chan warns him to stay frosty and thanks him for the assist, swearing he'll return the favor one day. The wolf says he's counting on it. Later, looking epic on her Pegasus, Yunha drops the good news. Store insurance is eating the cost for all the damage. So Chan just needs to patch the entrance, leave the wreckage. The city cleanup crew is already on portal duty. She tells him to relax. Chan hesitates, asking if she's really good, leaking classified intel to a civilian like him. Yunha shoots back, asking if he's planning to snitch. He promises his lips are sealed, which is exactly why she trusts him. They aren't strangers after all. They're homies. Before taking off, she tells him to debrief her sister later. After spilling the tea, Chan geeks out over the werewolf's MVP performance and wonders if humans can hack mana like that too. That's when he catches the manager staring at the wall, vibing weirdly. She explains that specific mana control the technique the wolf mentioned, gives her major déjà vu from years ago. Then she flips the script to something serious, asking Chan to crash at a hotel tonight because she can't warp him home. The teleporter is bricked. Chan's confused, so the manager drops some lore. Way back in the day, she ran ops with an escort unit. One time they needed a specific spell, something to spot a sniper trying to clip the president from 10 kilometers out. They wanted to know if she could pull it off. The assassin's magic round was charged up enough to shred through barriers meant to last 24 hours. It took 30 minutes to prep the shot with precision. The mission bagged the sniper in that window alive to stop copycats. The manager whipped up some high-tier detection magic, but she gave them a strict rule: no magic during the takedown or the target would read their moves. The result: they had to sprint 10 kilometers on foot to grab him. She thought the plan was a bust, but surprisingly, one of the squad members came back to dap her up personally. She knew that guy was a physical tank. The second they pinged the target, they buffed their bodies with mana to close the gap. Connecting the dots, the manager figures Chan's encounter might be an old war buddy of the werewolf. But Chan isn't feeling the nostalgia. He's still stuck on the fact that he's homeless for the night, and asks why he can't just leave. The manager explains that Yunha's intel about the core portal means space is unstable, frying the teleporter. The coordinates and math are totally glitching out. The device is dead, brick dead. Panic instantly sets in as Chan asks the terrifying question: is he stranded here forever, locked out of his own world? The manager cuts through the fear: it is not a life sentence. The magical formulas just need a rewrite and a reboot. The catch: re-registering means navigating the magical usage certification bureaucracy, a headache that eats up about 2 days. That is a 48-hour layover before he can even think about going home. It is standard protocol to stop teleportation fraud and theft, so Chan gets the logic. Under normal circumstances, he would just shrug it off and wait it out. But right now, the vibes are off. The portal incidents have been relentless for days, turning the city into a danger zone, and he has zero desire to be ground zero for the next catastrophe. If that werewolf had been a second faster last night, he would be dead right now. The manager looks him in the eye, promising that no matter how crazy it gets, she will get him home in one piece. Chan sighs, asking if his desperation is really that loud. She shoots back that he does not need to mask his feelings. Freaking out while trapped in an alien dimension is practically a survival instinct. Honestly, if he wasn't worried, that would be the red flag. Shifting gears to survival mode, she decides to sort out his sleeping arrangements. She grabs the cash the streamer abandoned. Days ago, since that guy ghosted them, the loot now officially belongs to Chan by default. She gives him simple directions: stick to the sidewalk, walk straight for 15 minutes, and he will hit a decent inn with solid food and a hot shower. Chan stares at the cash, thinking, this money should have paid for a dinner date with the manager instead. He cracks a joke asking if she is trying to give herself a raise, while playfully pulling more bills from her wallet. He tells her to stop being so damn nice, stepping out toward the inn. The atmosphere is eerie. It is morning, but the streets are a ghost town. The portal scare has everyone hiding. Suddenly his phone buzzes. It is Professor Deckard demanding a speedrun update on the situation because he is running against the clock. Chan rolls his eyes, annoyed, wondering why Deckard bothered calling, but he still delivers the Cliff Notes version. He recaps the chaos: joined a love potion experiment, got dragged into a police investigation, and now the whole thing has spiraled into a complicated mess that is going to take time to fix. Deckard says that works for him, telling Chan to keep steady and not rush the process. Chan thanks him for the tip, but throws a little shade, asking if Deckard is really that swamped since this whole chat could have been a text message. Deckard confirms the hustle is real. He is literally power walking while on the line. When Chan asks what kind of gig requires that much cardio, Deckard hits him with the "it is classified" card. Chan does not back down, pressing him. Is this about the portals? Specifically, the core portal. Deckard freezes, asking how Chan knows that intel. Chan explains he got the scoop after the convenience store brawl when those frenzy mode monsters showed up. Deckard sighs and admits it. He is in deep. He is sitting on the temporary core portal countermeasure committee, a squad of 60 anti-magic specialists, trying to lock down an area of roughly 30 square kilometers. Chan does the math instantly. 60 people for that much ground. That sounds like a suicide mission. Deckard admits they are undermanned, which is exactly why they are headhunting. The bar is set at 3 years of experience and a spotless record. Then he drops the question, is Chan game? Looking at Chan's skills, track record, and current situation, he is the perfect candidate to hold down the fort around the convenience store, a radius of 1.5 kilometers. He would get full emergency authority to act, but Deckard makes it clear Chan can walk away if he wants. Chan clarifies the stakes. Does this mean if the core portal spawns near the store, he is green-lit to engage? Deckard says absolutely. He would not offer a gig this dangerous if he did not trust Chan's skills. Chasing and failing is bad, Deckard says, but chasing when you know you're going to fail is worse. He demands an answer. Chan's mind races. This isn't like his usual grinding. This requires split-second tactical decisions and high-level intel basics of this world that he is still lacking. Logic says refusing is the smart play. It is safer. Still, he stalls, telling Deckard he needs to sleep on it and will give an answer tomorrow, since he is grounded for 2 days anyway. Thanks to the portal lockdown, he asks if the government offers any hazard pay or support for pros. Deckard confirms there is a package and promises to beam the benefit details over immediately. He gives Chan a hard deadline, midnight, to decide. The call ends, and a moment later, another notification pops up. It is not Deckard, it is Helena, the succubus, sliding into his DMs with concern about the chaos. Touching base about the portals, he shoots his shot. Can they squeeze in a quick sit-down to debug the potion glitch? Chan gives the green light and asks for the drop location. Moments later, he's in a cab crossing the bridge when a massive serpentine colossus of pure hydro energy coils around the city infrastructure. His jaw hits the floor, totally mesmerized, until the cabbie clocks his reaction and asks, "First time hitting the big city?" Kid Chan nods, admitting he's fresh off the boat from the boonies, like straight-up isolated territory. The driver sighs, mentioning it's a bummer he chose to visit during this chaotic arc. If the portals weren't acting up, the city would be popping with way more attractions. He hints that Chan might want to bounce and come back when the dust settles. Chan nods along, agreeing that sounds like a plan. Cut to the rendezvous point with Helena. Chan scans the perimeter. This place isn't just a coffee shop, it's practically a museum exhibit. The aesthetic is high tier, dripping with artistic flair. Right on cue, Helena breezes in, apologizing for the delay, blaming a mix-up in her schedule. Chan waves it off, playing it cool since he just pulled up too. As they chat, he mentions something's been living rent-free in his head. Taking a closer look, he realizes Helena's fashion game is actually S-tier. Every time they link up, her fit is immaculate. He finally drops a compliment on her style. Helena brushes it off, claiming she just grabs the first thing in her closet, but Chan counters with smooth logic since she's stunning. Literally anything would look fire on her. Helena leans in, fishing for intel, and asks what kind of drip he'd want his hypothetical girlfriend to rock. Chan assumes this is just market research for the potion development, so he answers honestly he doesn't care. He believes as long as the vibe matches the person, that's all that matters. Helena thanks him for the data and motions to head inside. But before they cross the threshold, Chan suggests they stop acting like strangers and use real names. The convenience store shift is over, so the whole boss and customer roleplay feels outdated. Helena smiles, agreeing it's time for a rebrand. Settled at a table loaded with sugary treats, Helena reveals this meetup is critical for the potion's evolution and asks if he's ready to be the guinea pig again. He confirms he's in. After that initial beta test days ago, she presented the metrics to corporate, and the higher-ups were hyped on the results. Since Chan is a certified anti-magic specialist, the company is doubling down, expanding the budget and the team. The project is officially blasting off. Helena mentions that corporate might want to keep him on retainer for future quests. Chan replies he's cool with grinding out this potion arc, but he wants to clear the current mission before unlocking new responsibilities. Helena breaks down the patch notes. The new potion build is an upgrade from the last prototype. It's got better stability buffers and a new feature. It forces the user to be 100% real with themselves. Even though she's the rookie on the team, she's the one who pitched this mechanic after their last debrief. She argues that if you can't face your own truth, you'll never be real with anyone else. The supervisor was all over the concept and greenlit the feature for this test run. Chan smiles, noting it's awesome to see her getting her flowers at work, since usually Gen Z input gets ignored by the old guard. Helena stays humble, calling it pure luck. He shuts that down, asking if she usually mods potions solo. She admits she dabbles in it as a side hustle, but just basic crafting. The modern market makes snagging materials and blueprints way too easy. She pivots, asking if Chan needs any magical brews. He admits his alchemy knowledge is zero, but he'd love to watch her work her magic in the lab someday. Then she flips the script and asks about his pre-convenience store life, realizing she's been yapping about herself while his backstory remains a mystery. Chan explains that, lately, his routine is basically NPC, mode work, sleep, repeat. Before the store, he had a different gig, but it was constant travel. He was always on the grind, burned out, sleep-deprived, and felt like he was achieving nothing. He shrugs, adding that it's a boring lore drop, and asks if she actually wants to hear it. Helena instantly apologizes, realizing she might have touched a nerve. To save the vibe, Chan suggests they get back to the experiment. Helena agrees, though she looks low-key worried. She clarifies the mechanics. This time, it's straightforward. They just need to chug the potion to trigger the buff, unlike the last version that needed a mixer. It's go time. Flash forward, Chan pulls up to the hotel. He's booked for a staycation, 2 nights, 3 days, in an executive suite. Gazing up at the towering skyscraper, he's genuinely shook. He realizes he's getting the 5-star VIP treatment solely because his rep as an anti-magic specialist is elite. If crashing here pads his bank account, then it's a total win-win situation for him. The staff member swings the door open, and Chan is floored. The suite isn't just big, it's straight-up majestic, draped in high-end decor and dripping with luxury details. The second he hits the mattress, he realizes it's the softest thing he's ever touched. It's so cozy he panics for a split second, thinking he'll sleep through his alarm and blow off work the next day. But comfort can wait, it's potion time. Helena dropped a major red flag, warning him that flying solo with this experimental brew could be lethal. But Chan's gut tells him he needs this right now. He needs a reality check, a moment of brutal honesty. He knows the game is changing, and the threats are about to level up. Looking back, his bravery stats haven't exactly been maxed out. Let's be real, he would have flunked that anti-magic exam instantly without Yuanha carrying him. The werewolf saved his skin during the attacks. And adapting to this chaotic world, impossible without the manager holding his hand. That truth stings. He downs the potion, and things go sideways fast. Out of nowhere, a kid materializes, asking why he looks so shook. Totally confused, Chan demands an ID check. The kid smirks. I'm Lee Chan. I'm 9 years old. Then the kid grills the adult Chan on their location. He scans the room, eyes wide at the massive scale, gazing up at the high-end ceiling. You live in this palace all by yourself. That's when it clicks for Chan. He's staring at his past self. The beat-up clothes, the sneakers full of holes, and that soccer ball hanging on by a thread. Back in the day, soccer was his entire world. He begged his mom endlessly for a new ball. When she finally caved, it was a used, dusty piece of junk. He was crushed. He screamed, cried, threw a total fit, but his mom just stood there. Stone-cold silence. Eventually, he gave up and took it to the field, only to get roasted by the other kids for his trashy gear. The memory still burns like fresh ink. Chan realizes this kid is a manifestation triggered by the potion. The radical honesty effect must have conjured him up. Like Helena said, this stuff is experimental. So side effects like hallucinating your childhood trauma weren't exactly in the manual. He asks little Chan if the neighborhood kids still bully him. The boy snaps back defensive, asking if this adult is gonna mock him too for being broke. Chill kid, Chan says. Just talking. The boy crosses his arms. Mom said, no strangers. Trying to vibe, Chan cracks a joke about paying an hourly consulting fee up front. Slowly, the kid lets his guard down. He takes another look around and freaks out when he realizes there's actual magic in the air. Chan confirms it. This whole suite is enchanted right down to the magical galaxy on the ceiling. The kid is mesmerized and jealous. If I had magic, he whispers, I could turn this junk ball into a brand new one. Chan cuts in with a reality check. It's not all fairy dust. We've got nightmare fuel here too. Squirrels shooting lightning bolts, robotic pigeons dive-bombing shops. It's absurd and lethal. Little Chan isn't buying it. Sounds like a lame excuse. If you were actually scared, you would have quit ages ago. Before this gig, Chan was jobless. It wasn't like he was chasing some grand career goal or a paycheck. The boy drills at home. The real reason he took the job was because this world wasn't that suffocating old one. Back there, he was invisible, grinding since his 20s, yet always feeling incompetent, always under the boot of some demanding boss, chasing cash but never connecting with a soul, busting his back with zero results to show for it. He slowly just checked out. But landing in this new dimension, it sparked something. He used to live for everyone else's approval. Here, that script got flipped. He realizes little Chan isn't just a flashback. This kid is the survivor, the only part of him that tanked those dark, depressing days and kept standing. That resilience is the engine that got him here, a feeling he'd totally forgotten, but it's back in full force. Chan admits it. Yeah, I love this place. It was the first time someone actually cared about his story, even when he thought he was a nobody. The first time someone said thank you, and meant it. The first time he wasn't just a face in the crowd. People here rooted for him and hyped up his wins, comparing that glory to the lonely struggle of his childhood. No contest. Looking back, he called it his golden era. He finally realized his current life wasn't just bearable, it was actually pretty sweet. But that's the trap. He spilled the truth that happiness was exactly why he was terrified. He was scared to death he'd flop and crush the hopes of the crew who actually had his back. The fear of losing it all hit different. Little Chan, his inner voice clapped back. It's all on you, bro. The kid told him to lock in this time, especially now that he had a real squad. If he wouldn't fight for his homies, then was he even a main character? Chan had to admit the kid was spitting facts. Little Chan signaled it was time to fade out, asking if there were any final questions. Chan just had one request: take care of mom. With that, Chan texted Deckard, confirming he was taking the gig. Cut to shift time, he was already clocked in at the convenience store. Mr. Chihuahua was there, yapping and stressing over work like usual. Meanwhile, the manager was sipping a glass of milk that the Chihuahua actually bought for her. Despite being a total jerk, he still got her the milk, throwing shade about how she was short and needed to grow. Chan noticed she was completely unbothered by the roast. The manager mentioned she'd already chatted with Mr. Chihuahua, and apparently the guy knew a lot about Chan. Turns out he was a regular customer. Then she dropped the classic good news, bad news line. The good news, tomorrow he could clock out for good and bounce back to his own world. Freedom was calling. The bad news, she was picking up some seriously cursed energy from the core portal. It was getting sketchy, so she pinged Yunha and asked Chan to start his shift early. He stepped up without hesitation. Later, Deckard buzzed in to say the registration was a done deal. When Chan called him from the hotel earlier, they said it would take forever, but they fast-tracked him. Before stepping out to take the call, Chan warned Chihuahua to stay frosty, but the guy just ghosted him, didn't even look up. On the line, Deckard was swamped and went straight to the TL.DR version. Chan was officially drafted into the incident within his designated zone, backed by the National Police, the Hunters Association, and the Magic Admin Department. He had the green light to summon backup and raid the gates if things went south. If it came down to it, he had executive permission to nuke the gates entirely. His turf covered a radius of 1.5 kilometers around the store. Basically, he could use any legal weapon in the arsenal. When asked if he had questions, Chan just wanted to know, is it really apocalypse-level bad? Deckard didn't sugarcoat it. Yes, the committee confirmed that the portal's stability was crumbling, and a total collapse was imminent. We're talking 7 days max, maybe as soon as 2. Deckard compared the vibe to the day Chan took his anti-magic specialist exam. He told him that, just like back then, he needed to ace this test and handle business. He wished him luck and cut the line. Chan pulled up the map to check his patrol zone. It was dead center where Yunho predicted. The core portal would spawn. Signs pointed to a solo mission. He was on his own. The manager and Yunho were tied up with other portal chaos. He had to shoulder the burden. Suddenly the sky opened up and rain started pouring. Chihuahua started complaining, asking why Chan was just standing there rebooting. He snapped that it was raining, and that slacking off wasn't an option. He ordered Chan to grab the umbrellas and merchandise them in the window, to bait customers, demanding he hustle faster. Even with the boss breathing down his neck, Chan asked why the guy didn't just go home. Considering the portal situation was turning into a disaster movie, Chihuahua shot back that he couldn't bail. He had too much work on his plate. Chan asked why he didn't just work from home since he looked absolutely drained. Chihuahua explained that WFH was a trap. Because his bed was too tempting, he'd end up bed rotting instead of working. Still, he told Chan that since his phone call was done, he needed to get back on the grind. But Chan clarified he wasn't checking his phone for fun. It was for his other gig being an anti-magic specialist. Chihuahua paused, asking if he was some kind of Fed, involved in portal defense. Chan confirmed it. Yeah, basically. He admitted he was still a rookie at this, and figuring it out, but since he took the job, he was going to give it 100%. Chihuahua looked confused, wasn't he? Just a cashier? Why play hero? Chan replied that this portal was killing the store's revenue, and at this rate, they'd be drowning in debt. Chihuahua finally asked what his actual role was in this mess. Chan broke it down. He was the cleaner. He had to handle everything the portal threw at them, specifically the collateral damage. And right now the mission objective was, singular, locate the core portal. The Chihuahua snapped him to attention. Follow me. We're hunting this thing down stat. He demanded Chan break down the prediction logic. Chan laid it out triangulation. If you connect the dots where the minor rifts are popping up, the epicenter reveals itself. The core portal should spawn dead center of that chaos. The tech wizard's territory covered a 1.5-kilometer radius around the shop. He ordered Chan to man the counter and stay zip-lipped. 10 minutes of intense silence followed. Chan realized the guy wasn't just stalling. He was running complex calculations. Chan barely breathed, terrified of breaking the genius's flow. Then bingo. Result locked. Charlie flashed the screen the Magic Administration's live feed. A chaotic mess of circles sized by threat level. Garbage, Charlie muttered. He pointed out the noise, panicked civilians reporting ghosts, trolls making fake claims. The official data was polluted. So he scrubbed it, remastered the entire map into something usable. Chan blinked. This version looked nothing like the government feed. Charlie shot him a cynical look. You think the feds monitor this in 4K real-time? According to him, they just tally up complaints. It's reactive statistics. Small sample size equals garbage predictions. You can't pinpoint the target. With bad data, he slammed the authorities for their lag time they only roll out. After the apocalypse has already started, Chan tilted his head. You a Fed, Mr. Chihuahua? Hard pass. He denied it instantly. No government badge. He's a freelancer. He consults when corporations drop big projects. That's his alibi for being here. Chan dug deeper. So data analyst Charlie smirked. Nope. Security specialist. Translation. He hacks systems, exposes the cracks, and gets paid to tell them how he got in. A professional breaker of things. Enough chit-chat. He pointed to the screen. Feast your eyes on this. He had filtered the noise and pinpointed the hot zones. The core portal had to be in one of these spots. 8 targets. Just 8. Chan exhales. That's actually doable. This guy just clutched the round. Chan had been spiraling, staring at a needle in a haystack, but now he had a compass. Charlie was a box of surprises. Outside, the storm ramped up rain, hammering the glass. Charlie barked an order. Swipe my card. 1 coffee, 2 reusable bags. Chop chop. Chan shook his head. On the house. My treat for the save. Charlie raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Since when does the cashier treat the customer I'm trying to bounce? Move it. Chan pivoted, trying to barter. How about the detailed gate maps in exchange for the brew? Charlie looked at him like he was insane. Negotiating during a crisis. Just swipe the plastic. Chan stood his ground. No way he was taking money after that assist. It was a matter of principle. He wanted to comp the bags too, but figured that would bruise Charlie's ego, so he dropped it. Charlie sighed, extending a hand. Phone. He punched in digits. Name's Charlie. Problem, Charlie snapped. No problem, Chan replied. Just nice to finally have a name. But seriously, he's leaving like that, with a plastic bag tied over his head. Fashion disaster. The second bag, tightly wrapped around his laptop. Priorities. Mind your business, kid. You got it. Stay safe out there in the flood. One last threat from Charlie. Fix this mess. If this shop goes under, I lose my workspace. Consider it done. Cut to Chan in the downpour. Standing before the night market. A 10-minute trek from the store. Target number 1. The closest ping on Charlie's radar. It was dead silent. The vibe was off. Sketchy. If the hacker's math was right, reality should be getting weird around here. He didn't know the physics of these gates, but he knew the payload mana stones. And where there are stones, there's a magical signal. If this was a columbarium repeat, he'd see the aura. Time to toggle the cheats. He activated his magic vision, hunting for the energy flow. Glitch. Static. It was all blurry and warped. Nothing like before. It felt wrong. The air was so thick with magic it felt heavy. Chan reeled, fighting back the urge to hurl, as the sheer density of the mana hit him. He hadn't even scratched the surface of this investigation, and he was already hitting a massive wall. Mana sickness. Pure distortion. He figured if this nauseating vibe was hitting at all 8 coordinates, he was looking at a catastrophe. That would be a worst-case scenario. Then a glitch in the matrix caught his eye. A specific pocket of the market felt off. One zone was practically vibrating with distortion, while feet away the air was totally chill. Chan realized it was a proximity game. Cross-referencing the portal data confirmed it distance equals safety. The further you get from the breach, the weaker the signal. But the visual confirmation, 0. He couldn't just eyeball this thing to call in the cavalry. He couldn't dial up the big leagues on a hunch. He was still the new guy, the outsider looking in. Mission critical, find the core gate. Without hard evidence, he was just a guy shouting at the wind. He needed receipts to get back up. Time to speedrun this. He had to hit every single checkpoint. Now. Back at base, the results were grim. No visible gate, but all 8 spots were leaking the same chaotic energy he felt at the night market. We are talking massive spatial distortion. Time and space were literally bending around these anchor points. He replayed Yuna's intel in his head. Connect the dots, use the forest park as the final anchor, and the geometry pointed to one spot. That narrow single-lane alleyway, literally 60 seconds from the convenience store. That is where the core gate was hiding. Why does the universe hate his store? He knew the location was cursed. He grabbed his phone to ping Deckard. But the line was busy. Deckard was probably drowning in crisis calls right now. Chan froze. He was flying solo with zero playbook on how to handle a portal breakout. Feeling totally helpless, he switched tactics. Mass group chat invite. He blasted a warning. Something is coming. Stay away. Danger near the store. Do not engage. He tried the manager next. Straight to voicemail. She was supposed to be with Yuna last night. A knot of dread tightened in his stomach. Did something go wrong? No, breathe. She is a top-tier mage. She can handle herself. She has to be fine. But Hannah, that was the real worry. He was dialing her number when boom, she was standing right there. Chan's jaw dropped. The kid was fighting a gale force wind, the portal's storm nearly blowing her away. He yanked her inside to safety. What are you doing here? I thought you were leaving with your mom. Hannah caught her breath. Not yet. Mom didn't say where we're going, just that we have to go. She said the city isn't safe anymore. Chan nodded grimly. Mom wasn't wrong. But that doesn't explain why you're here in a hurricane. You could have been seriously hurt, kiddo. Hannah looked up, eyes wide. If I didn't come now, I wouldn't get to say goodbye to Uncle Chan. Oof, that hit him right in the feels. But he had to be the adult. I get it, but look outside. It's a war zone. When the sky looks like that, you stay put. It is way too risky. Hannah went quiet, accepting the scolding. It broke his heart, but he had to hold the line. It was for her safety. Thank God she was a good kid who listened. He had to keep her out of the crossfire. I'll walk you back to your mom's office, he started, then stopped. She was scratching her horns, aggressively. Everything okay? He asked. Hannah frowned. I don't know. They've been itching like crazy since I left. It got super bad when I walked past that alley. Chan froze. That alley. That was exactly where his math said the gate should be. His gut was right. The danger was real. Invisible to the eye, maybe. But Hannah was a living radar. If she felt it, the core was there. This wasn't like the flashy portals on the news. This was a stealth gate. He had to verify it, but dragging a kid into the mix, he hated the idea. But time was up. Hannah, I need a huge favor. Cut to them standing in the windswept street. Right near the danger zone, Chan laid it out. He gripped her horns gently. We are going to walk forward slowly. I'll dampen the sensation so it doesn't hurt. The second that itch comes back, you tell me. Using a kid as a Geiger counter felt cruel. He almost called it off, but Hannah stood tall. You always help me, Uncle Chan. Let me help you. Helping her score a best friend was Chan's idea, and thanks to his wingman skills, her bond with Puppy was totally solid. Now she was desperate to return the favor. Chan thought she was just the purest soul ever. But before mission start, Hannah asked about Puppy's whereabouts. Chan admitted the little guy had ghosted them recently, but promised the whole squad would reunite for a playdate. Once the chaos settled, then it was go time. Chan tapped her horns, calibrating their magical sensitivity. Zero pain, just instant relief from the itching. It triggered a memory of the manager's lecture. Young dragons are basically walking radars for magic and emotions. And since Hannah was a pure-blooded little dragon, her sensory stats were maxed out. She'd clocked the portal core earlier without even laying eyes on it, hence the itchy horns. As they patrolled, Hannah's radar pinged again. She pointed straight down at a manhole cover. Chan realized he'd been dead wrong. The news showed portals ripping open the sky or ground-level breaches, but nobody expected a dungeon break in the sewers. Hannah confirmed the spooky vibes were coming from way down deep. That was the smoking gun Chan needed. He had the core's coordinates locked, and was ready to call in the cavalry. He gave Hannah huge props for the assist, and decided they needed to retreat to safety, like right now. Back at the shop, Chan tried to radio HQ, but the tech was failing hard. He dialed the manager, but the connection was garbage, just static and broken words. Suddenly, the phone lit up with magic energy, and the audio went crystal clear. The manager revealed. She was at the Department of Magical Administration giving her VIP access to secure channels. It was basically magical telepathy. She warned him she'd be running late for her shift. She'd met up with Yunha the previous night to strategize and get official clearance for heavy-hitting spells, since retired mages were nerfed by the law. Casting the big guns required a mountain of paperwork. Until she got back, Chan had to hold down the fort solo, thanks to the portals. The storm outside was going apocalyptic, turning streets into rivers. The manager told Chan to speak a specific command word. The second he said it, a massive magic circle ignited on the floor. She explained it was a high-tier flood barrier, guaranteeing the shop wouldn't turn into an aquarium. She asked if he could hold the line for roughly 3 hours. If not, he just needed to say the word. Chan told her to take her time, promising to guard their base with his life. But one look through the glass door showed the water rising at a terrifying speed. It wasn't just raining, it was a deluge. The shop was a dry island in a rising ocean thanks to the spell. Outside, the water level was climbing fast, harmlessly, pressing against the magic shield. Then a scream cut through the noise. It was Puppy. The poor guy was trapped in a wooden crate, bobbing helplessly in the raging floodwaters. Chan didn't hesitate. He sprinted out to save him. The current was savage, spinning the box away, but then Yunha burst onto the scene, parting the waters with a mix of raw power and magic. She shouted for them to chill, announcing that Big Sis was here to handle business. Moments later, the whole crew was safe and dry inside the shop. Yunha scolded Chan for his reckless heroics, but he shot back that he couldn't just watch, while Puppy got swept away. Puppy looked guilty, apologizing for being a burden, but the team immediately reassured him it wasn't his fault. When asked how he ended up playing Castaway, Puppy explained his park had flooded. He swam for his life, hijacking the wooden box as a makeshift boat, but the current was way too OP for him to handle. Chan then asked Yunha why she was there. She revealed he was the one who triggered the SOS. That's when Chan realized the signal had briefly returned, and everyone had panic replied. Helena asked if the store was wrecked, checking if he was still alive. The werewolf chimed in, equally freaked out. Chan promised to update them later. Charlie had spammed messages demanding answers. Chan realized his vague text was a mistake, since it just sent everyone into a spiral of worry. He tried to type a reply, but the signal flatlined again. Yunha explained the portal energy was jamming the networks. That's why she came in person. Seeing that he was safe, she prepared to hunt down the core. Chan asked if she was part of the official emergency task force. Yunha raised an eyebrow, asking if he was one too, since usually you need 3 years of XP to get that clearance. Chan explained his entrance exam proctor was now his mentor, giving him special privileges. Then he dropped the bombshell. He knew exactly where the core was hiding. Before he could elaborate, Puppy's ears perk up. Yo, something's weird out there. He hears screaming, something loud, alive, and closing in fast. Suddenly, Charlie bursts through the floodwaters, literally swimming to the door. He storms in, griping, "Dude, why didn't you text me back?" The whole room freezes. Chan stares jaw on the floor. "Did you seriously swim through that disaster zone? What are you even doing here?" Charlie cuts him off. "Save the small talk. Where's the John? My place is totally underwater." Chan shakes his head. "Bad news, bro. Our pipes are busted too. We're all in the same mess." Charlie shrugs. "Fine. Guess I'm stuck here working then." That's when it hits Chan. This guy didn't swim through a hurricane, just to use the bathroom. Yunha smirks, reading the room. "That kobold's definitely got your back, Chan." The bathroom story, total cap. She snaps into leader mode. "Focus up." Chan nods, serious now. "I found the core." Charlie crunched the numbers, and the data checks out. He looks at Yunha. "Can we get back up? Like right now?" "I trust you," she admits. "But the department. They need hard evidence, not just a hunch. We need confirmation. Right now, all our heavy hitters are guarding the VIP districts and government buildings. Her faith isn't enough for official protocol." Chan clenches his fist, frustrated. He knows the clock is ticking. Yunha hates wasting time. "Show me," pointed out. He leads her straight to a submerged manhole. Smack in the middle of the flooded street. She hoists him onto her back to wade through the current. "You not tired carrying me?" he asks. "Please," she scoffs. "You're lighter than a feather. Plus, I can use magic to make you weightless if I have to." They hit the spot. "We need to dive to get visual confirmation," she says. "Don't move." She grips the manhole cover. The second she cracks it open, the crushing pressure of the floodwater thermometer clashes, with a massive force surging from below. K-boom. A violent explosion rocks the water. Yunha gasps for air. "You were right," she whispers. Chan looks down. The air is shimmering with twisted, glitching mana traces. It's intense, like nothing he's ever seen. Zero doubt now that is definitely the core portal. Yunha tenses up. This is way above her pay grade to handle solo. Suddenly, Mr. Werewolf steps onto the scene. "Glad to see you're in one piece, Chan." Chan blinks, startled. "When did you get here?" "Saw your message," the wolf replies. "Came to see what's going down." He looks at the water. "So what's the play?" Yuna takes a breath. "Years ago, I faced a core portal with my mentor. That one spawned inside a tunnel. It was noon, but pitch black. The darkness didn't just exist. It swallowed the light whole. Space itself was warping. She shudders. My senior told me it wasn't just gravity, pulling things in. It was twisting reality while blasting energy outward. She points to the swirling water. This is identical. Look, the floodwater isn't draining in. That means there's a massive force pushing it back out. She turns to Chan. Can you see inside? Yeah, Chan confirms, eyes wide. Space is being sucked in, like it's getting devoured. Yunha nods grimly. Back then, we needed a specialist to run the numbers on the portal's behavior. They said the core would destabilize in exactly 3 hours. If this matches, we're on the same clock. We need the magic authority. Now, if we leave this unchecked, it's gonna spiral out of control. She turns to the werewolf. Sorry you got dragged into this. You should bounce. No way. He shakes his head. My place is secure. Wife's probably sleeping like a baby. I'm staying. We'll fix this faster together. Besides, I bet Chan's got a plan. Chan's mind races. They have 3 hours. But the portal is jamming signals. Even if they get a call out, reinforcements might not make it. 2 choices. Evacuate the whole district immediately, or shut it down before the timer hits 0. Suddenly, the werewolf points. Heads up, 2 women incoming. Friends of yours, Yunha asks. Yup. It's Errol struggling to hold up Helena, who looks like she's about to drown in the flood. Chan wonders, why is everyone converging here right now? They dash over to help. Chan grabs Helena the succubus. Errol stumbles, legs giving out, but Mr. Werewolf catches her just in time. Easy there, he says. In a mess like this, we gotta stick together. Don't try to be a hero all by yourself. Just 'cause you carry a badge. Take a breather. Errol nods breathless. Thanks. I needed that. Yunha takes charge. I'm heading back to the shop first. They form a line, wading through the murky water, moving out. Chan shot her a suspicious look, checking his hands. Did you cast something on me? I feel weird. Yunha shook her head, dead serious. I don't mess with biomagic unless it's life or death, she snapped. If I hexed you, I wouldn't need to hold your hand to track the energy. She locked eyes with him. Messing with someone's mana flow isn't a parlor trick. It's precise, dangerous work. One wrong move, manipulating a living soul, and it's game over. They pushed through the store doors, cutting the tension short. Inside, the vibe was totally different. The manager was chilling there, cradling a puppy like a Bond villain. Business is booming today, she smirked. She looked fresh, dusting off her coat. Just wrapped up the boring red tape at the ministry. Looks like you two had a blast. Chan nodded, exhausted. You have no idea. The manager didn't waste time, she snapped, her fingers casting a massive purification spell. A wave of light washed over the room, scrubbing the bad vibes. There. Clean slate, she grinned. I'm basically untouchable right now, rocking 8 invincibility buffs, she flexed. Had a full stack of 9, but burned 1 teleporting back here. She cracked her knuckles. I'll handle the NPCs, customers. Yunha stepped in, face grim. Sis, we need to talk. Serious mode. Now. She grabbed Chan's shoulder. You're in on this too. The air in the room shifted instantly. Cut to the staff room. Just the 3 of them. The silence was loud. Yunha dropped the bomb. We're going into the hole. We're hitting the core directly. Me and the manager. Chan's eyes went wide. No backup. You're rushing the boss room with a 2-man party. Yunha sighed, frustrated. No time to call the cavalry, she admitted. We're out of resources. That portal core dissolves in 3 hours tops. Or it could blow in 5 minutes. We can't wait. They had to strike now, destroy the source before hell broke loose. But here's the kicker, Yunha muttered. We don't have enough DPS. We're underpowered for a direct assault. Plus, if the heavy hitters leave, the store is defenseless. It's a fortress, sure, but magic is unpredictable. And the sewers, Yunha added. Total nightmare. Complicated terrain, unknown enemies. The manager scoffed, confident as ever. Please. I'm still in my prime. I could do this in my sleep. Yunha wasn't buying the hype. She glanced at Chan, conflicted. I don't know if we should drag him into the pit. Like I said, it's a blind run. We have no idea what's down there. To survive, they needed a specific class. An anti-magic specialist would be clutch, Yuna thought aloud. But Chan, she bit her lip. I can't guarantee I can keep you alive down there, she confessed. The risk was too high. She was hesitating. I can handle it, the manager insisted, waving her off. Yunha slammed her hand down. It's not that simple. We need one more fighter to make this viable. Chan stepped forward, cutting through the argument. You don't need to recruit anyone else, he said, voice steady. I can fix this, but I'm gonna need you to trust me. Moments later, Chan was center stage in the main store area. Listen up, everyone. The room went quiet. This is Code Red, he announced. That portal core isn't just close, it's practically breathing down our necks. He took a breath. I'm about to do something incredibly reckless, and I need you guys to back me up. Come on, he pleaded, breaking a smile. I haven't even got my first paycheck yet. Charlie raised an eyebrow. All right, kid, what's the play? Yunha took over mapping it out. Strike team, me, Chan, the manager, and Mr. Wolf. We dive in and nuke the core. Officer Ero, she pointed to the cop. You're our shield. Chan says you're elite, so prove it. While we're in the dungeon, you protect the civilians. Most of these people can't cast a spark, let alone fight. Yunha stared her down. Can you hold the line? Arrow stood tall, hand on her holster. Protect and serve. That's the job. Especially when the world's ending. She nodded. Go. I got this. Yunha spun around to Mr. Chihuahua. We need a lifeline to the magical management department. You're up. Chan says you're a wizard with tech, Yunha said. Charlie scoffed, pointing at his screen. Signals are dead genius. How am I supposed to hack anything when the network is fried? Panic started to bubble in the room. Chan raised a hand. Chill. The manager stepped in. Even without a signal. Can you improvise? She reached into her coat. She pulled out a sleek device. Standard issue emergency beacon from the ministry. She tossed it to him. Make it talk. Charlie caught it, eyes lighting up. Give me 5 minutes. He started typing furiously. The manager pivoted to Helena. You're the pharma rep, right? The potion tester. Helena nodded, clutching her bag. The manager rattled off a shopping list. I need 4 vials. Flash freeze, mana neutralizer, a heavy sedative, and the big one, water breathing. 1 hour duration. The sewers are completely flooded from the storm. We're going for a swim. Helena unzipped her bag, looking nervous. The clock wasn't giving them an hour, 30 minutes tops. Still, that was just enough time for him to gear up while Helena and Charlie worked their magic. Yuna pressed Mr. Wolf for the truth. Was he really a vet from the Great War? The old man didn't flinch. He nodded, admitting he wasn't just a soldier. He was a phantom from the secret 3rd Special Forces Squadron. That sparked a memory for the manager. Back in her days protecting the president, she'd definitely crossed paths with one of his squad mates. As she laid out the details, Mr. Wolf realized exactly who she meant, his old captain. A legend known for weaving mana like it was nothing. Chan pointed out that Wolf wasn't exactly a slouch in that department either. The veteran admitted it, then cut to the chase. So what's the play? What's my job? Yunha laid out the battle plan, split up and conquer. She'd cover her sister, leaving Chan to team up with the old pro Mr. Wolf. Inside that portal, the energy density was going to be suffocating. Wolf's mission, keep Chan alive at all costs. When they asked if he was truly down for the ride, Wolf didn't hesitate. He'd stared down hell before. This was just another Tuesday. Boom. Helena capped the final potion and Charlie cracked the encryption to get a line out. Green light. Charlie gave the heads up the phone was about to ring, and they needed to play it cool. No over-explaining. How they hacked the signal. Just talk. A second later, the device buzzed. Chan grabbed the comms. He wasn't with the agency, but he channeled his inner Professor Deckard, dropping a heavy request for backup. And guess what? The bluff landed. The department flagged it for immediate action. He doubled down if anyone asked he was the professor. Charlie, however, spotted a snag in the plan. What if a cop decides to verify ID? Chan shrugged it off. In a crisis this messy, you gotta be flexible. Yunha threatened to drag him to the precinct for identity theft later, but Charlie cut in. Now wasn't the time for the rulebook. While they bickered, Helena whipped up a bonus brew alongside the 4 requested vials. Just a basic healing potion, but strong enough to patch up a lethal wound. But Chan wasn't focused on the gear. He needed to know why she came. He'd texted her explicitly, danger, stay away. Did she just ghost his warning? Helena looked down, explaining that she'd been glued to the news. The camera panned to the convenience store, and the lights were still on. The moment she saw that, her heart stopped. She knew it was a war zone out there, but she couldn't sit still. She bolted out the door. The flooded streets nearly took her out, making her dizzy with exhaustion. But ever since they last hung out, he'd been living in her head rent-free. Seeing that shop on TV, her brain shut off. All she knew was she had to get there and make sure he was breathing. Pure instinct. She mumbled a sorry for being a burden, but Chan shut that down. That wasn't being a burden. That was caring. He just couldn't handle the thought of her getting hurt in this chaos. If this went sideways again, he needed her safe, not playing hero. Because just as she was stressing over him, he was stressing over her. He thanked her for the meds, then snapped back to business mode. Were they prepped? Because he had one last loose end to tie up. Suddenly the vibe shifted with a subtle jab from the group, implying he needed to step up his game in the romance department instead of constantly self-sabotaging. Chan looked clueless, totally missing the hint, while the manager just told him to keep his cool. That's when Puppy stepped up. He was tagging along. Chan hesitated. It was a suicide mission. The manager agreed, but the dog wasn't taking no for an answer. He was a spirit beast after all. He could hold his own. Yunha weighed in, figuring the little guy might actually come in clutch. This wasn't your average mutt. Chan finally caved, looking the dog in the eye. All right, we're counting on you, buddy. Gear on. Game face. The squad gathered around the manhole cover the direct drop into the portal's heart. The manager called the play. Yunha takes point. She drops in scans for threats, and if the coast is clear, she signals the rest. Clinging to Mr. Wolf's back, Chan kept muttering apologies for being dead weight in the water. Wolf brushed it off, protecting the VIP was just part of the gig. With the path finally clear, they dropped into the open manhole. The deeper they went, the more the light died, until they were swimming in total darkness. Then out of nowhere, A massive tremor hit Chan. His gut churned like space itself was being twisted inside out. Portal instability. The shockwave shattered his focus, sending him tumbling off the spectral stairs. Wolf snatched him just before he plummeted into the void, but the distortion hit like a truck. Chan's vision blurred, and everything went black. Next thing he knew, he was waking up inside the portal zone. The manager was hovering over him, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. She'd clearly been expecting the worst. A quick headcount confirmed the squad was shaken, but alive. They were standing on a surreal, otherworldly beach. Yunha dropped the bombshell. This wasn't just land. It was the actual skin of the portal core. Think of it as a cosmic recycling plant. It sucks in dying portals, recharges them, and spits them back out across the dimensions. Basically an infinite portal factory. And talk about luck they'd landed in the one safe spot. The environment here was stable, but the real target lay beneath. According to Yunha, they had to dive straight into that alien ocean. That's where the core was hiding. The manager nodded, confirming her search magic was pinging off the charts. Straight from the seabed. All eyes turned to Chan. It was decision time. Was he ready to take the plunge? Chan hesitated, asking the one thing that mattered. How deep are we talking? Yunha didn't sugarcoat it. To reach the core, they were looking at a descent lasting roughly 2 days. 2 days, that's basically the bottom of the world. Chan instantly pictured the crushing pressure imploding his skull, turning him into human origami on the seafloor. How was he supposed to survive that kind of squeeze? The manager cut through his panic. It wasn't real water. It was pure liquid mana, mimicking an ocean. Thanks to Chan's anti-magic body, he was immune to the pressure, a walking cheat code. Still, he couldn't exactly chill. It wasn't just the depth, it was the locals. Yunha warned that the core attracts guardians. This beach was just the kiddie pool. The deeper they sank, the nastier the monsters would get. Chan braced himself for a gauntlet of enemies. Beside him, Wolf tensed up, already sensing eyes watching them. Yunha looked to Chan for the final word. He didn't flinch. People topside were dying, they had to move. But he turned to Wolf, giving him an out. You don't have to follow me into hell, man. Wolf wasn't hearing it. He'd seen Chan's guts, and there was no way he was sitting on the sidelines. He was all in. Chan felt a pang of shame. He was terrified, and he was pretty sure everyone could smell the fear radiating off him. He hated looking vulnerable. Shaking it off, he turned to Puppy. What about you, little guy? Puppy didn't hesitate. Being by Chan's side was his #1 favorite thing. Late-night walks were a distant second. Even if he was just a mutt who might slow them down, he wasn't leaving Chan. It was instinct. Before the plunge, Puppy turned to Wolf with a polite request. When we survive this, let's do a proper introduction. Wolf smirked, promising they'd grab tea when the dust settled. With promises made, the squad dove straight into the mana abyss. The sensation was trippy but safe. Chan marveled at Helena's breathing potion. The stuff was absolute magic. Even the manager's telepathy link was crystal clear. She had to admit Helena was a beast, whipping up high-tier potions in minutes. That usually takes decades of mastery. Suddenly, Wolf signaled halt. Something was coming. Above them, a colossal shape blotted out the light. Giant octopus. Tentacles drifted like nightmare shadows. Yunha signaled for dead silence. The beast was snoozing. Do not engage. But luck wasn't on their side. Below them, a swarm of mana piranhas surged up. They ignored the group and tore into the octopus. Yunha's face fell. The sleeping giant was waking up, and it was pissed. Dive. Now she screamed, as the leviathan started thrashing its tentacles, smashing everything in range. Yunha hit the brakes. Wolf, keep them safe. She was staying behind to draw the aggro. Blade flashing, she severed incoming tentacles. She couldn't kill it, but she could buy them a few precious seconds. Steeled for battle, she turned to face the beast. Meanwhile, the squad plummeted until they finally hit the mana floor. Chan spotted massive energy warping below. They were close, but the manager hesitated. She couldn't pinpoint the entrance. Everyone eyes closed, she commanded. Trust me. She unleashed a blinding nova of light, frying every single piranha in the vicinity with one devastating pulse. She knew those bottom feeders would turn on the squad after failing to snack on the octopus. Chan exhaled, at least now. Yunha wasn't on the dinner menu. Eyes on the prize, they had to locate the core entrance. Chan chugged the calming potion, blinking at the sudden sugar rush. The manager smirked, explaining that tonics are sugary for a reason. Sweetness hacks the brain into chilling out. Boom, there it was, a structure looking like a massive metal grid blocking the way. Chan grabbed the industrial solvent to melt that barrier down. But the second he stepped up, a colossal tentacle slammed down next to him. It snatched Yunha, dragging her into the air as she thrashed against the grip. Screaming for them to crack the seal, Mr. Wolf barked at Chan to lock in, ignore the chaos. They had to breach the gate fast, while Yunha played bait. Hands shaking, Chan started pouring the acid to dissolve the grate. Mr. Wolf demanded he breathe and not mess this up. The manager dropped the bad news on Yunha. 2 minutes to melt it, but that monster was already squeezing the life out of her. They were paralyzed. Attacking meant risking the tunnel opening. The only wildcard left was Puppy. Summoning every ounce of grit, the little guy pleaded with the great elder octopus. Stop, we taste gross, he squeaked. We just need to pass through. He swore they meant zero harm. The physical toll was huge. Puppy started coughing up a lung mid-sentence. And miraculously, the beast actually dropped Yunha. Puppy wheezed a deep thank you, promising to have a serious talk with Yunha about boundary issues later. The monster just drifted off. Yunha blinked, totally dazed. Did that actually just happen? The manager nodded. Looks like Puppy was packing a skill, called Command Word. Magic-infused orders that force absolute obedience. Chan frowned. That didn't track, considering Puppy isn't exactly a dictator. The manager explained, that's the point. It's a super rare high-difficulty skill. The poor guy passed out instantly, proving his battery was totally drained. Likely his first time revving that engine. Mr. Wolf cut the chatter. We move. Now. The energy leaking from the cave was getting violent. When they finally breached the entrance, the magical static was off the charts. Yunha sensed a trap, grabbed a rock, and signaled the crew to freeze. She remembered the rule closer to the core meant nastier monsters. She knew something was lurking. She chucked the stone into the dark crash. A squad of golems rose from the shadows. Yunha struck first, but her attack barely scratched the paint. 3 of them rushed her at once, forcing Mr. Wolf to intercept. You're running on fumes, he grunted, stepping in front of her. Tag out. I'll handle the heavy lifting. In a blur of motion, he launched himself forward. One punch. That's all it took to shatter a golem's arm into dust. He glanced at Yunha, asking for the green light to go all out. She nodded, yes, crush them. Amping up his magic, his blows hit like freight trains. He bobbed and weaved through their heavy swings, dismantling the stone giants one by one. Finally feels good to move, he laughed. He barked orders to Chan the manager. And Yunha push for the core, I'll buy you 20 minutes before these guys crumble. The manager told Yunha to circle back and assist Wolf once she caught her breath. Chan grabbed the manager's hand, bracing for the jump. Hey, don't get wrecked, Chan warned Wolf. Your wife will kill me. Wolf smirked. Noted. Instantly, the manager blasted them forward, rocketing toward the core. Behind them, the sounds of Mr. Wolf pulverizing stone echoed from the deep. Floating in the void, Chan looked down, zero ground. The manager explained the core. Hadn't finished rendering this part of the portal yet. She lit up her staff, revealing the glitchy, half-built world around them. Chan was floored. Her shop tricks were cool, but this was god-tier magic. Beaming, she flipped her hair. Told you I'm an archmage. She prepped the mana neutralizer, eyes locking on the target. The static in the air screamed as they got closer. Gliding through the abyss, her expression softened. She apologized to Chan for dragging him into this nightmare. Since day one, she had sworn to shield him from the horror show of this world, and she felt like she failed. He hailed from a server with zero magic, no portals, and absolutely no other species. She figured this whole fantasy gig would be a total nightmare, and completely alien to him. That's why she went full helicopter mode trying to shield him. But looking at the chaos, she felt like she'd fumbled the bag on the protection front. Sean cut her off though. Don't apologize. Okay, sure, he was terrified at launch. The learning curve was vertical. Day 1, purifying dragon scales. Next level, dodging a squirrel shooting literal lightning bolts. Now he was stuck in what felt like a hardcore RPG raid. None of this existed in his old life, but, honestly, it wasn't exactly a bad thing. Sean admitted he wasn't scared of the monsters or the threats anymore. His real nightmare was screwing up. He had a whole squad relying on him now, and until this second, he felt like a total NPC who hadn't contributed anything useful. That performance anxiety was eating him alive. He was petrified of ruining the mission. The manager stepped up. If that's your demon, then I've got your back. Boom. Dead ahead, they spotted a massive shimmering water pearl, floating like a boss room loot drop. Definitely the hiding spot for the portal core. The manager signaled Sean to equip that frozen mass from his inventory. He triggered the item, and an ice bridge instantly materialized across the void. I feel like a Disney princess right now, he cracked, stepping onto the magical path. The manager didn't laugh, warning him that from here on out, they needed his raw power. Go all out, she ordered, and come back in one piece. Stepping inside that strange pearl, Sean was instantly drowning in a sea of shadows. The mana density was suffocating. Just the magical pressure was enough to trigger a splitting migraine. Dead center in the void sat a crystal with a creepy eye embedded in it. The dungeon core. The second he got within range, that eye locked onto him, blasting out waves of intensity and ramping up the magical output. Sean grit his teeth and pushed forward. He snatched the crystal, growling, "You've been a headache for way too long." As he gripped it, the energy spiked, threatening to tear him apart. It felt like his HP was draining fast, but he had to tank it. Suddenly, a massive mana nuke went off. Sean was yeeted backward. As the pearl shattering around, the core disintegrated. For a split second, he thought he'd triggered the apocalypse, but the manager snatched him out of the air. "That'll do," she said. She'd handle the rest. As her blinding magic flooded the scene, Sean's consciousness started to log off. He drifted into a fugue state, talking to his own subconscious. Distant voices echoed. He wondered if the squad was okay. He replayed the core explosion and the manager's catch. Then everything dissolved into glitchy flashes. Crowd noise. The return to the shop. When he finally rebooted his system, he saw Helena looming over him, checking his status. He realized he was using Charlie's leg as a pillow. Charlie scoffed. About time the weakling woke up. Get up, we've got cleanup duty. Sean scrambled up, heart pounding from the scare. The manager started passing out instant cup noodles, like it was a victory feast. Great work, everyone. It's not five-star dining, but ask if you want seconds. Charlie rolled his eyes. This place is officially going downhill. The manager smirked. Another day when the gang's all here. We'll do a proper BBQ. Sean nursed a lingering headache. Man, I woke up seeing a real horror show, he mumbled. Then reality hit his mentor. Deckard was blowing up his comms for a sit rep on the incident. Just spill the tea, the manager advised. He is your teacher after all. Sean gave the full report. And Deckard dropped a bomb. He was coming to the store personally. Why the house call? Sean asked, nervous. Probably just a wellness check, the manager shrugged. And to gather intel for the official paperwork. She told him to chill since the crisis was averted. But Sean gestured around, asking, who's paying for these damages? The magic feds. The manager tapped her chin. Maybe. I'm thinking insurance claim or suing the government for compensation. Sean nodded. Then, he turned to the lingering customers. Hey, you guys, think the government owes us cash for this mess, right? The crowd took that as their cue to exit stage left, clearing the store in record time. The manager waved them off. When they were finally alone, she looked at him. You beat. Totally fried, Sean admitted. Even after the nap, his battery was at 1%. He was running on fumes. No surprise there, she said. That kind of work drains your soul. And she cast a quick buff to restore his stamina. Sean felt weightless instantly. Whoa, I feel brand new. Was that your last spell slot? He asked. Yup, she winked. But I've got a backup plan. She turned to Helena. Brew a recovery potion. As soon as possible. This spell is just a temporary patch. It was enough to get him home for a breather. But then Chan dropped an awkward conversational bomb, bringing up the mystery that had been eating him alive. He demanded to know the deal with his glitchy anti-magic body. Since the second he isekai'd into this realm, it's been haunting him. How did he even manage to cross the boundary? Why was he the anomaly, 30 days slaving away in a fantasy land, and he hadn't seen a single soul with his condition? He needed answers. Why did an outsider like him hold the ultimate nullification card? The manager's eyes lit up. She was dying to know too. She proposed a little field test right then and there. Take me to your place, she insisted. Once they stepped into Chan's mundane world, she was like a kid in a candy store. She marveled at the pristine streets and crisp air. Chan had to burst her bubble. It wasn't some utopia. He just lived out in the sticks way past the city limits. He double-checked. You really want to see my crib? She was hooked. A realm with 0 mana and no monster races. Totally exotic. She even asked what kind of mounts they rode. Chan pictured her imagining giant mammoths on the highway. But then she got serious. This wasn't just a vacation. She needed to crack the code on his dimension hopping. Last time she tried to cross the threshold solo. She face-planted right into an invisible wall. Determined, she set up a quick experiment. She tossed 2 coins at the portal. The regular one phased right through. The one charged with mana bounced off hard. The verdict was brutal. Chan's reality had a 0 magic policy. Anything with a spark of mana got firewall blocked. Since her people literally ran on magic, crossing over was impossible. She sighed, looking totally defeated, because she was dying to see his apartment. Chan wasn't having it. He grabbed the coins, ran the test again, and then reached for her hand, using his body as a literal anti-magic shield to yank her through the rift. Boom, it worked. Her jaw hit the floor. It clicked. Remember that sleeping potion she gave him? He'd smuggled that home with 0 issues. The healing brew in his pocket. Same story. It crossed the border just fine. So, logic dictated he acted as a living filter. He took the gamble to drag her through, and he hit the jackpot. You're getting pretty good at this nullification thing, she teased. Chan shrugged it off. He was still a total rookie. He mused that their worlds weren't so different deep down. The manager immediately shut that down, pointing out the architecture and the total lack of magical gadgets. It was alien territory to her. Still, she was vibing with Chan's city. She confessed she'd always fantasized about visiting a new dimension, a sanctuary where she could be anonymous and find some actual peace. Thanks to him, she was living the dream. She gave him a genuine thank you. Later, fresh out of the shower, Chan's phone buzzed with a DM from her. It was payday. He did the mental math on his hours, but the notification read 20 million and 300,000 won. That was nearly double his estimate. A follow-up text explained the insane surplus strictly a bonus. She told him to catch some Z's. Chan just stared at the glowing screen, brain buffering, wondering what kind of corner store drops bonuses like that. Sure, sales were fire except for that brief dip when the portal opened. Still, that's life-changing cash. He hesitated, then made a plan, blow 3 million, now, and hoard the rest. Then his mind drifted to gifts. He wanted to treat Helena to some high-end coffee, maybe slip a few recovery potions to Mr. Chihuahua, since the guy was grinding himself to dust. And something for Officer Errol too, he had to admit. Having liquidity felt amazing. For the first time in forever, he wasn't counting pennies or sweating over every single dime. But of course, the universe hates peace and quiet. The very next morning, he was jolted awake by someone pounding on his door. Not a polite tap, this was aggressive. He swung it open to find the old landlady's son standing there. The guy announced he was the new building owner starting today. He'd been auditing the books and noticed Chan was only paying 300,000 won for the last 6 years. Apparently that was way under market value. The verdict: time for a new lease. Effective immediately, rent was hiking up by 100,000 won. His excuse: Chan had been freeloading for too long. Chan's blood boiled. This entitled brat just wanted to milk the tenants for extra cash. He probably hadn't even glanced at the original contract clauses. The old landlady would never pull a stunt like this. The vibe was totally different. Fuming Chan stayed quiet. The new landlord took the silence as disrespect and sneered that. Radio silence until the month wrapped up. He was even grumbling that kids these days don't have the decency to hit reply. Chan figured he wasn't exactly winning any etiquette awards either. But hey, he tried to keep it real with himself. He'd been camping out in that spot for ages. The rent was dirt cheap, so he never had a legit reason to bounce. It was functional and chill. But the vibe shifted the second that new landlord snatched up the keys. First order of business was jacking up the rent, so Chan started seriously plotting his exit strategy. Maybe finding a crib closer to the shop was the move. The next morning, the headlines were screaming. Breaking news from the government's magic department, officially dropping the word that the central gate was toast. The feds swore they were throwing every resource they had at fixing the wrecked zones. The fine print: they told citizens to touch grass later and stay indoors for now. Priority 1 was getting the subway stations and government buildings back online before tackling the rest. They wanted everyone back on the daily grind as soon as possible, but the manager knew this mess was going to kill foot traffic at the store. Speak of the devil, Chan clocked in way ahead of schedule. Boss told him he could have hit the snooze button a few more times, but he waved it off. He told her they needed to have a serious sit-down. Chan dropped the bomb he was looking to permanently migrate to this world. Asked if she had leads on any rentals. She hit him with the why. Chan admitted that his crib back in the other dimension was basically compromised. He'd been toying with the idea for a minute, but something finally clicked. He was ready to commit to living here. Time to level up and start a new arc in this place. But right in the middle of their heart-to-heart, Chan's master, the professor, strode into the shop. He gave the owner a nod and zeroed in on his student. Demanding a debrief on the gate disaster, assuming it didn't mess with his shift, Chan handed over the receipts. Literally. The expense report for the neutralization. The tab. 800,000 for potion brewing alone, plus the medical checkups. Weapon maintenance was on the list too, though that was technically Yunha's headache. Then came the weird stuff: premium munchies, bougie dog treats, a crate of Coke Zero, and a potty. The professor raised an eyebrow at the toilet item. Explain. Chan muttered he'd scrub that line item later and bail if things got awkward. The mage pressed him. Was this seriously the final bill? Chan confirmed it. He noted that the squad didn't seem thirsty for cash, especially the guy addicted to Coke Zero. He knew the paperwork looked sus, but he'd appreciate it if they could just make it official. Without those heavy hitters, the mission would have gone south. The professor paused, then asked the real question. Was there nothing Chan wanted for himself? Sky's the limit. See, the professor had scanned the logs. Back at the Magic Bureau, he knew they didn't just borrow Chan's name. Chan had personally put that portal on lockdown. Because of that, everyone assumed he was the mastermind calling the shots. If they let that slide, his actual legwork might get buried. But Chan shut it down. He was good. Just erasing his digital footprint. Was payment enough? The last thing he needed was the spotlight blowing his cover. He also told the professor to stop pulling strings in his name. No favors. The professor got it, sort of. It was a messy situation to explain considering Chan was effectively off-grid when the call went out. Still, the old man wanted to triple-check that Chan was walking away with nothing. Then he switched gears and flashed a photo of an apartment. Place was sleek, spotless. Chan was instantly sold. Where is it? He was ready for a tour. Then the trap sprung. It's the assistant professor dorms at the academy. Chan pumped the brakes hard. Didn't matter how luxe the pad was, he wasn't biting. He had zero intention of becoming a TA. The professor shrugged it off, saying they'd circle back to it later. Chan figured the vampire was way too thirsty to recruit him as an assistant. But before the guy dipped, he threw out a curveball. He wanted to know how much Chan actually knew about his boss. Chan blinked. Excuse me, the professor claimed it was just idle curiosity, and told him to plead the fifth if he wanted. But he pushed. Ever hear anything about her backstory? Chan realized this wasn't the first time the old man had poked around this topic. The guy always acted stiff around the manager, like he knew some dark secret she was hiding. Still, Chan kept his poker face. She's good people. That's all I know. The professor warned him he'd be in touch. As soon as the professor finally made his exit, Chan let out a breath he'd been holding. It wasn't that he had beef with the guy, but every conversation with him felt like walking a tightrope. Turning to the manager, Chan noted that the professor seemed unusually obsessed with her backstory. She flipped the script, asking if there was anything he was dying to know. It seemed odd. Why would an academic be so fixated on her? Maybe it was the lore behind how she launched this convenience store. She pointed out they had been chatting for a while, yet she realized she'd been keeping her cards close to her chest. She looked at him. Want the full story? Chan shrugged, mentioning that when the professor grilled him, he simply told the truth. She's a solid person. She didn't look at him like he was crazy when he confessed he got isekai'd here from another dimension. Plus, she's been the MVP of bosses so far. For Chan, that loyalty mattered way more than her past. He told her to chill and stop overthinking it. The manager smiled, admitting he was being incredibly sweet, and that she was about 2 seconds away from happy crying. But then she dropped a bomb. The store. It might need a new zip code. Between the portal disaster and the endless chaos, her nerves were fried. The city's reconstruction was moving at a snail's pace, and it would be ages before their street bounced back. The reality was harsh. Profits had tanked hard since the incident. If they kept bleeding cash like this, they'd both end up homeless. Chan asked if she had a plan B. She nodded immediately. The academic district. Right where he took that anti-magic exam. She explained her vision, open a fresh shop there, and maybe use this disaster as a chance to hit the reset button on everything. Chan nodded, realizing that in that case, he needed to apartment hunt in that area. The manager teased him, asking if he really wanted to live within walking distance of his job, calling him the ultimate model employee. Then she got practical. What's your wish list for a crib? Chan didn't hesitate. He wanted a loft with an attic killer, water pressure, and crucially good insulation, so he wouldn't roast in the summer. A high floor was a must too to escape the street noise. But he sighed, admitting that, with a list that bougie, he was probably pricing himself out of the market. The manager cut in with a reality check. In this fantasy world, avoid lofts and attics like the plague. It's a species thing. Most attics in the academic district were built for orcs, who vibe with that kind of space. And let's just say, orc hygiene standards aren't exactly organized. She added, another warning. Places with fire hose water pressure are designed for marine races, meaning the apartment would be a permanent splash zone, damp or straight up flooded. And those high floors, that's harpy territory. Unless he wanted feather storms and constant screeching, he should stay grounded. The pro move was to stick to housing built for well humans. Chan realized house hunting here was way more complex than back home. He looked at her, hoping for a lifeline, and asked if she could be his tour guide. She shook her head. Someone had to man the register, so she decided to call in backup Yunha. Turns out she lived in the district. The manager shot off a text and got an instant reply. Yunha picked up, confirming she and the little dog gentleman were living their best lives. She mentioned she actually knew a spot available for rent, but she sounded hesitant, unsure if it fit his vibe. The price. Only $250,000, suspiciously cheap. Chan asked for the address, saying he'd check it out at sunrise. The manager frowned, warning him that a deal that good usually came with a massive catch. Cheap in this city was often a red flag for danger. Suddenly, the door chimed. It was little Hannah. The manager softened immediately, noting the kid had been ghosting them lately. She asked why Hannah was out so late, worrying her mom would flip. Hannah looked up with big eyes, asking if Chan was moving away. He crouched down, promising he wasn't going far, and begging her not to cry. The manager clarified that the squad was just heading to the academic district. Then she pivoted, asking why Hannah wasn't with her mom. Today, the girl pouted. Mom canceled their plans because the news said it was too dangerous outside. But, since her mom was still grinding at work, she snuck out to hang with John. Chan got it but gave her the big brother talk. The streets were no joke at this hour. He promised that before his shift started, he'd personally escort her to her mom's office. A bit later, the manager updated him. Yunha came through, and had already talked to the landlord. The manager offered to cover Chan's shift so he could view the place first thing tomorrow. The next morning, Chan was floored. The apartment wasn't just nice, it was gorgeous. He expected a dump for that price, but this looked like high-end luxury. That just made his internal alarm bells ring louder. He turned to the owner, knowing there had to be a trap. He grilled the guy about the pad, said it was top tier but pressed for the catch. Yunha had heard the rumors major bad vibes, but she didn't have the receipts to prove it. Visually, the spot looked like a total steal for that price tag. The landlord just smirked, saying he'd have to live it to get it. Bam, lights cut out. Pitch black. Then the faucet blasted water with zero human contact. Reality check: in this universe, haunted houses aren't just movies. Later, Yunha dropped the lore. The owner wanted to flip the building for a massive profit renovation style. But the second the hammers started swinging, the paranormal activity spiked. We're talking glitch in the matrix stuff. Staircases, shifting locations, circuits frying themselves, Just bizarre chaos on repeat. He brought in the heavy hitters, anti-magic squads, exorcists, but this entity was playing hide-and-seek on expert mode. Nothing stuck, and the guy was bleeding cash. Desperate times called for a nuclear option. The deal was simple: trap or banish the spook, and you snag the apartment for pennies. That was the dark history. Yunha asked if Chan had actually spotted the monster inside. He shook his head, no visual on the target, just objects flying around poltergeist style. Honestly, the energy was way more toxic than he anticipated, and he couldn't even pinpoint the source. Yunha suggested that maybe, just maybe, he should abort the mission and hunt for a different crib. Chan shut that down instantly. He was obsessed with the place. A fully loaded 2-bedroom setup for only $250,000. In this economy, finding a gem like that again was basically impossible. She pushed back, insisting he drop this dangerous idea. He was a rookie hunter. Facing a demon of that caliber was a reckless move. Still, Chan dug his heels in. 1-week trial run. If things got lethal, he'd bail. Yunha sighed and volunteered for moving duty. "You sure you aren't busy?" he asked. She explained she'd fought for some PTO and finally won. Currently chilling at home, giving scratches to Puppy, her roomie. Then she got real with him, asking if he was 100% on this rapid move. Dragging his partner into a potential demon den felt wrong. He brushed it off, claiming it'd be chill, and pivoted to ask how Puppy was holding up. She reported that the little guy was sleeping 24/7. Woke up a few times but totally drained. When she asked about the giant octopus brawl, Puppy had zero memory of using the command voice. Apparently, a power word requires such intense focus it wipes the user's memory, due to the energy crash. But she reassured him her savior was getting the royal treatment over there. Cut to the store, Chan walked in on a picnic. Hannah and the manager were vibing, skipping rice balls for some packaged junk food instead. The kid asked how the haunted apartment tour went, and if there was actually a demon squatting there. Chan spilled the tea on the plan: go back, tag team the exorcism with Yunha. Then he turned to the manager. "You think the whole tower is cursed?" She shook her head. "Nope. If the whole building was infected, other units would be screaming for help by now. Plus, the pros failed." She started suspecting it might not even be a demon. Hannah chimed in. "You got a ghost roommate." The manager shrugged. "Verdict is still out." "You scared, kid," Hannah scoffed. "Scared, please. She's never seen a ghost and was actually curious." Suddenly, her phone buzzed. "Mom calling." Hannah answered, saying she was at the shop and not hungry. Mom wasn't having it. She was off the clock, in the area, and ready to pull up if her daughter didn't hustle home. Chan started sweating bullets and begged the manager to teleport the shop as soon as possible. She nodded, locking the place down in seconds. Then she lectured Hannah. "No more night visits. Stick to the morning shift when it's safe." Still, Chan insisted on playing bodyguard for the walk home. On the way, he strategized with the manager about the relocation, asking to keep his shift so he could update the regulars. The manager gave the green light. Keeping the customers in the loop was key. They arrived, and Chan's jaw dropped. Hannah's mom rolled up in a limousine, with a private chauffeur. The girl shrugged, just her standard ride to kindergarten and Mom's office. Chan was floored. He realized she was straight-up aristocracy. Hannah flashed a thank you smile before leaving. "Get home safe," Chan called out. Then Mom stepped out. The dragon shot him a look so intense, it felt like it pierced his soul. A cold shiver wrecked him, and he glued his eyes to his phone to survive the pressure. Mom almost cracked a tiny smile before ordering her daughter inside. Later, Chan unloaded the whole crazy story to Yunha. The guy admitted he was so shook he didn't even tell the boss, he just straight up bailed. Yunha broke it down. That dragon was definitely scanning him with her species' signature move, magic detection. Dragons run that diagnostic every now and then to vibe check people's energy since they're super sensitive to it. It's their way of sizing you up before making a move, Yunha figured. It totally tracked for Hana's mom to run a scan, even if her daughter had already spilled the tea about Chan. To her, he's just some random weirdo creeping on her kid. Chan promised to clear the air later. Puppy checked in on him, but Chan brushed it off with a, "I'm good, thanks." He told the little guy to focus on healing up instead. As they pulled up to the complex, Yunha spotted something sketchy. Water was seeping out from under the apartment door. Chan hoped it was just the janitor, but Yunha shut that down. If it was maintenance, there'd be a warning sign. Getting closer, Puppy's nose twitched. Major gas leak detected. They burst in to find a total disaster zone, stove hissing gas, every faucet, blasting at full power. The whole crib was underwater. Yunha surveyed the wreckage. "You sure this dump was actually nice when you first saw it?" Chan snapped. He started screaming for the culprit to show their face. This wasn't a joke anymore, this was his future home. Trashing the place benefits no one. Yuna had to step in and tell him to chill, reminding him he hadn't even inked the lease yet. Puppy was trembling. He'd never seen Chan blow a fuse like that. Then a sound cut through the tension. Meow. A kitten. Suddenly it all clicked for Yunha. This wasn't a demon, it was a magic user. Whoosh. Something invisible breezed right past her. Puppy yelped something, smacked his tail. Hey, hands off the merchandise. Chan's eyes lit up. He had a plan. He snagged Yunha's keychain and hooked it onto the tip of Puppy's tail. Back it up a bit, he ordered. Classic cat trap. No feline can resist a shiny dangling toy. He watched the water ripple splash and snatched the empty air. Gotcha. He was holding a shimmering, transparent cat. The furball went feral, shredding Chan's hand. Yunha gasped. She'd never laid eyes on an invisible kitty before. Actually, she still couldn't see it. Just Chan, getting mauled by thin air and the angry hissing. She realized why the landlord's evil spirit story felt off from the start. Every time the landlord visited, the place was trashed, but leave it empty, dead silent. That is definitely not how ghosts roll, causing chaos 24/7 audience or not. Remember that possessed ATM? That thing attacked anything with a pulse. But here, the drama only starts when someone walks in the door. Yunha put the pieces together, not a ghost, but an intelligent creature using telekinesis. She tapped its head with a pulse of magic, and the invisible beast freaked out even more. Seems this kitty is hypersensitive to mana. That explains why it goes ninja mode on anyone who enters. Chan asked, so what's the move, sploosh? A jet of water from the sink blasted Yunha in the face. Yunha wiped her face. I'm good, but this cat has serious attitude issues. Chan wasn't having it. He scolded the brat, demanding an apology. The cat just glared back with pure invisible sass. Time for hardball. Chan lowered the cat inches from the flooded floor. The creature scrambled in panic. It hated getting wet. Chan smirked. You hate water, then maybe don't flood the house for everyone else, genius. He lectured it on the damage bill and dropped an ultimatum. Fix this mess right now, or take a swim. Checkmate. The kitten slumped in defeat, and used its telekinesis to slurp all the water back into the pipes. In seconds, the rec department was spotless, like the disaster never happened. Chan decided he had to handle this invisible squatter permanently. Step 1. Bribe it with food. Back at the shop, the manager tried to spot the cat through her magic-enhanced phone camera. Zero luck, even the recording showed nothing. It just looked like kibble vanishing into thin air. Chan was floored. He really thought her tech would work. She dropped some knowledge if Chan's anti-magic couldn't reveal it. Then this isn't a spell. It's biology. The cat was born this way, though she couldn't be 100% sure. She was practically betting the farm 99% certain that the creature was a spiritual beast. Pressing for details, she grilled him on any prior incidents. Chan shut that down. Nope, thing was literally just snoozing on a pillow before the chaos started. Suddenly, the door chime rang, new customer on deck. A girl breezed in, asking to camp out for a bit, grab a coffee, take a load off, and kill 2 or 3 hours inside. The manager gave the thumbs up, total hospitality mode. Chan locked eyes on the newcomer. The vibe was off. Liquid silver hair, eyes to match. She channeled serious elf energy, yet something about her felt grounded, almost uncannily human. The manager caught Chan gawking like a creep and scolded him. Staring at customers is a major foul. Chan snapped out of it, mumbling an apology. Moments later, the manager grabbed her phone to slide into his DMs, keeping it low-key so the silver-haired girl wouldn't overhear. The message, keep his trap shut. About that cat. Leaking info now would only invite a headache. She pivoted, checking if he'd updated the regulars about the store moving locations. Chan sighed internally. It took long enough for that specific drama to surface. She also dropped that Officer Errol had been sniffing around about the portal case. Mid-conversation, the silver-haired mystery stood up. She marched straight up to Chan and demanded his age, like it was a casual icebreaker. He replied that he was 29. She nodded, noting she was 20, so she'd use honorifics. Then she dropped the bomb. She tried casting magic inside the store, and it fizzled out. A total dud. That never happens. She looked him dead in the eye, convinced it was his fault, and demanded his real identity. Then she asked if he crash-landed here from another dimension. Chan froze. How did this random girl connect those dots? With just one glance, the manager cut in, suggesting he delay his shift to handle this customer, but Chan tried to wave it off. Not necessary. The manager wasn't having it. She pointed out the girl looked pale, sick, even so they needed to de-escalate this now. Chan caved. He sat down to face her, asking what exactly she was digging for and why she was firing off spells in a coffee shop. The girl dodged the question, firing back her own. You aren't denying the whole other world thing, are you? Chan kept his poker face. He wasn't about to spill his life story to a stranger playing 20 questions, and pressed her again on the magic usage. She confessed she did try to cast, but clarified she wasn't targeting him. It was personal business classified info she wasn't sharing. Chan thought, bold kid. Is this just how Gen Z operates these days? Still, curiosity was eating at him. How did she sniff out his secret? She sounded way too confident for it to be a guess. He suspected she used a detection spell to scan him. Whatever her trick was, he was going to expose it. He slammed an anti-magic certificate onto the table. This is why your mojo didn't work, he bluffed. The store is a no-fly zone for mana. She looked impressed, admitting that passing that test was brutal. Chan nodded, but told her to focus. He spun a yarn about being an anti-magic mage, claiming his biology naturally nukes magic. Said he flunked the theory exams, but thanks to his weird body constitution, he snagged the cert. That's why your spell failed, not because I'm an alien. The girl narrowed her eyes. She wasn't buying it, pointing out he still dodged her main question. Chan shot back. You dodged mine too. We aren't tight. Enough for this heart-to-heart. Suddenly, the door crashed open. Two wasted guys stumbled in dragging a goblin, who was equally trashed. Chan rolled his eyes. Finally, the nightmare customers arrive. The goblin staggered to the counter demanding a pack of smokes. The manager shut him down instantly, pointing out she just saw his student ID. Store policy is zero tolerance on underage sales. She told them to kick rocks and go home. Chan noted the school was right around the corner, just some delinquent students looking for a buzz. The goblin wouldn't quit trying to bribe her with 3, then 5 times the cash. He sneered, mentioning he heard the shop was struggling, and implied they should just take the deal. Chan felt a headache coming on. This generation is doomed. He apologized to the silver-haired girl preparing to bounce the drunks, but she stopped him cold. We aren't done talking. Chan insisted he was on the clock. Her eyes flashed. I'll handle this. She whipped out her phone and snapped a photo of him. What are you doing? He asked. She hissed. Don't interrupt. She locked in. Snapping her phone to her ear, she dropped the pin convenience store by the portal and told the person on the other end to get there like yesterday. She turned to Chan, setting a hard deadline. Give it 3 minutes. They needed to speed run this mess, just so they could get back to the real talk. Meanwhile, the manager was stonewalling the goblin, making it crystal clear she wasn't selling him smokes. Not happening. Period. Chan, confused, asked what the deal was with the 3-minute timer. Silverhair just smirked, you'll see, and checked her watch. 2 minutes. Ignoring the rejection, the goblin slid over to Chan, sizing him up. Yo, you an adult. He basically asked Chan to be a straw buyer, throwing offers double, triple the cash. Chan just stared at him deadpan. This wasn't his first rodeo. He'd seen enough desperate teenagers trying to pull a fast one in this aisle. First, it was that pint-sized vampire with the sketchy fake ID, and now this rich kid thinks he can just bribe his way through life, as if cash fixes everything. Chan shut him down cold. Wrong guy, kid. Suddenly, bam, a teacher materialized in the store. Ah, my beloved students, he beamed, voice dripping with sarcasm. Studying hard for finals, I assume. He offered a personal reward, mocking them. Anything you need, booze, cigarettes, my treat. But the smile didn't reach his eyes. Nothing's free, boys. Pay up. After absolutely ripping into the students, the teacher did a 180 bowing to the manager and offering to cover any wreckage these delinquents caused. The manager waved it off. No harm, no foul. Behind them, the trio was already locked in trembling plank positions on the floor, sweat dripping. The teacher thanked her for being cool about it and said if they acted up again, just ring him up. Then he paused, eyeing her. You the one who tipped me off. The manager shook her head. Nope. He flashed his phone screen, a crystal clear video of the manager shutting down the goblin's attempt to buy cigarettes. It clicked. The silver-haired girl sent it. The manager glanced over, but kept her mouth shut. Apologizing one last time, the teacher dragged the students out by their collars, hauling the goblin by his ear all the way back to campus. Chan watched the dust settle. That guy showed up way too fast. Silverhair smirked. Exactly 3 minutes. Just like I said. Obstacles removed. Now back to us. Time to be honest. Before Chan could answer, the manager stepped into their bubble. What's the obsession with my employee Missy? Her eyes narrowed. You're asking a lot of questions. But it wasn't just protective instinct. I saw what you did, the manager added. That's some unique magic you're packing. Summoning the principal that fast. How'd you pull that off? The girl shrugged. I know people. Made a call. Who? The manager pressed. Secret, the girl teased. The manager's gaze sharpened, dissecting the scene like a detective. Back in my prime, I was a top-tier mage, she declared. I know a thing or two about identifying spells. First off, wasn't an info spell. This store is coded in anti-magic wards. If you tried that, it would have fizzled out. You used a phone, which proves you needed a physical bridge. Plus, you were standing next to Chan. He's a walking anti-magic zone, so not a targeted spell either. The manager leaned in. This might get awkward. You want me to keep going? Go for it, the girl challenged. Your magic, the manager said, isn't for amateurs. It needs prep time and a cocktail of different monotypes. To pull that off casually, you'd need to be a hybrid. 4 races minimum. She pointed a finger. No offense, but one look at your face, and I knew your mana wasn't pure. That hair, those eyes, that's direct magical fallout. Want the rest? The manager asked. The girl raised a hand. I'm good. Then take some free advice, the manager said. Don't lean on that magic too hard. It's not a cheat code for life, and it's gonna get you in trouble. Like today, Chan blocked you. Next time, it might be someone who figures out your little trick. Watch your back. The girl bowed her head slightly. Understood. She turned. That covers your part. Now Chan. Your turn. Chan sighed. Talking won't change anything. The manager grinned. Oh, the plot thickens. Interesting. Chan cut in. I don't even know who she is. Nayori, she said, locking eyes with him. And I really want to finish this conversation. You said we aren't close. Fine. Mind if I keep showing up here until we are close? She glanced at the boss. I'd like to get to know you better too, manager. So we can chat. Chan shrugged, defeated. You're a customer. I can't ban you from the store. Come back if you want, but buy something next time. No loitering. Currently unemployed, Nayori announced, leaning against the counter. Any chance you guys are hiring? The manager's face practically lit up at the suggestion. Chan, however, looked like he had just swallowed a lemon. Absolutely, the manager chirped, completely ignoring Chan's silent protest. She was desperate for fresh blood. Chan's shift is actually over right now, she added, turning back to the girl. Can you start tomorrow? 10 in the morning sharp. Nayori nodded, flashing a quick yes ma'am before heading for the door. See you then. The second the bell chimed, Chan spun around. Are you serious? You're actually hiring that mystery girl? She's off, he insisted. The manager shrugged, unbothered. We're drowning here, Chan. One person per shift isn't cutting it. That's reason enough. She paused, a sly look crossing her face. Besides, keeping her close might be good for you. Remember what she asked. She clocked you immediately. Asked if you were from another world. Her voice dropped. That kind of intuition doesn't just disappear. Better to keep an eye on her here. If she starts digging around on her own and spreading rumors, that's a nightmare we don't need. Chan had to admit the logic was sound. Nayori was the first non-human to sniff out his secret so fast. It was unnerving. He had been lucky so far, but if there were more like her. A cold chill ran down his spine just thinking about it. If the wrong person found out he wasn't from this dimension, he could end up strapped to a table, a lab rat for some fanatic's twisted experiments. Or worse. By the way, the manager cut through his spiraling thoughts. Relocation is done. Didn't you notice our new zip code? We are officially in the academic district. Everything is set. She tossed a set of keys in his direction. And I scored you an apartment right around the corner. She clapped her hands together. Now we are ready for the rush. Heads up though. The night students here are intense. Chan swallowed hard, realizing he was woefully unprepared for whatever intense meant. Later on, Yunha breezed in with a delivery box. Anyone actually buying anything, she asked, scanning the empty shop. Not a single living soul, Chan sighed. Yunha frowned. Weird. This place should be crawling with students by now. Tell me about it, Chan muttered. Streets are ghost towns, and it is practically midday. The bell finally rang. Enter Nayori, arms already piling up with sugary snacks. Aren't you running late? Chan asked. Actually, you are right on time, Chan corrected himself, eyeing her massive haul. But seriously, why the sugar mountain? I didn't buy anything yesterday, Nayori explained, clutching a bag of gummies. Felt rude to show up again without spending a dime. Moments later, the door swung open again. It was Charlie, looking like he hadn't slept in a week. You okay, man? Chan asked. You're usually a creature of the night. Charlie slammed his hands on the counter. Do you sell poison? Fast acting. Immediate results. Name your price, I don't care. Chan blinked, trying to maintain customer service mode. Thanks for the business, but why the homicide request? I'm heading to work, Charlie growled, and I need to poison a beagle. He launched into a tirade about a lunatic coworker. Since the portal incident, the security department has been an absolute dumpster fire because of him. This guy is signing checks his team can't cash. Impossible contracts. It is like he doesn't know the first thing about actual security. We are scrubbing everything starting from zero. These deals are suicide missions. I swear I have thought about sending the boss to hell personally, then jumping in right after him. Quitting would be too easy. Nayori piped up from the candy aisle. So, do you guys sell poison? No, Chan shouted. We do not sell lethal substances. Pretend I didn't hear that. Charlie narrowed his eyes. Hey, don't ignore me. Just then, Yunha returned with another stack of boxes. Is the Chihuahua causing a scene again? She called out, greeting the room. She paused, spotting Nayori. Oh, fresh face. After a quick catch-up, she grinned. You, the new part-timer. I am Yunha. By day, I hunt monsters. By also day, I deliver boxes. She offered a casual wave. And the angry Chihuahua over there, our MVP customer. Charlie scowled deeply. The name is Charlie. Yunha waved him off, whispering to Nayori. Don't let him scare you. He barks, but he is a good kobold deep down. So, word on the street is you are 20. She sighed theatrically. God, I am jealous. I just hit the big 3-0. But hey, drop the formalities. We are all friends here. Nayori smirked. Ah, so you are a full egg carton. For context, a standard Korean egg tray holds exactly 30 eggs. It was the classic, you are, officially old roast. It took Chan a second, but when the math clicked, he had to physically bite his tongue to stop the laugh. Yunha's eyes narrowed into slits. Chan, do you have a death wish? Why are you vibrating? I am not, Chan choked out. Charlie chimed in deadpan. Better not poke the egg carton, kid. Nayori just watched the chaos unfold, the stressed customer, the hunter delivery girl, and the terrified clerk trying to figure out what bizarre sitcom she had walked into. Eventually, Charlie grabbed his stuff to leave. He and Yunha bickered all the way to the register, but he still tossed an energy drink on the counter for her before walking out. Nayuri couldn't figure out if this guy was a saint or a total nightmare. Chan didn't care, he called him a VIP customer trash talk and all, before pivoting to ask Yunha about the status of her dog. Yunha shrugged, mentioning she'd dropped the pup off at his old stomping grounds, the park. Apparently, the little guy demanded a walk that morning, and somehow knew exactly where their shop had relocated in the academic district. The dog had a score to settle back at the park. Chan frowned, asking if this unfinished business involved anything sketchy, like those vicious stray dogs roaming around. Yunha kept it mysterious, claiming the dog hadn't spilled the details. Nayuri pressed, asking who exactly they were discussing. Yunha gave a cryptic answer, calling him a roommate. They dropped the subject there. Talking about the puppy was like walking on eggshells. Back inside the store, Chan's phone buzzed. It was the manager. She immediately asked if the place was packed. Assuming it was chaos, she bet that a horde of students would be banging on the door. At 8 o'clock sharp. Kids that age are bottomless pits. That's why she'd rushed an extra supply drop from Yunha to beef up their inventory. But Nayuri kept it 100. The place was a total ghost town. She'd been there since 8, and the store was dead silent. The only soul who showed up was the dude with the chihuahua. Chan signaled for her to soften the blow. The manager caught the timestamp. Did Nayuri really clock in that early? Chan jumped in, explaining she arrived 2 hours pre-shift just to play it safe. The manager was impressed. That is some serious dedication. Then she dropped the big question. Was Nayuri prepping for the aptitude test? Nayuri nodded, leaving Chan completely out of the loop. The manager broke it down. It's the monthly placement exam, hosted at the Magic Academy. Every time fresh meat enters high school, they get sorted into magical or non-magical tracks. The magical department kids have to grind through exams to figure out their specialty. She added that half the student body was probably skipping lunch, just to cram. Nayuri agreed, picturing them glued to their desks. It clicked for Chan, though, especially after the portal incident shuttered the other schools. The big test was likely next Monday. He asked if that meant zero foot traffic until then. The manager sighed. They'd get customers, just not a swarm. Still, she was stressing about the monthly numbers, especially after the relocation. Nayuri told her to chill, promising that they had this covered. Moments later, the new roster dropped. Chan was on the graveyard shift, 10 at night to 6 in the morning. Nayuri took the morning grind from 6 to 2. And the manager would close out the day from 2 to 10. That was the game plan. In short, Chan owns the night, Nayuri runs the morning. And the manager handles the evening rush. Everyone nodded along. It was a solid rotation. The manager hyped them up, saying she was relying on both of them. Nayuri gave a firm yes ma'am for the team, then immediately suggested they cut the stiff formalities, since they were squad mates now. Chan grinned. He was definitely down for that dynamic. Heading home later, Chan's wallet was hurting. Cat gear was insane, especially for a pet that wasn't even visible. It was literally a ghost cat. Suddenly, the landlord ambushed him, desperate for an update on the demon exorcism. Chan knew it was just an invisible kitty, but the landlord wouldn't buy that, so he played along, calling it a troublesome spirit but catchable. The landlord pressed for a timeline. Chan shrugged, refusing to give a hard deadline, but promised to handle the entity. The landlord looked relieved and threw out a sweet deal. He'd knock off 2 months of rent as payment. He asked if that worked, promising to handle the paperwork later, as long as the situation ended soon. Chan suppressed a smile. Yes, sir, consider it done. When the landlord walked away, Chan felt like a genius. He just saved 2 months of rent. Walking in, he thought maybe an invisible cat was the ultimate pet. Then he opened the door. Total carnage. The sofa was gutted. The cat had shredded the upholstery, claiming the exposed foam as its throne, with debris scattered everywhere. Reality check. This invisible furball was a walking disaster. Chan immediately snatched the bell collar he'd bought and snapped it onto the beast. At least now he'd have an audio tracker, so he wouldn't step on the menace. He gave the cat a serious lecture, no more destruction, or they'd go broke. If the house got wrecked, they'd both starve. He figured they could survive barely. Later, the manager guessed he was running late because he was cleaning up a pet mess. Chan admitted defeat. Every time he thought things were chill, the cat chose violence. If this kept up, he'd be kicked to the curb. Desperate, he looked at her. You know anything about cats? Never owned a pet in my life, the manager replied, keeping it casual. Just then, the door chime jingled. Errol stepped inside. The manager raised an eyebrow, noting that the academic district wasn't exactly her beat. New orders, Errol shot back, eyes serious. As of today, this turf is mine. She'd been reassigned to clean up the mess left by the gate incident victims. Officially, she was now the sheriff of this town. She didn't waste time, telling them she was reopening the file on the stolen briefcase. She needed their help, and she wasn't really asking. I grilled the goblin, Errol said, her voice dropping low. The guy is a wreck. Swore if he knew how this nightmare would end, he would have bailed immediately. Sure, the payday was fat, but he never signed up for this level of weirdness. Now he's drowning in medical debt, spending the next month paying for that mistake. but he sang like a canary. The next drop is set for Saturday midnight sharp. Men's restroom, right by Futaba Park's main gate. And the goblin dropped a warning. Whoever shows up better be ready, or they'll end up broken just like him. Errol noted the goblin was basically a walking ATM, a monthly money bag. She turned to the manager, eyes narrowing. Think he was mind-controlled? The manager shook her head. Doubt it. Mind control spells usually gag the victim. They can't spill the beans like that. She pivoted to Chan. What's your take, kid? Chan hesitated. Honestly, first time dealing with this level of crazy. I'm not sure. Errol looked skeptical. Will the drop even happen? The briefcase owner has to know the plan went south. The manager didn't flinch. They won't change the schedule, she insisted. Remember the enchantment analysis on that case? Someone poured way too much juice into that spell. That screams ego. People who work that hard are arrogant, she explained. If this mage is as proud as I think he believes his work is flawless, he'll stick to the plan even with the Phase 2 screw-up. That's when Chan stepped up. I should go with Errol on Saturday. It's dangerous, Errol warned, eyes wide. You sure? Chan nodded, diving into tactics. If the money bag is cloaked, with another transformation spell, it'll look like trash. Cops try to grab it. The suspect claims it's just garbage, but I can spot magic instantly. I'll dispel the disguise the second we make the move. Errol glanced at the manager. You okay with lending him out? She turned to Chan. Sorry, I didn't ask sooner, but you're right, we need you. The manager frowned. I'm coming too. I'm not letting him walk into the unknown alone, she stated flatly. Errol sighed. I have to clear it with my squad leader first. If I get the green light, I'll loop you back in. The second the door clicked shut, the manager turned on Chan. You've been getting way too reckless since the gate incident, she scolded. You can't just play cop, Chan shrugged. I just want to fix this the easy way. No excuses, she snapped, cutting him off. You have zero clue how deadly this gets. Next time, you run it by me first. Chan looked down. Got it. But, who watches the shop if we both bail on Saturday? The manager smirked. Nayuri. She's been killing it lately. She can handle a graveyard shift. Chan looked doubtful. You sure? Relax, the manager waved him off. It's been dead quiet recently. Our problem isn't danger, it's low sales. Fast forward to Saturday. Chan walked in to find Nayuri and the manager, drowning in coffee cups. My treat, the manager said. Rookie's not used to all-nighters. She needs the caffeine kick to survive. Nayuri smiled weakly. I think I'll be fine. Just trust me on this. Suddenly, Officer Errol showed up sporting a brand new hair color. The manager blinked. Rough week, Errol ignored the jab, motioning them over. Nayuri whispered, Is Chan getting arrested? No, Chan hissed. I'm not in cuffs. I'm helping with the investigation. Big difference. I'll fill you in later, the manager told Nayuri. Call if things go sideways. As they left, Nayuri watched Chan go, thinking I always knew that guy was weird. Futaba Park was eerie, practically deserted. Errol immediately went into tactical mode. It was 10:15 at night, 90 minutes until showtime. Two of us take the bench, Errol directed. We pose as messengers, keeping eyes on the drop zone, waiting for the second signal. And we need handles, can't use real names on comms. Errol pointed to herself. I'm Sparrow. She pointed to the manager. Penguin. Then Chan. You're Crow. Yisul laid out the game plan code names Crow and Penguin, would hold down the fort by the bench while she secured the restroom perimeter. Chan volunteered for restroom duty, but the manager shut that down immediately. No heroics, and definitely no reckless behavior allowed. But Chan wasn't backing down. He swore he was locked and loaded this time. He reminded her of the handicap. She couldn't just spam magic out here like she did inside the gate. And if magic bounced right off these guys, someone needed to be the tank and the comms link to the outside. That someone was him. The manager sighed, admitting if she'd known the stakes were this high, she would have filed for higher clearance on her spellbook, specifically clearance for non-magical threats. Still, she waved it off. The bottom line, she didn't want her employee scratching the paint. Yisul passed around earpieces like candy. Constant communication was the only way to guarantee the staff made it out in one piece. The officer whipped out her baton with a sharp snap, vowing she wouldn't let a single creep lay a finger on him. Her orders were crisp. If his spidey sense tingled even a little, he needed to scream for backup immediately. Comms check. Yisul pinged Penguin and Crow for a status report. Chan, huddled inside a restroom stall, copied that. He confirmed his position, though he couldn't help thinking these spy code names were totally cringe. The manager chuckled over the line. She actually dug the vibe. Meanwhile, the outside world was dead silent. She expected the party to start at midnight, but the guests were fashionably late. Suddenly, Sparrow broke radio silence. Bogey incoming. Someone was beelining for the restroom. She ordered everyone to freeze while she ran recon from the outside. A satyr strolled into the restroom, hit the urinal, and muttered into his phone that he was already at the drop zone. He pulled a briefcase from a package, cracking it open. The contents glowed so bright, Chan practically needed shades for a second. The satyr scoffed into his phone, 0 mana signatures detected. The targets weren't there yet. He told his contact he'd trigger the trap now, and just bag the next unlucky soul who walked through that door. Click. It all made sense to Chan. The briefcase wasn't the loot, it was bait. Yisul called it perfectly. The bad guys had flipped the script. They knew the plan had been blown. They were here to bag the hunters, Chan, the manager, and Yisul. Chan whispered a frantic SOS into his earpiece. Get here, now. He clicked the stall lock open, but the silence betrayed him. The satyr's ears twitched at the faint noise. The goat man rushed the door, bam. A brutal kick to the chest sent Chan reeling, but Chan didn't fold. He roared a challenge and lunged for the glowing briefcase. Got it. He bolted for the exit only to faceplant into thin air. An invisible barrier. The satyr's trap was already active. Chan realized this barrier was high-level stuff. These villains weren't just evil. They were perfectionists. Suddenly thud, a sweaty massive orc smacked against the invisible glass like a bug on a windshield. Cut to outside, Yisul was soloing a whole squad of orc fighters. The leader barked orders to bag the girl stat. His lackeys hesitated, warning she was a powerhouse. They rushed her anyway, but Yisul flowed around them like water. Crack, crack. Her baton danced, dropping bodies left and right. Chan watched in awe. Yisul stared down the boss, drawing a line in the sand. You shall not pass, she basically declared. No one enters the restroom. She tapped her comms, checking on the inside situation. Any more uglies in there? Chan cleared the air negative, just one unconscious satyr. Copy that. Penguin is inbound, she replied. But inside, the party wasn't over. The satyr scrambled up, looking murderous. He screamed for the case, asking if Chan even knew what he was holding. Chan peeked inside. No cash, just 2 sheets of paper. Red and blue, both etched with complex magic circles. Chan's brain started connecting the dots. The satyr had scanned for mana earlier. The blue sheet was definitely a radar. But the red one? Total mystery. Chan asked what the red spell did. The goat man laughed in his face. What you? Not a mage kid, Chan fired back. I'm a semi-mage, okay. He demanded answers. The satyr sneered, asking if Chan bribed someone to pass his certification. Chan bristled. I don't cheat, I'm not that kind of guy. I literally ranked first in the anti-magic exams. The goat man yelled, liar, and dove for the case. Chan, having 0 combat skills, just flinched back. Suddenly, a hand stopped the satyr cold. The manager had entered the chat. She declared that this boy was her MVP. As a manager, she had a zero-tolerance policy. Physical or verbal abuse, not on her watch. Self-defense, she stated calmly, before blasting the satyr with a palm strike. The satyr launched backward, plastering against the wall. Chan blinked, stunned. When did you even get here? He guessed teleportation. She corrected him, good old-fashioned invisibility cloak. When the orc squad rolled up, she ghosted past them, while Yisul drew all the aggro. Now, about that satyr's condition. That was just the backlash from her counter-curse. Basically, if you swing at her, she's legally clear to swing back twice as hard. Meanwhile, Officer Erul had the orc leader eating pavement outside. But the guy wouldn't shut up, mocking her, and asking if she honestly believed she could just walk away from this mess, go tangent-free. Watching from the sidelines, Chan realized Erul was actually a powerhouse. Back inside, the manager needed that barrier gone. Chan's fix, just touch the paper. Easy. She whipped out her enchanted smartphone and ran a deep scan on the rune circle sketched on the red sheet. Her diagnosis, that satyr creep definitely tried to trigger the hex, but failed hard because the item was registered as lost. So the team decided to return it to its rightful owner in person. Errol checked in. Did the manager snag the satyr's phone? Oh, you bet she did. Not only that, she traced his origin point. The big boss on the other end sounded absolutely livid about the botched job. And that red paper confirmed bad news. It was a high-grade nerve paralysis hex. Strictly medical use, only totally illegal on the streets. If they let this slide, these thugs would definitely circle back to hit the convenience store again. So the play was simple. Deliver the lost item and have a little chat with management. Erul looked at Chan. Was he down for this? Hell yes. Chan wanted to look the idiot who threatened him right in the eye. Being called a fake mage. That was personal. They couldn't roll up in a squad car without tipping everyone off. They had to use the ride the orcs left behind. Problem is, driving an uninsured vehicle is a civil violation, so Errol refused to get behind the wheel. She asked for a volunteer with a license. Chan claimed he left his at home. Then the manager chimed in, admitting she only had a restricted Class 2 license. The hideout, some isolated ghost town perched on a hilltop, where buses don't run and taxis refuse to go. Walking would take 2 hours easy. That's when Chan offered to call a private driver he knew. Enter Mr. Werewolf. Errol thanked him for the assist, but he brushed it off, just helping out his friends. He promised a smooth ride straight to the target location, a shady pub out in the sticks. The manager laid out the plan. She enters, first to talk to the owner. If things go south, she'd signal via the earpiece. Errol told Mr. Werewolf to hang back. This wasn't his fight, and it was safer outside. He agreed, but threw in a caveat: if it gets messy, he's jumping in. Chan tried to tell him to stay put, but the werewolf cut the formalities. After surviving the portal disaster together, they were comrades in arms. Squad assembled, they walked into the pub. and were immediately blocked by an orc bouncer asking table for two. The manager nodded. Chan scanned the room, wall-to-wall criminals. The orc laid down the house, rules mandatory minimum order of 2 chickens. Per person, no cancellations allowed. The manager shut him down cold. They weren't here to eat. They were here to return lost property. Specifically, a red slip of paper dropped by a certain goat man. And according to his phone data, that item belonged to the boss of this establishment. So is the big man in A. Right on cue, a goblin decked out in mob boss fashion strutted over asking what kind of morons walked into his lair. He vented about hiring incompetent lackeys to watch his targets, yet here those very targets were standing in his bar. But since they delivered themselves, he decided to inspect them. First question, who broke my spell? Then he turned on Chan, accusing him of stealing the cash he'd earned with his own blood and sweat. The manager stepped up, nobody calls her employee a criminal. Then she dropped a bombshell, his spell was flawed and dangerous. The goblin sneered, dismissing her as some know-nothing brat. That was his mistake. She wasn't playing smart, she was smart. As a former high-tier mage, she told him to open his eyes and look at the circle's design. The neural connection needed to be sealed right there, but it was wide open. Without that seal, the spell loses targeting stability. It wouldn't just paralyze a limb, it could hit a totally random bystander. The targeting matrix was a mess. The goblin went dead silent. He stood up slowly, studying her face. The realization hit him. Are you the mad demon? Then the memories flooded back. Flashback to the black market days. Business as usual. Hawkers shouting buyers, haggling life, moving fast. Everyone was grinding just to survive, him included. He genuinely believed that if he hustled hard enough, he'd make it big. Until that hooded mage floated down from the clouds and rained lightning on the entire district. In seconds, everything was scorched earth, panic everywhere, people screaming, running for their lives. It was so surreal, he thought he was in a nightmare. That stone-cold look on the mage's face, while she hurled lightning, it burned into his memory. Ever since that day, he's been a shut-in shaking like a leaf behind locked doors. He swore her face haunted his nightmares. Just as he was finally clawing his way back to sanity, guess who shows up? Chan didn't waste time demanding to know if she really trashed the market and snatched people off the streets. The manager cut in, shaking her head. Nah, not like that. She fried the merchandise with lightning, but the sellers got cuffed, not kidnapped. Chan wasn't buying it. If that's true, why was the goblin roaming free? The manager explained the loophole. The guy was just a grunt, a manual laborer with zero decision-making power. So no cuffs for him. The goblin took that personally, his ego bruised. He barked an order for his orcs to flatten the duo, while screaming for backup into his earpiece. Errol didn't leave him hanging. Seconds later, she smashed through the window baton at the ready, and dove straight into the orc pack. I got this mob, she yelled, signaling the guys to chase the runner. The goblin bolted down a massive hallway lined with enchanted doors. He smirked, thinking the spatial traps rigged to every handle would warp intruders to random nowhere lands. He was sure he'd finally shaken that demon woman off his tail. Joke's on him, Chan was glued to his heels. Thanks to his anti-magic build, he phased right through the doors, like they were made of mist. He tracked the goblin straight to his office. Meanwhile, the manager was wheezing, admitting she hadn't sprinted like that in ages. Gasping, she waved Chan forward to finish the job. The goblin scrambled down the stairs, blowing past Mr. Werewolf. By the time Chan burst out the back exit, he found the wolf gazing at the sky. Just stargazing? The werewolf shrugged, pointing a thumb. That little guy, the perp. Chan nodded, that was their target. Without breaking a sweat, Mr. Werewolf blurred forward, closing the gap instantly and snatching the goblin by the scruff. Where do you want this trash? He asked. Chan watched in total awe before asking him to drag the guy to the car. Later, Errol was all gratitude, telling the crew that because of their hustle, the case was closed without a hitch. She promised to pull some strings and get them properly compensated. Chan turned to Mr. Werewolf, asking how it felt to be the MVP of the night. After all, he snagged the goblin at the critical second. The werewolf just shook his head, claiming fame didn't matter. He was just clocking in, and honestly, he only caught the guy, because the other two flushed him out. His part was nothing compared to their grind. The manager chimed in, offering 3 months of smokes on the house. Now that got a grin out of Mr. Werewolf. Deal, he said. Errol mused aloud, noting how strange it was that teaming up with regular citizens felt way more chill than her usual ops with the Force. She actually felt relaxed for once. It probably explained why her hair color was fading back to normal. The manager smirked. Enjoying our company. Chan warned her not to poke the bear or the cop. Errol, looking a little flushed, ordered everyone into the car for a ride home. Later, after hopping off at their bus stop, they trudged back into the neighborhood. The manager groaned that she'd hit her cardio limit. For the entire month between chasing goblins and sprinting for the bus, Chan had to ask why she turned down the lift from their hero. The manager sighed, explaining that Errol's nightmare shift was just starting. Those goblins were knee-deep in shady deals. The preliminary scan of their office revealed a mountain of black market corruption. Eruel was looking at sleepless nights just to sort the paperwork. The manager didn't want to add chauffeur to her to-do list. As they walked, Chan's mind drifted back to the goblin's words. Rumor had it, back in her archmage days, she was top tier. But the fear in the goblin's voice hinted she was more than just good. She was terrifying. A huge chunk of the store's magic was her design, and seeing how she navigated that complex inspection, that wasn't just talent, that was mastery.